The Island House, Getaway Bay Romance Book 1, written by Elana Johnson, narrated by Terry Clark Linden, member SAG-AFTRA. Chapter 1. Charlotte Madsen disembarked from the plane, taking a deep breath of the Hawaii air. Though she'd come from an island, this one felt completely different, exactly what she needed. She went down the sky bridge, glad she didn't have to walk straight into the airport. She wanted a view of this new place she was determined to make her new home. An image of the beach house she'd bought, with its crumbling walls and broken windows, crept into her mind. The jungle had also tried to reclaim the house, one vine and one brick at a time. She'd gotten the house for dirt cheap, which suited her needs as she started this new chapter of her life. Not a new chapter, she told herself. A completely new volume needed to begin now that her ex-husband, had married his girlfriend only 10 days after the divorce was final. And Charlotte? On the 11th day after the divorce from her husband of 11 years, she'd bought a practically demolished beach house over 5,000 miles from where she lived. And now she was here in Getaway Bay to, get away from everything and everyone she'd known in the last 37 years. She took a deep breath, her to-do list growing exponentially in her mind. First, luggage. She'd brought as much as she thought she'd need to get through the first 2 weeks. After that, she hoped to have a job and a way to buy whatever she hadn't brought with her. Thankfully, the beach house came furnished, which the seller had confirmed included a bed, a dining set, all appliances, and a sectional couch. So she'd at least have somewhere to sleep, eat, and watch TV on her first night on the island. Not that Charlotte watched a lot of TV. In fact, she couldn't stand sitting still, and the last 7 hours she'd spent on the plane was enough to drive her to madness. She tipped a man with a huge luggage cart, and he helped her heave her standard black suitcases off the belt. She stood with them in the taxi line, the heat and humidity still pretty high, though it was officially fall on the island. Perhaps Hawaii didn't care what the calendar said. When it was finally her turn, the cab driver helped her get all her bags in the trunk, and she sank into the back seat with a sigh. The corners of her lips pulled up, and she barely remembered what it felt like to smile. But she'd done it, despite what her mother had said, in spite of what her friends had counseled her to do. Charlotte had indeed sold the house she'd lived in for over a decade, nearly everything else she owned, and moved almost 5,000 miles literally from one side of the country to the other. So while her heart had been through a shredder and then grilled into a lump of coal, she'd survived. The last 4 months had been one upheaval after another, starting with the words, "I want a divorce. I've met someone else." She wasn't quite sure where the journey would end, but she rather liked the way she'd been welcomed to the island with aloha, a smile, and a flower lei. She breathed in the heady perfume from the flowers and watched the brilliant blue water go by as the driver took her to her new home. "This is where you're living?" he asked as he pulled off the main highway and onto a dirt road. "Is this Cinder Road?" Charlotte peered through the window, but she had no idea what she was looking for. "Yes," he said. "Then this is it. I was told the house was at the end of the road overlooking the bays." Both bays, which apparently there were 2 in Getaway Bay. The main bay, which was named after the island, and the East Bay, which was starting to become as popular and well-developed as the one to the west. The owner of the house had tried to get more for the views, but Charlotte's real estate agent had talked him down. It hadn't been that hard because the property had been on the market for 7 months, and Charlotte supposed she had one thing to be thankful for. She had gotten this place and the surrounding land for a killer deal. The cab rumbled along, but the road seemed to go forever, finally turning a bit to reveal the 2-story house Charlotte had seen online. "There it is." "Are you sure?" The driver leaned forward with both hands on the wheel, his voice absolutely dubious. "Yes," she said. "As close as you can get, please." She pulled out her wallet and leafed through her remaining cash. Several 20s, a few 10s, and a dozen hundreds she had concealed in the zippered pocket of her purse. She had enough to tip this guy to help her get her bags at least inside the front door. Then Charlotte wasn't entirely sure what she'd do. She had no car and no groceries. Would a pizza company deliver here? Could they even find it? While it was centrally located overlooking both bays, it wasn't exactly in a populated area. The cab eased to a stop behind an SUV which set Charlotte's heart to racing. "That's odd," she said. Maybe her real estate agent had decided to meet her. Amy had asked for her flight information, but Charlotte hadn't heard anything else from her. "What's odd?" the driver asked. He turned to look at her with concern in his eyes. "Are you sure you want me to leave you here alone?" Charlotte wasn't sure of much anymore, but she nodded anyway. "If you could help me with the bags, I'd be grateful." She held out a $20 bill between her fingers, and the driver got out of the car. Taking another look at the huge, hulking black SUV, she determined that Amy would never drive such a thing. No, they hadn't met in person, but Amy was an overly tan woman in her late 40s, and Charlotte imagined her to drive a sporty red convertible, not this 3-ton monstrosity. She got out of the cab and stretched her sore back. She'd skipped her beach yoga classes for the past 4 months, as they were simply too hard to attend with all of her friends. They flashed sad faces at her, asked about her ex and what she was going to do now, and Charlotte simply couldn't handle it. The amount of work this house required extended to the exterior, and Charlotte hoped she had enough knowledge and strength to get it all done. She'd done plenty of renovations on the interior of buildings, everything from the community center gym to individual rooms at one of the swankiest hotels off the coast of South Carolina where she'd come from. She also had experience in designing and redoing landscapes, so she wasn't worried about the weeds and wild grasses waving in the breeze coming off the bays. But she didn't have much experience with roofs or exterior stone or gutters. The driver stepped past the big SUV and deposited the first round of bags, returning for a second before Charlotte got herself in gear. She took out the key that had shown up in her mailbox 2 weeks ago and fitted it into the lock. With the door open, she heaved in the 2 bags the driver had brought up and directed him to place the next 2 beside them. When she had all her earthly belongings inside the house, she smiled, ran her hands through her shoulder-length hair, and thanked the driver. He gave her one more look before pocketing his tip and heading back to his cab. She waited until the rumble of his motor couldn't be heard any longer, and then she closed the door, sealing herself inside the house she'd bought sight unseen. "Okay." She pushed her breath out and turned to face the rest of the house. She'd taken one step when something clanged from further inside. "Hello?" she said, nowhere near loud enough for anyone to hear. Heck, she could barely hear herself. Something hissed, and then the very human sound of a grunt followed. Charlotte's heart ricocheted around inside her chest. There was someone inside her house. She entered the kitchen and stepped around the bar to find a pair of masculine legs and a torso sticking out from underneath the sink. He wore jeans and work boots, and maybe the owner had hired a plumber to help get her off on the right foot. "Come on," he grumbled, clearly straining against something under the sink. "Hello?" she said again, loud enough this time. At the same time, whatever he was twisting gave against his strength. He yelped as water started spraying out from underneath the sink and from the faucet. The cold spray hit Charlotte in the face, and she cried out too, lifting her hands to shield her eyes in a natural reaction. She backed up, sputtering, as the man unfolded himself from beneath the sink and stood up. "You didn't turn off the water main?" she asked. He glared at her, water dripping from the ends of his dark hair, his nose, and his chin. "Obviously." "Why not?" "I didn't know where it was." Water continued to spray everywhere, and while Charlotte had been planning to replace the cabinet, she didn't think she'd have to do it the very night she arrived. "Do you know where it is?" he asked, a measure of hope in his voice. "I just got here," she said. "Of course I don't know where the water main is." "Well, we have to do something." His light blue t-shirt was soaking wet, sticking to impressive muscles in his arms and chest. Whoever this plumber was, Charlotte hoped she would have another need to call him. He crawled back under the sink and started clanging around. The spray lessened by about half, and he groaned again, finally manhandling whatever connection was leaking into submission. Charlotte wiped her face, her fingers coming away smeared with black. Her past self would have been mortified to be seen like this, but her Getaway Bay self didn't care. She'd expected problems at her new house. She just hadn't planned on them being 220 pounds of man-flesh. Dripping wet man-flesh. She swallowed as the plumber got to his feet again. "Who are you?" she asked. Maybe she didn't want to hire him again. A plumber who didn't turn off the water before he started working didn't seem all that professional. "Dawson Dane," he said, extending his soaking wet hand for her to shake. He wore a couple of days' worth of hair on his face, and it had come in dark with flecks of gray, just like the hair on his head. Oh my. He was extremely good-looking, and his deep brown eyes glinted with one of those aloha greetings. "And you?" "Charlotte Madsen," she said, almost tripping over her new last name. Well, it was her old last name, but she hadn't used it for a while, and she was still getting used to introducing herself with her maiden name. She shook his hand, one more question to ask him. "What are you doing in my house, Dawson?" He blinked, not bothering to wipe any water from his eyelashes. "I live here." Chapter 2. Dawson did not like the storm crossing the pretty strawberry blonde's face. She clearly didn't like his answer, and his brain screamed some of the words she'd said. "What are you doing in my house?" "Your house," he asked at the same time she practically shrieked. "You don't live here. I live here." Her light green eyes held plenty of panic, and Dawson needed to figure out how to erase it. She was pretty, with long limbs and a lithe frame, but she also possessed some powerful strength, and if he wanted to stay here, which he did, he better get talking. "Did you buy the place?" he asked. "Yes." She folded her arms, which made a squelching sound from how wet her clothes were. "I was very clear about when I was moving in. You sent me the key, remember?" He held up both hands, his mind spinning. Why hadn't Sinclair told him the house had been sold? Probably because you never asked if you could stay here. Dawson said, "I don't own the house." "No, you don't. I do. I can get the paperwork." "It's fine," he said. "I'm just surprised Sinclair sold it without telling me. I was, taking care of the place for him." He'd known Sinclair and Bridget Fontaine, and they didn't even live on the island anymore. So when he'd needed to get out of his condo, he'd come here. The views were great, and while the house needed a few repairs, he didn't actually spend much time in it. He seized onto that idea as she snorted. "Taking care of the place?" She swept her arms around the kitchen and attached dining room. "Well, I think you failed at that, Dawson. This place is a mess." His defenses shot up, and it wasn't even his house. "Look, I've only been here a few weeks, and I work a lot." "Oh? Doing what? Better not be plumbing." He stared for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Thankfully, that diffused the tension in the air, and Charlotte laughed a little too. "Sorry, that was really mean." "No, it's fine." He twisted to look at the sink, wishing with everything in him that he wasn't wearing jeans. Wet denim had to be the most uncomfortable item of clothing on the planet. "I would be a terrible plumber." "So what do you do?" "I'm a helicopter pilot," he said, "for one of the tourist places out of Getaway Bay." She sized him up, and he wondered what she could possibly be thinking. "Look, I may have stretched the truth a little." Her eyebrows went up and her lips mashed together, but she said nothing.
Sinclair and Bridget didn't know I was staying here.
A squatter, then?
I'm in between places now, and maybe I can have a week or two to find somewhere before you kick me out.
He lifted his eyebrows and put a smile on his face, hopefully to show her he was a nice guy.
I can give you my resume.
All he could think about was Kalen Steed, the man who'd fallen from it all and been forced to sleep on the beach. Could Dawson be that guy, avoiding the police and living in the same clothes, brushing his teeth with half an appliance in a public restroom? No, he had a job, and a wandering spirit which didn't allow him to stay in one place for very long, but he'd fallen in love with the beach atmosphere and vibe in Getaway Bay, and he didn't want to leave the island. He just had to find a new place to live every 6 months or so. "Why don't you have a place to live?" Charlotte asked, drawing Dawson out of himself. He often wondered what it would be like to live in the same place for longer than a year, and he'd done it here on the island. But this house was his third dwelling. He considered her. He didn't want to lie, but she seemed to have her heart on her sleeve, and if he could appeal to her, maybe he could stay here.
My ex lived in the same condo complex, he said, speaking the truth. I didn't want to see her all the time.
Also true. He didn't have particularly fond memories of the woman, but he'd seen her lounging by the pool or getting in her car a couple of times. It hadn't been horrible. "I'm sorry," Charlotte said, and Dawson gave a small shrug.
"So I landed here. I am pretty handy with a hammer, but I do work a ton."
"They have you flying all the time?"
"The tours go 7 days a week. I usually work 3 or 4 of them, 12-hour shifts."
Charlotte started nodding halfway through his explanation. "And on your days off?"
"I'm tired."
He gestured to the sliding glass doors behind her.
"I sleep in that hammock with the bay breezes whispering dreams to me. Or I try to fix the kitchen sink."
Charlotte looked out the huge wall of windows behind her for several long moments. When she turned back to him, she'd softened considerably. "Let's not have you do the sink again, okay? And you're really going to have to sell me on you being handy, as I've already seen evidence that points to the contrary."
"So I can stay?"
She didn't blurt out yes, which sent a needle of doubt into Dawson's heart. "I bought this place from the pictures of the view online. Let me take a tour and think about it."
"There's a bedroom on this floor way back in the corner," he said quickly. "I'd be completely out of your way."
He had no idea what this woman did, why she'd come to Getaway Bay and bought this house she hadn't even seen in person, or what it would take to convince her that he just needed a few more weeks under this roof. Charlotte gave him one long last look, and then she left him standing in a puddle of water in the kitchen. He exhaled and turned back to the sink, bracing himself with both hands against it.
"Thanks for spitting water everywhere at exactly the wrong moment,"
he muttered, a chuckle coming from his mouth. If there was something his 20 years in the Air Force had taught him, it was perseverance. So he'd wait and listen to her, and then he'd figure out a way to stay here. He went outside to the deck that spanned 3 sides of the house and climbed into the hammock he'd brought from his condo. Besides his clothes and an armchair that went everywhere with him, Dawson didn't own much. As a pilot in the Air Force, he'd learned to keep things simple. That way, when transfers came, it took him a couple of hours to do laundry and pack the back of a truck. This house had spoken to his soul at some point in the past. Maybe when Sinclair had first mentioned it almost a year ago. Dawson used to live next door to the Fontaines, a couple from France that had 2 homes here on the island. They came during the winter months and stayed in whichever house they wanted, sometimes both. During one of their last dinners together, Sinclair had told Dawson about a 3rd house. This one up on the bluffs above the beach, with brilliant views of the bay and the ocean beyond, with an easy set of stairs that led to private beachfront property. Dawson hadn't asked for specifics, but it hadn't taken him long to find this road between the 2 bays and realize the majesty and beauty this home had once held. He'd visited the place many times over the past few months, and he'd seen the for sale sign along the road.
I guess I just never thought he'd sell it,"
Dawson muttered to the wind. He thought he should get a dog. At least then he wouldn't be talking to himself all the time. But animals were hard to pack quickly, required someone to be home to take care of them regularly, and while he'd been thinking about finding a companion for a while now, he hadn't taken the pet plunge. Charlotte stepped to the corner of the deck on his left, having come out of either the living room or the bedroom on that side of the house. She leaned into the railing and took a deep breath, obviously unaware of him. He didn't mean to watch her, but he also couldn't look away. She really was beautiful, and the breeze played with the ends of her wavy hair as the sun bathed her in its golden Hawaii glow. There really wasn't a more beautiful place on earth, and Dawson felt like now would be a good time to become a praying man, just to let God know he wanted to stay here if possible. His phone rang, which drew her immediate attention. She looked at him with accusations in her eyes, and he lifted his device.
"Sorry, didn't mean to startle you."
He cursed the name on the screen, JJ, as he hurried to answer it.
"Hey, what's up?"
His best friend and co-worker better have a dang good reason for calling.
"Boss is wondering if you're up for an evening flight. There's a family that just came in and we're all booked." "Tonight?" "Yes, like as soon as you can get here. He's charged them double and they've agreed to pay it. He says half will go to you." "I'm on my way."
Dawson wasn't particularly hurting for money, especially as he hadn't paid rent in a few weeks. But no one turned down money, did they? He turned to find Charlotte, but she'd disappeared from the deck. The kitchen was still wet, and he poked his head into the 2 rooms off the foyer and didn't see her. He certainly wasn't going to go traipsing all over the house to find her. He'd only gone upstairs once, and he was pretty sure the floorboards had given their all to hold his weight.
"Hey, I have to go into work tonight."
Nothing. The house didn't even creak.
"So I'll leave my number here on the front table."
He raised his voice as he glanced around for a piece of paper.
"Maybe you could text me so I'll know if I'm okay to come back here to sleep?"
Like he kept paper in the house. He hurried back into the kitchen and tore off a paper towel and yanked open a drawer, hoping with everything in him that there would be something to write with. A fat purple marker caught his eye among the myriad of junk in the drawer, and he grabbed it. He scrawled his number on the paper towel, and it looked like a 4-year-old had done it. "Doesn't matter," he told himself. Surely Charlotte could hear him. She just didn't want to talk right now, because she was clearly new to the island and probably needed space. Plus, he was a stranger begging to stay in her house.
"I'm leaving it on the front table."
He put the paper towel where he said he would and stepped out the front door. Once behind the wheel of his SUV, his pulse settled. She'd let him stay at least one night. Wouldn't she?
"Well, if she doesn't,"
he said as he pulled onto the paved highway and set himself west toward Getaway Bay.
"There's always the beach."
Chapter 3. Charlotte waited another 60 seconds after the front door closed before she left the safety of the bathroom on the first floor. And it wasn't all that safe, as Dawson had clearly been using it. The scent of his cologne and aftershave hung in the air, and she'd been surprised at how neat he was. 1 bath towel hanging on a hook. 1 washcloth folded over the rack by the sink. Toothbrush, razor, deodorant, and shaving cream lined up inside the drawer. Lined up. His actions spoke of someone in the military, and she wondered if his helicopter piloting was a second career. With the gray in his sideburns and beard, he had to be in his 40s. Didn't he? Honestly, why do you care? Charlotte left the bathroom door open and went down the hall to the kitchen and dining room. The space was a little segmented, but the home was older, so she'd expected that. The house was a great big box with a few bay windows that jutted out, but there were 2 bedrooms on this level tucked away into the front and back corners, with the bathroom near them both. Across the hall from that was the living room, boasting those huge windows that overlooked the bay, with a wraparound deck that had access from all the bedrooms, the living room, and the kitchen. Charlotte thought she'd spend more time on that deck than anywhere else, and the living room had high ceilings with exposed beams that made the place airy and comfortable. The dining room was functional, and if she were back in South Carolina where she entertained frequently, she'd want the wall between the living room and dining room to come down. Then she could have one big open area that flowed from kitchen to deck to living room so she could enjoy the party and her guests while she finished a tray of canapes. Oh, how different her life was now, as evidenced by the sloppy sound of her shoes as she stepped into the water still on the kitchen floor. Pure exhaustion pulled through her, but she couldn't just leave water on the floor. Could she? Her proper Southern breeding wouldn't allow it, though her mind screamed at her that Dawson obviously had left the water for her to deal with. She opened one door and then another one before she found a broom and a mop, and she started soaking up the water. With that done, she returned to the front foyer, where a paper towel with purple numbers on it sat on the table there. She'd heard him say he had to go to work, and she'd let him go. "You can't really be considering letting him stay here," she said to her reflection in the crusty mirror beside the front door. The room to her left was a small office with empty built-in bookshelves and a desk with nothing on it. To her right was a formal living room, with a piano that looked gray from all the dust on it and a small love seat that had seen about 1,000,000,000 better days. The steps leading to the second floor went straight up from the front door, and she tested her weight on the first one. The wood creaked but held, and she went up, 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 to see what awaited her in this dilapidated house she'd bought. 3 more bedrooms up here, 2 on the front of the house and 1 on the back, with 2 bathrooms and a massive multi-purpose room, which at the moment only held a pool table. Huge windows. Great views. In Charlotte's mind, she could see this place as it should be, with fresh plants in each room, happy laughter, and a yard with trees, grass, benches, and bushes. As she looked down from the windows on the second floor, she could see where the yard had once been defined, but the wild grasses and years of neglect had taken over, leaving behind what resembled a jungle more than anything. It mirrored how she felt inside, actually. Years of neglect. Years of thinking certain things were important, only to find out they weren't. Years invested into a man and a marriage, wasted. Yes, she felt very wild and jungly on the inside, and she hoped it would be as easy to straighten up her life as it would be to rip out overgrown bushes, cut back unwanted trees, and pull out the weeds in the yard. That was all Hunter was, a weed she'd removed from her life. Well, technically he'd removed himself, but Charlotte didn't need to get technical. She opened the window on the second floor and took in another breath of the salty air. Oh, yes. She could put her life back together, one piece at a time, while she did the same thing for this house. They could both get a second chance. What about Dawson? The thought annoyed her, but she couldn't brush it away. He doesn't own this house. He has no right to stay here. But there had been something desperate in his expression when he'd asked. And if there was anyone who understood what it was like to be desperate, it was Charlotte. Her stomach growled, and she decided she'd make her decision about Dawson once she saw what he stocked his fridge with. An hour later, she pulled a ham and cheese quiche from the oven, proud of herself for putting a meal together. After her life had literally fell apart, she either didn't eat or grabbed something and ate it in the car. She couldn't remember the last time she cooked or sat at a table to eat, but she was going to do both tonight. The sunlight glinting off the water as it set caught her eye, and a new plan formed in her mind. She sliced herself a piece of the steaming quiche and put it on a paper plate she found in the cupboard. Dawson clearly didn't own dishes, which was probably a good thing since the sink didn't seem to be in great shape. Her to-do list for tomorrow grew as she mentally added "buy dishes" to it, but she pushed it to the back of her mind. That was tomorrow, and yes, she had a lot to do, but tonight she could enjoy the sunset and a home-cooked meal. As she took her first bite of the quiche, she felt more relaxed than she had in a long, long time, even before her marriage dissolved and her husband left. Yes, everything here in Getaway Bay was going to be different. She was going to be different. The next day, Charlotte woke to absolute silence. It was odd but welcome at the same time. Since she'd lived in a very busy tourist area on South Carolina's premier island vacation spot, it was never quiet. She drew in a deep breath and kept her eyes closed. Today, she'd get into town and get her own groceries, dishes, and home goods she needed. Her eyes snapped open and she pushed the covers back to get out of bed. She'd meant to unpack her interview clothes last night, but after she'd stuffed herself full of quiche, watched the sunset, and rocked herself into a doze in Dawson's hammock, she'd forgotten. She'd stumbled to bed after dark, but before he'd returned, if he'd even come back. She never did text him to let him know one way or the other. A pinch of guilt hit her in the chest, but it wasn't enough to derail her focus. The black pencil skirt definitely had some wrinkles in it, but she didn't think this house would have an iron in it. She snapped it straight and hung it up, intending to take it into the bathroom with her when she showered so the steam could aid in getting it in even better shape. The blouse was a simple white and yellow checkered garment, and she'd chosen it for the interview because it felt like something one would wear in sunny Hawaii. It was cotton and normally traveled well, but this huge trip hadn't been kind to it. She hung it up too and took both hangers with her into the bathroom. Since Dawson had taken the bedroom and bathroom downstairs, Charlotte had chosen the one in the back corner above the kitchen. It was easily the biggest bedroom, with an attached bathroom. Dawson, if he'd come back last night, was in the opposite corner of the house. Her reflection showed her that the jet lag had caught up to her. Good thing you made room for all your makeup, because she was going to need it to make herself look human. She closed the door and hung her skirt and blouse on the back and turned on the shower. 40 minutes later, she looked and felt less like a zombie, and she shouldered her purse and went downstairs. The quiche had been cleaned up, but she hadn't done it. She stilled in the kitchen and took in the scene. Someone had definitely been there. "Morning." She spun at the sound of Dawson's deep voice. "You didn't text last night, and all my stuff's here." He loitered in the doorway, wearing a pair of athletic shorts and a t-shirt that showed off his impressive muscles. Did he flap his arms to power the helicopter? Because, wow. "Sorry," she said. "Jet lag is a real thing." Dawson chuckled and nodded. "I see you found the food." "Yeah, well, I figured that was the least you could provide in this situation." "Definitely, yeah." His voice sounded a bit fake, but he didn't show anything on his face. "Is this going to be a situation?" Charlotte didn't know if she had room in her life to deal with any situations at all. "Why don't you have a place to live again?" He reached up and rubbed his hand up the back of his neck. "It's complicated." Boy, if anyone understood complicated, Charlotte did. She tried not to let her heart bleed for this guy. She didn't know him, and he wasn't her responsibility. "How long will it be complicated?" "It's hard to say. I'd need a few more weeks, probably." A definite edge of desperation crept into his expression, the same as she'd seen last night. "I suppose I can put your muscles to use for a few weeks. You said you don't work every day, right?" "I'm off all day today." "I have a lot to do in town," she said, "and a job interview later this afternoon."
"Ah, so that's why you've got the business attire on."
His eyes slid down her body and back to her eyes, and Charlotte wished the gaze didn't feel like it was made of lasers. But her whole body lit up, and she shifted her feet to keep her emotions contained. She was not interested in finding another man. No boyfriends, and definitely not husbands. Dawson didn't seem like the marrying type anyway, but he was quite handsome. "Yes," she said. "So maybe you could—"
"Where are you interviewing?"
She cocked her head, not appreciating the interruption, but she let it go. She didn't need to be friends with Dawson. Your title forever?
The bridal place?
It's a full-service wedding planning company, she said, her voice with quite a bit of bite. Why she felt defensive, she wasn't sure. She didn't own the company or even work there.
You come from that business?
He asked. I come from indoor and outdoor design, yes, she said. I've worked with wedding planners, hotels, and gardens. She watched him for any sign of respect or appreciation. He grinned at her and nodded.
No wonder you bought a house that's one stiff wind away from falling down.
Charlotte couldn't help the laugh that burst from her mouth. Well, you're the one who's been staying here. What would you have done had the roof come caving in from the wind? He laughed too and shook his head. I'm going to fix this place up, she said, the inside and the outside. If you're not working today, you can start outside.
And do what exactly?
Is there a lawnmower here? Maybe you could mow what's supposed to be the yard, and then I'll have a better idea of the blueprint.
Yeah, sure, I can do that.
And if you want me to get you anything at the store, you can text me. She picked up the paper towel with the purple writing on it and quickly sent him a text. That's my number. When she looked at him again, he was leaning in the doorway with his arms folded, watching her with a glint in his eyes she didn't understand. Okay, I'm going to go, she said, edging toward the front door. My ride should be here in a few minutes.
Are you going to buy a car?
Depends on if I get a job in town or not.
Did you call a cab?
No, I contracted with a car service for a few days.
Which one?
Your ride?
Best on the island,
he said, as if she'd change companies if he didn't approve. She flashed him a tight smile and left the house. Sure enough, a shiny black car waited behind his huge SUV, and Charlotte slipped into the back seat. Thank you, she said, swiping her hair off her face. Of course. Where are we going today? The woman in the front seat wore a nice smile and her long black hair in several braids. I need a grocery store, she said, where I can get things like dishes and towels, too. So, Sunshine Market, the woman said. Sure, sounds great. Honestly, anything with sunshine in the title appealed to Charlotte. The woman made small talk by first introducing herself as Ine and then giving details about the island, the buildings they passed, and the downtown area. She pulled up to the Sunshine Market, which looked like the big box department stores she was used to back home. Home. The thought echoed through her mind, and she corrected herself that this was home now. This island, not the one off the coast of South Carolina. This store, not the one she knew like the back of her hand. Take as long as you need, Ine said.
I'm yours all day today.
Thank you. Charlotte got out of the car, the heat lifting off the asphalt in the parking lot. She faced the store, somehow committing to staying in Getaway Bay and making a life here by buying something. She replaced Dawson's ham and cheese and eggs, as well as filled her cart with fruit, vegetables, yogurt, and anything else that caught her eye and looked good. She bought towels, dishes, paper towels, and everything she needed to make the house into a home. Ine helped her put everything in the trunk, and then Charlotte asked, Is there a hardware store here?
3, ma'am.
I need some basics. Charlotte had done several home improvement projects, and being several minutes from town and without a car, and a job, she needed to get to work. She liked being busy, and sitting in Dawson's hammock while he worked wasn't going to happen again. By the time she finished getting paint, tools, and a few yard items, her stomach was growling like an angry bear. With hardly any room left in the trunk, she said, Lunch?
What are you in the mood for?
Ine didn't seem to notice the sun at all, but Charlotte felt like she was melting. Something local, Charlotte said, enjoying the vibe across the street. The beach sat right there, with lots of colored umbrellas and people. A boardwalk went along the road with food and drink stalls in the sand, with bikini-clad women and men in board shorts. Families played in the sand, and more moved along the boardwalk under a copse of trees that led somewhere else.
"That's East Bay," Inez said, coming to stand beside Charlotte. "It's the beachier side of the dual bays. Getaway Bay is over there, and a big piece of the beach is private to the hotels and bed and breakfasts."
Charlotte nodded like she'd come here to lounge on the beach, but she had her own private beach right between both bays. "Where's your title forever?" she asked.
Inez pointed east. "It's down on the end of the beach there. They do have a private area for their weddings."
"I have a job interview there in an hour." She faced Inez. "But maybe some really great fish tacos first." She smiled, and it felt like the first genuine smile she'd used since Hunter had sat her down to talk to her.
"Oh, I know just the place for that. And they're fast, too."
Inez opened the door and got behind the wheel. They made a quick 5-minute drive over to a parking lot on the other side of the street, and Inez led her to a taco stand that had been established in a mobile home.
"They have the best fish tacos here."
She joined the line behind Charlotte, who was still searching for a sign. "What's this place called?"
"Manny's."
"There's no sign."
"All the locals know about it."
And Charlotte was going to be a local, another thought that brought a true smile to her face. Chapter 4. After putting on his running shoes, Dawson left the lawn for later and headed through a path in the grass and weeds toward the steps at the back of the property. Down 22 of them sat the beach, and once on the sand, Dawson stretched using the bottom stair. The scent of the morning sea air drove away any cares he had, and that was Charlotte. He hadn't quite known what to do when she didn't text him last night. But all of his belongings were in the house, and he deserved to at least get those. At least that was what he'd told himself. Charlotte hadn't been anywhere to be found when he'd finally landed his bird and returned to the house. She'd obviously taken a room upstairs, and when he heard her heels coming down the staircase, he'd come out of his room. He'd taken a bite or two of her quiche, which she'd left on the counter, and her skill in the kitchen had only convinced him that he wanted to stay in her house. Problem was, he was attracted to Charlotte Madsen, but the vibe he'd gotten from her was closed off. Not available, though he'd already checked for a wedding band and she didn't wear one. He pushed out his breath, wishing Charlotte's pretty face would go as easily as the air. He got his feet moving, focused on his breath, and finally it was just him, the sea, the sand, and the sky. Exactly the way he liked it. An hour later, he stood in front of the shed, thinking Sinclair and Bridget had played a prank on him. Boxes lined the back half, and he wondered what in the world could possibly be in them. Thankfully, a lawnmower was closer to the front, and Dawson heaved it out of the shed. It took gas, but he couldn't find a gas can in the shed, nor would the mower start. He thought it might be easier to simply go buy another one than to try to turn into a mechanic and figure out what was wrong with this dinosaur. He knew some tricks to engine care from his time in the Air Force, but he didn't feel like doing the diagnostic work just to mow the lawn. He hopped in his Land Rover and headed down the road to the highway. The interesting thing about this road was that no one lived on it. Plenty of houses backed close to both sides of it, but they were in different neighborhoods with fences, and there was some forested areas as well. It almost created a small bluff over the beach, whereas most of the other properties went right down to the sand, no steps needed. He bought a lawnmower at the nearest hardware store and returned to the house to mark where the lawn was. He'd showered, taken a nap, and made himself a ham sandwich in the middle of the afternoon before Charlotte returned. "Grass looks great," she said when she found him in the living room. She collapsed onto the couch facing the windows and kicked her heels off.
"How did the interview go?"
He tried not to stare at her, but he liked her pretty freckles, and her hair that was several shades lighter than the coppery shine of a penny. "You know what? It went pretty good." She turned her head toward him and smiled. "I'm so tired. It can't still be jet lag, can it?"
"I'm sure it can. Where did you come from?"
"South Carolina." She closed her eyes and her breathing evened. Dawson wanted to ask her why she'd literally flew across the country and then the ocean to come to Getaway Bay, but he had a feeling he already knew. She was escaping. After all, no one bought a house in this location, in the condition it was in, if they wanted people to know where they were so they could come visit. No, Charlotte wouldn't have guests, which only made Dawson want to stay in her house longer. "What did you do before you came here?" she asked without opening her eyes.
"I was a pilot in the Air Force."
She sat up and looked at him. "Really?"
"Is that hard to believe?"
She blinked, but he couldn't read anything in her eyes. "No, I suppose not." "Did you move around a lot?"
"A fair bit, yeah."
"Did you like it? Hard on families, I've heard."
If there was one thing Dawson didn't have, it was a family. His teeth ground together, but he managed to say, "It was okay."
"So no family?"
"I mean, I have a mom and dad,"
he said.
"2 younger brothers. They all live in the San Diego area where I was born."
"Have you ever lived somewhere cold?" she asked.
"Sure,"
he said.
"Scott Air Force Base is in Illinois, and it gets pretty cold there in the winter. Same at the Air Force Academy in Colorado."
"I grew up in Georgia," she said. "Never had a snow day."
"But a great accent,"
he said, smiling at her and finally identifying the slight drawl in her voice that had been plaguing him all day. Their eyes met, and something sharp leapt between them. Didn't it? Dawson couldn't think of a single thing to say, and Charlotte wasn't offering anything in the way of conversation either. Could she feel this attraction between them, or did she simply not want to say anything with her accent? Foolishness raced through Dawson, and he broke the connection between them by looking away. "I have a million things to be brought in," she said. "Would you mind helping?" Dawson practically shot to his feet.
"Sure thing."
He led the way to the front door and almost yanked it off the hinges with the force with which he opened it. Why had he said anything about her accent? Was that flirting? He'd been out of the dating game for a while, and even before then he hadn't been that great at it. The car service she used had left the car, and he turned back to her.
"Did you buy this car?"
She laughed, the sound flitting away into the huge sky above the house. "No, but I did ask if I could keep it and bring it back later this week. Ine called in, and someone came to get her." She clicked a button on the fob, and the trunk popped open. Dawson and Charlotte stepped over to it at the same time, and he sucked in a breath.
"Well, at least I know you don't exaggerate."
The trunk was filled with everything from paint rollers, putty, milk in a temperature-controlled bag, and cold cuts. He was tired from the late night, the run on the beach, and the fight with the lawnmower, but he filled his arms with everything he could carry and headed back toward the house. Something told him that there would be little time off with Charlotte around, and surprisingly, he didn't mind all that much. JJ sat at a table in the break room, and Dawson joined him, their first flight not for another 45 minutes.
"Morning,"
he said, wondering how he could bring up Charlotte without bringing her up.
"Yeah, it's another morning."
JJ took a long drink from his coffee mug.
"Late night? Boston thinks nighttime is when he's supposed to be awake."
JJ leaned back and closed his eyes.
"Britt's up with them most of the time, but then I feel guilty and get up too." "Sorry."
Dawson didn't know what else to say. He didn't have kids, though he'd seriously considered them at one point. Exactly one point, and well, she didn't want a husband in the Air Force.
"Hey, real quick,"
he said.
"Do you know of any places to rent?"
JJ opened his eyes, and they were red and bleary.
"The house isn't working out?" "Well, it was, but someone bought it, and yeah."
"Someone bought that place?"
"Apparently she's a real fixer-upper."
Dawson lifted his own mug to his lips.
"I need to find a new place."
Because he wanted to go see Charlotte and the house as it improved. He wanted to take her to dinner and not sleep one floor below her. He had a feeling she would require him to go real slow, and living together, she wouldn't date him and allow that.
You've got the app. I hate the app.
Dawson had tried to look at it that morning before work, but he couldn't tell what was a legit apartment for rent and what was an ad.
I'll just go to the online rental board. Sure, that works too. JJ yawned and stood up. I'm going to go take a cat nap. Come get me in 30.
Dawson nodded and looked out the window to the water beyond. He didn't feel like flying tours today, and he had 4 of them. 4 two-hour tours where he'd have to be funny and pleasant and knowledgeable, when all he wanted to do was find somewhere else to live. At least Stephen had brought in donuts that morning, and Dawson helped himself to a couple while the lobby on the other side of the door filled up with people checking in. He'd already gone through the pre-flight checks on his helicopter, but with 20 minutes to go, he went outside and ran through the list again. People liked to see the pilot in the aircraft they'd be in, and he took 5 minutes to check the rental boards really quick. He didn't need much room, but he did need furniture. That sometimes limited him in his options, but he found a place and sent off a text about coming to look at it. Then his alarm went off, and he hopped out of the pilot's chair to go wake JJ. 10 minutes later, they went outside to their respective tour lines and greeted their customers. Dawson put a smile on his face, though he had a group of guys in his first tour that annoyed him on sight. Young men, probably in their mid-20s, clearly on some sort of bro trip. Maybe a bachelor party that had been extended. One of them thought he was the comedian of the group and kept saying stupid stuff about dying over the water. With them was a family of 3, Mom, Dad, and a teenage girl. They didn't say anything. All the seats have good views, Dawson said. So go ahead and follow me and I'll show you the safety requirements at the helicopter. He went over how to latch the belt, where the life jackets were in the rare event that they did have to make a water landing. He was very careful not to say the word crash, and gestured to his beloved aircraft. So go ahead and choose your seat, get strapped in, and we'll get in the air. He waited while the passengers climbed in, glad when the family took the front seat so at least the joking and laughing and idiocy would be somewhat muted behind him. We're flying with a solo pilot today, he said as he got into the cockpit. Sometimes he had a co-pilot, but as it was still quite warm and still a high tourist season, they flew every copter they had with every pilot available. I flew in the Air Force for 20 years, he said. Everything from helicopters to F-5s. First thing we're going to do is get the blades going. He started the helicopter, the roar of the engine causing a rumble in the seat beneath them. Comfort washed over him and he relaxed. There was nowhere he'd rather be than in the cockpit of something that flew. He was born to do it, and while he'd made some choices in his life he wished he could go back and fix, learning to fly and a career in the Air Force was not part of them. As he eased his helicopter off the pad, he wondered what Charlotte was doing that day. The way she'd infiltrated his thoughts wasn't lost on him, and he wondered if he'd choose a job over her if it came down to it. He pushed the past away, pushed Charlotte away, pushed away the pressing need to find somewhere else to live as the scene before him became mostly water with the island on his right. He had to concentrate to fly if he didn't want to use the life jackets on board. On your left, if you look out along the horizon, you'll see a tiny bump of an island. He slipped into his tour narrator voice, ready to perform for the next several hours. Sometimes it's there and sometimes it's not, depending on the ocean levels. Chapter 5. Charlotte had paint everywhere. Her hands, her face, her clothes. But the kitchen looked brand new, with a pretty butter yellow paint on the walls with white on the trim, ceiling, and cabinets. She stood as far back as she could so she could still see the whole room and pushed out a happy sigh. "Looks good," she said to herself. It had been 5 days since her interview at Your Title Forever, and she hadn't heard a single word. She'd taken the car back to Your Ride the next day, and she'd gotten to work on the house. It was clean from top to bottom, and now the kitchen was done. The red-orange tiles on the floor looked great when they were shined up, and everything gleamed with the addition of fresh paint and a little elbow grease. A plumber, A real one was set to come early next week to look at the sink, and other than that, Charlotte was ready to move on to the next project. She'd hesitated, though, only making lists and not plans to begin. She had quite a bit of money from the divorce settlement, and she received monthly alimony payments as well, but she needed a job if she was going to keep remodeling this house. Maybe you should call them, she thought, not for the first time. But she didn't want to seem pushy, and she thought her resume spoke for itself. Besides, it was Friday, and surely they were busy on the weekends with weddings and more weddings. Hope Sorensen, the owner of Your Title Forever, had been very clear about that. Weekends are a must. You get 2 off per year, and you need to put in for them months in advance. She'd tucked her dark hair behind her ear while she spoke, and she watched Charlotte as if working weekends would be new. But in the tourist and customer service industry, Charlotte felt like she worked all the time. Middle of the night, holidays, weekends. This would be no different. She washed her hands in the bathroom Dawson used and found her phone in the formal living room where she'd just left it. Just a quick phone call, just to know. Listening to the line ring at Your Title Forever felt like torture, and when a chirpy woman answered, "How can I help you find your title forever?" Charlotte wanted to gag and then hang up. How could she even consider working for a company that had such an optimistic view of marriage? Be around all those brides day in and day out? Every weekend, she told herself. "Hi," she said. "It's Charlotte Madsen. I'm wondering if Hope is in today?" "She is." "Oh, great. Could you transfer me to her?" "What can I tell her the call is about?" "A job," Charlotte said, nervous now that she had to explain her call to a gatekeeper. "I interviewed earlier this week, and I'm just wondering." "Hold, please." Flowing, frilly music filled the line, and Charlotte pressed her eyes closed in an attempt to calm down and contain the desperation diving through her. "Charlotte, I'm so glad you called." Hope's voice oozed honey, and Charlotte pictured her sitting behind that power desk in her cute skirt set. "It's been crazy here this week, but I did have you down to come in for a second interview." "Oh, that's great," Charlotte said, relief rushing in to take the place of her desperation. "When would you like to schedule that?" "My schedule is wide open," she said, wanting to make a quip about coming in that weekend, but she bit the words back. "How about Tuesday morning? Those are generally pretty slow for me." "Sure. What time?" "Let's do 10. Charlotte thanked Hope and hung up, more elated now than she had been 5 minutes ago. She kicked herself for not calling earlier, but quickly decided she wasn't going to beat herself up over anything. She didn't need to anymore. She didn't have Hunter hounding her for the way she waited too long, or that she'd somehow weeded their front flower bed wrong, or that she should have said something different to the guy at the golf course so he'd hire her. She drew in a deep breath and said, "You got a second interview," and she was proud of that. The days passed quickly, with her spending her time on the lawn and garden surrounding the house. It was free to pull weeds and dig out old bushes, so she spent her time there instead of her money on interior projects. Dawson worked weekends too, it turned out, but he did help her get out a particularly stubborn stump on Monday. They spoke a little bit, with small talk about their lives and families. Nothing too personal, which suited Charlotte just fine. She liked Dawson, and in any other circumstance she might have been interested. The way her heart pumped when he came in the room told her she was interested in him, but she kept reminding it that it had been broken and didn't get to make decisions anymore. On Tuesday morning, she entered the kitchen wearing a long black dress with big gold flowers on it to find Dawson eating a bowl of cereal at the counter. He whistled and she did a little twirl. "Second interview this morning," he said, looking mighty fine in his dark jeans and black polo that had a tiny helicopter stitched over his heart. He wore the same thing to work every time he went, and Charlotte liked the consistency of it. "Yes," she said, placing one hand over her stomach as she contemplated eating. "I'm so nervous." "You've got this." He got up and put his bowl in the sink, rinsing it before turning back to her.
I found an apartment. I'll be out of your hair by this time next week.
Oh! Surprise and sadness whirled through her at the same time. That's great, Dawson. He nodded, his arms folded across his chest as if he was keeping something back from her.
It's a nice place. You should come see it.
Yeah, sure. She picked up a bunch of bananas and plucked one off the bunch. He stepped closer to her, causing her to look up into his handsome face. She lost herself for a moment in his dreamy eyes, before blinking and leaning against the counter to put a bit of space between them.
I'm wondering if you'd go to dinner with me,
he said, his voice barely above a whisper. His eyes shone with hope, and the spark that had been between them all this time roared into a full-fledged flame. Charlotte's mind reeled. I'm not really in the dating frame of mind, she blurted out.
Yeah, I worked that out,
he said. One hand dropped, his fingers barely brushing hers but sending a shower of fireworks through her system.
We'll go slow. Dinner. Or lunch. We can even do it here at the house after I move out.
They hadn't really shared any meal times together, not with his insane schedule. She never saw him eat anything but breakfast, and he claimed to eat in town or at work before he came back. After you move out, she echoed.
Yeah,
he said, tipping even closer as if he'd kiss her. Fear flowed through her now with the strength of river rapids. He could not kiss her. She was not ready for that. She froze, and he seemed to pick up on the hint.
I got a place as quickly as I could,
he said.
Because I don't think we should start something while we're roommates.
Start something? Charlotte couldn't even think beyond those words.
I'm going to be late.
He moved out of the kitchen, leaving the scent of his cologne behind him.
I'll see you later.
The front door had opened and closed before Charlotte turned and said, Yeah, see you later. She took her banana and went out on the deck, her mind spinning with the last 5 minutes of her life. She ate the fruit, but she didn't remember peeling it. Her mind felt numb, much the same way it had after Hunter had said he'd met someone else and wanted a divorce. Was she really considering a dinner date with Dawson Dane? I got a place as quickly as I could. Warmth filled her, and she lifted her head high. So Hunter had stolen something from her, that much was true. But she obviously still had something that was attractive to a man, and she turned to head outside, ready to crush this second interview. Half an hour later, she sat with her ankles crossed, her portfolio dormant on her lap. She'd brought it last time, too, pictures and sketches of her projects over the years, but Hope hadn't even asked to see it. Charlotte was determined to show it to her today, make her understand that Charlotte could take their already thriving business to the next level, for the type of bride who deserved a custom package. Charlotte? The perky woman who answered the phone stood from behind the counter where she worked. Hope is ready for you now. She wore a fit and flare dress that screamed the color of pink bubble gum, with a busy pattern Charlotte hadn't been able to identify in yellows, blues, whites, and purples. Thank you. Charlotte stood, finally making out ice cream cones as she approached Riley, the girl at the desk. She followed her down a hallway that had probably never seen dust and into the same office she'd entered last week. Hope lifted one hand to indicate she was on the phone, and then she said, We'll make it happen, Libby. We need those flowers by Friday morning. She set her cell down on her desk and motioned Charlotte in with a Thank you, Riley. She stood and shook Charlotte's hand. Good morning, Charlotte. Morning, Hope. Charlotte tacked on a smile, hoping it looked genuine and professional at the same time. I brought my portfolio for you to see. She extended the leather folder and Hope took it. The dark-haired woman didn't open it. She studied Charlotte for a moment and wiped a wisp of her hair that had fallen from her messy bun. I've worked weddings before, Charlotte said, adjusting her blouse after she sat. Stressful events sometimes. Tell me, Hope said. What would you do if your floral supplier called 3 days before one of the biggest weddings of the season and said they couldn't deliver the flowers you'd ordered 4 months ago? Charlotte let several beats of silence go by as she considered the right way to answer. Once, I'd been commissioned to build a set for a movie that was being shot on Carter's Cove. She paused to see if Hope would allow a side story. She seemed receptive, so Charlotte continued. It required a lot of different elements, and one of them was a roll of colored plastic that I'd ordered far in advance. It never came, and when I called to find out about it, I couldn't get an answer as to when it would arrive. She smiled and tucked her hair, wishing she hadn't cut it to such an odd length. It wasn't long enough to brush over her shoulder and have it stay, nor short enough not to annoy her. She supposed that was what happened when one cut their own hair, after midnight, in a wild state of mind that demanded everything about them change before morning. So I said about what you just did, that I needed it by a certain date as promised. Then I started making contingency plans, because the bride doesn't really care where their flowers come from as long as they're there, as promised. And that's our job, to deliver what's promised to who we promised it to. Hope watched her for a breath past comfortable. What happened with the plastic? I found it at an office supplies store a 4-hour drive, plus a ferry ride away from Carter's Cove. I sent my husband— She almost choked on the word, but managed to finish with, to get it. Oh, you're married? Hope's eyes flickered to Charlotte's left hand, where she was sure an indentation of her wedding ring would be visible. She'd never taken it off, even in the hottest weather, even while doing the messiest projects. No, she said quickly. Not anymore. She offered a smile she hoped would be supportive and waited for the next question. Hope nodded and tapped the portfolio. But you're okay working with happy couples? I understand what that feels like, Charlotte said. I'm happy for them, even if it didn't work out for me. So maybe that was a lie, but probably just a tiny one. It didn't really matter what she believed about the institution of marriage. She needed a job, and she was well suited for this one. Hope finally opened the portfolio, and she pulled in a tight breath. What is this? That's a custom arch and altar I designed and built for my niece's wedding, she said, leaning forward and glad she'd thought to put this particular project first in the folder. Sometimes it can get quite windy on the island, Carter's Cove, that is, and she was getting married on the beach. I'd seen arches and altars get destroyed by the wind, and I was determined hers would be rock solid. She pointed to the wide base of the arch. We used heavy wood at the bottom and filled it with quick-drying concrete once it was in place on the beach. The upper part was a lattice, which makes it lighter, and we wove the flowers through clear floral netting as we stapled them to the arch, so not a single petal was lost. Charlotte heard the pride in her voice, but she didn't try to tame it. If she couldn't be proud of the work she'd accomplished in the past during a job interview, when could she? Hope traced one finger down the sketch and flipped the page, where a full-color photo of the arch and altar waited. Oh, they're beautiful. She glanced up. What do you do with them when the wedding is over? Since they're custom pieces, it was part of the contract that they wouldn't be used again. Jen kept the arch and put it in her backyard, and the altar got redecorated for the next project. I think it was a bench for part of Santa's village that year. Custom packages, Hope murmured. I've looked through what you do here at your title forever, Charlotte said, deciding to be brave and take a chance. It's all great, Hope, it really is. I can see why you're booked out for 8 months. You have a great clientele right now, but what if we could attract the kind of couples and families that want high-end but still sand beneath their feet? Interest shone in Hope's eyes. And you think you can customize the decor and the experience for each bride? Each bride willing to buy the custom package, she clarified. We'd meet, talk about needs and wants and colors and budget. Everything would be tailored to them. There are some women who like that. Just because Charlotte wasn't one of them didn't mean there weren't people out there who would pay anything to have a type of flower no one else had ever had at their wedding. "And if we can't attract that kind of bride?" Hope asked. "Then I'll make the calls about the flowers you need by Friday," Charlotte said. "I can build almost anything, and I'm an expert decorator. I have a pastry certification as well." She stopped talking as she'd started to feel that desperation again, and she didn't want it to creep into her voice. Hope leafed through her portfolio, admiring several sketches and photos. Several minutes passed, and she finally got to the end, where Charlotte had put in copies of her certifications and a list of her special skills. "You really do have a lead carpenter certification." "I bought the house on Cinder Road simply to fix it up," Charlotte said. "I can't build a house from nothing, but I can make an old one look new. And I can build almost any piece of furniture you need, but my real specialty is in arches and altars, obviously." She indicated the portfolio, which had shown some interior remodels. She had mainly focused on the wedding work she'd done. Hope closed the portfolio and stood up, her skirt set today done in a color halfway between navy and eggplant. "Charlotte, you've got the job." Charlotte grinned, shook Hope's hand, and took the employment packet from Riley, promising to bring it back the next day and figure out when she could start. She exited to bright sunlight and sand almost at her feet, and the scent of salt air in her nose. Excitement poured through her, and she released a laugh. She wanted to tell someone, celebrate that she'd gotten this job. The only person she could think of to call was Dawson. So she did. Chapter 6. Dawson stared at his phone, trying to make sense of the name on the screen. Charlotte. He knew who she was, but he didn't know why she was calling him. "You gonna answer that?" JJ took another bite of his turkey sandwich, the food that Stephen had brought in that day. "Yeah." He grabbed the phone and left his sandwich. "Yes." He stood and walked away before swiping open the call, only a moment before it would have gone to voicemail. "Charlotte?" Maybe the house had fallen down. It was pretty windy today. "I got the job," she said, her voice loud and full of glee. He smiled, her joy infecting him through the phone line. "That's great. I knew you'd get it." I didn't know who to call, and yours is pretty much the only number I have in my phone." She exhaled, the sound full of exhilaration. "Anyway, what time will you be back tonight?" "I get off at 7, he said. The last tour flew out at 4, and he'd be back on land at 6, with another hour to get his helicopter tuned up and ready for the night. "I'm making dinner," she said. "I don't know what yet, but there will be a cake." Dawson wanted to ask if this was their date, but he bit back the words, very aware that JJ sat only a few paces away and had probably heard every word he'd said. "A celebration calls for cake," he said. "I could pick one up if you'd like." "I have a great recipe for this lemon cake," she said, and Dawson lost his appetite for sweets. He thought if someone was to go to all the trouble of making a cake, it should at least have chocolate. "Sounds great," he said anyway, chalking the little fib up to kindness. "Can I call you if I need you to stop and grab anything on the way back?" "Sure," he said. "But I can't answer when I'm flying, and I've got 2 more tours this afternoon." "I'll leave a message." "All right." Dawson turned from the window, and, sure enough, JJ watched him, his sandwich gone now. If Dawson didn't get back to his lunch, JJ would probably eat it too. "Talk to you later." He hung up and rejoined his friend at the table. "The woman I'm staying with for a few more days." "Have you signed a lease then?" "Sort of." JJ raised his eyebrows and reached for a bag of chips. "I can't sign until the end of the month," he said. "I'm going over on Wednesday next week. Moving next Saturday. And you're doing something with this Charlotte tonight after work?" Dawson stuffed a huge bite of turkey and bread in his mouth and shook his head. In the time it took him to chew and swallow, though, he really hoped tonight was something instead of nothing. But JJ didn't need to know that. Charlotte either. He'd already said too much to her, and the picture of her shocked face from that morning when he'd asked her out and then told her he was moving flashed through his mind.
"No,"
he said after he'd swallowed.
"She got a job and she's making a cake. It's not anything."
JJ let the subject drop, but Dawson's mind spun around Charlotte's phone call. He didn't have all the details yet, but something traumatic had happened in her past, her recent past, if her sudden appearance in Getaway Bay was any indication. By the time he rumbled up to the house in his Land Rover, darkness had started to stain the sky a navy blue. The sunset from this vantage point on the island never got old, and Dawson took one last minute to enjoy it before going inside. The scent of sugar hung in the air, and if he didn't know better, chocolate, he said as he stepped into the kitchen to find her putting the finishing touches on a cake covered in chocolate frosting.
"Looks amazing,"
he said, drinking her in before switching his gaze to the cake before she caught him admiring her. "I was hoping you'd grill." She indicated a plate of seasoned steaks.
"Wow, you pulled out all the stops."
He scanned the counter and found homemade coleslaw, 2 bags of chips, and as he watched, she stepped over to the oven and pulled out a sheet tray with cheesy baked potatoes on it. His mouth watered, and his gaze drifted back to Charlotte.
"I'm going to regret this in the morning, aren't I?"
She laughed, her head falling back a little to expose that slender neck. Dawson's blood heated, and he grabbed the plate of steaks and backed away from her. Maybe he simply hadn't been out with a woman in too long. Sure, he'd go if JJ set him up, but none of those women had even come close to exciting him. But Charlotte lit every fuse in him, and he went out onto the deck without a way to start the grill. He took a deep breath, hoping the fresh air would clear his head before going back inside to get a lighter. Charlotte wasn't in the kitchen, but Dawson didn't look for her. They were obviously having dinner and dessert tonight, and he wondered if he should bring up his invitation from that morning. But he'd been hoping to move out before he started dating her.
"So this isn't a date,"
he said as the flames roared to life on the grill. He closed the top and added,
"It's just a celebration meal because she got a job."
This lie felt like a real lie to himself, not one done out of kindness to preserve someone's feelings. No matter what he labeled this dinner, it was going to be a date. He watched the temperature gauge on the grill and put the steaks on when it reached 400 degrees. After setting a timer on his phone, he moved over to the hammock and sank into it, a low groan coming from deep in his core. He shouldn't be so stiff and tired from sitting in a chair all day. His exhaustion was mental, not physical, as it did take a lot of brain power to fly a complicated machine like a helicopter, tell jokes, and dispense Hawaiian history over and over again. At least he had tomorrow off. He wondered what Charlotte would be doing, when she'd start her new job, and if they could spend the day together. Those thoughts rotated and softened as Dawson started to doze. The scent of smoke and something burning filled his nose at the same time his timer went off, startling him back to full consciousness. He got out of the hammock and hurried over to the grill, his senses on full alert now. He flipped the steaks and set another timer, but he didn't go back to the hammock. Everything else was ready, and they were just waiting on him to eat dinner. With the steaks done, he flipped off the propane and entered the house. "Ready," he called. The plate had been on the counter beside the twice-baked potatoes for 5 seconds when Charlotte came rushing downstairs. Her hair was damp, and she combed her fingers through it. Dawson couldn't help staring at her with those strawberry blonde locks, that bright coral-colored shirt, and those shorts. He swallowed and tore his eyes from the length of her bare legs, half wishing she'd wore a longer pair of shorts. Or maybe he didn't. "Looks great." She smiled at him and pulled out real dishes. He'd been using the bowls for his cereal in the morning, and he pulled open the silverware drawer to get out real forks and knives. They moved around one another, not speaking, as they scooped coleslaw onto their plates, and Charlotte opened both bags of chips, and Dawson took the largest, cheesiest potato for himself. Instead of sitting at the bar where he usually did, he followed Charlotte to the dining room table, only a few steps from the sliding doors that led to the deck. She'd placed the cake there, along with a couple of small plates and 2 more forks. She sat on the end facing the windows, and Dawson sat to her right, his knee practically touching hers underneath the table. His stomach felt so tight, and he wasn't sure he'd be able to swallow anything, though he hadn't eaten for hours and hours. "Steak sauce," she said, jumping up from the table and returning to the fridge. She returned with the bottle and set it on the table between them. "What are you doing tomorrow?"
"Look,"
he said.
"I just have to know." He was going to regret asking her, he was sure. "Is this the dinner date, or are we just—"
He didn't know how to finish the sentence. He wanted to be her friend, sure, but the kind that held hands as they got to know each other, as they cuddled together on the couch and watched the sunset. That kind of friend really interested him when it came to Charlotte. "I got divorced 4 months ago," she said, forking up a bite of coleslaw. "My husband met another woman while we were still married and decided he liked her more than me." When she met his eyes, Dawson saw vulnerability mixed in with the hurt. "I didn't come here to start dating."
"Okay,"
he said, because what else was there? He wasn't going to push himself on her when she clearly wasn't ready. He cut off a corner of his steak and reached for the bottle of sauce. At least he hadn't overcooked the meat, because that would be a real slap in the face, as if her words hadn't stung enough. "What about you?" she asked.
"What about me?"
"Ever been married?"
She took that bite of coleslaw and watched him with those gorgeous seafoam green eyes. He might have imagined the slight blush in her face that made her freckles stand out a bit more. "No," he said.
"By choice?"
"Isn't it always by choice?"
"Well, some people don't have much opportunity to meet someone, so maybe not."
His throat seized. Was he really going to tell her about Janet so soon? "I suppose I had an opportunity and it didn't work out."
"Oh?"
"We all have regrets,"
he said, hoping that would close the conversation for now.
"I'm off tomorrow. When do you start work at the wedding planner?"
"I have to take the paperwork back tomorrow, and then I'll know." She flashed him a smile. "Maybe after that we can work in the yard."
"Yard work is something you do early in the morning around here."
"Don't you run in the morning?"
How she knew that, Dawson wasn't sure. "If we're going to be doing yard work, I can skip the running."
"I want to put down the weed barrier and get some new plants and bushes for the beds lining the house. Then we'll order rock, too." She spoke as if he had any decision-making power for how she'd landscape her yard. But he already felt foolish, so he didn't argue.
"Sure.
And I need to buy a car."
Sounds like a lot for one day.
She obviously hadn't bought a vehicle recently. Otherwise, she would know it took hours just to sign papers and get loans, which required more paper signing. "Let's do the yard work until it's too hot. Then I can go into town and drop off my paperwork and go see about a car. I've already looked online and called someone."
"Oh, you're buying used?"
Their eyes locked, and Dawson refused to believe he was the only one who felt the fire flaming between them. She had to notice it, and by the way her eyes sparked, she did. She just didn't want to do anything about it. Didn't she know what happened when a wildfire was allowed to burn unchecked? "Yes," she finally said. "I found a car I can afford, and I'm going to buy it tomorrow. Cash."
So maybe it would only take a few minutes.
"We can go to the nursery after that," she said. "But the car I'm getting is small." She started swiping on her phone and turned it toward him. "See?" He peered at the tiny red two-seater. It looked like a fun, flirty car a man in his midlife crisis would buy. It seemed perfect for her, though.
"Yeah, that definitely won't hold more than a flat of petunias."
She laughed and said, "That's where you come in. You and that big SUV hogging the driveway."
"Oh, using me again."
"Well, you have the muscles and the machine." She shrugged like it was a no-brainer, and he couldn't help chuckling. Dinner continued, and he got over his earlier humiliation. The conversation was easy, and the laughter flowed easily. And wow, he had no idea lemon and chocolate could create such a party in his mouth. And no matter what Charlotte said, the evening felt like a date. Sounded like a date. She acted like it was a date. So when she finally excused herself and went upstairs to bed, Dawson stared after her, glad their first date had gone so well. Chapter 7. Charlotte stood back and admired how clean the front of the house now looked. "The rock is perfect," she said. "You were right." Dawson pulled off his work gloves as he turned toward her. The man was muscle and machine, as he never stopped working. They'd spent the morning laying the weed barrier, and he'd come with her to drop off her paperwork and buy her car. Even the cute Mini Cooper couldn't distract her at the moment. Dawson did that all by himself. It would probably help if he wore a shirt, but it was mid-afternoon, and they'd just finished spreading out the black lava rock she'd bought after lunch. He'd discarded his shirt a while ago, and Charlotte hadn't complained. He'd dug all the holes for the new plants and bushes. He'd shoveled rock into a wheelbarrow and moved it. She'd done most of the spreading, but still.
"It does look nice,"
he said.
"The house is so light, the dark rock really contrasts."
She thought it might be natural for her to bump him with her hip, but she refrained. "And all the native plants will be amazing." She'd insisted on buying only things native to the island, and the Elima pawpaw bushes already had the most glorious yellow flowers on them. Around the side they'd put the bigger A'ali'i bushes, because they could grow into small trees and loved the drier soil. She wanted to put some bigger trees in the back for shade, but she didn't want to block the view of the bay, so she'd ended up getting nothing quite yet. She'd put the native hedge alahe'e along both sides of the doorstep and filled in the other side of the house with a ground cover that wouldn't take much water to keep alive. Satisfaction bloomed in her at all she'd done with a few plants, bushes, and hedges, and she smiled up at Dawson. "Thanks for your help."
"Of course,"
he murmured. His hand touched hers, and while her first instinct was to jerk away, she controlled it and kept very still. He slipped his fingers through hers, and she squeezed. So maybe she liked him. Liked having him nearby, liked talking to him, liked not having to traverse a new place by herself. She looked up at him and decided to be brave. When Hunter had told her he wanted a divorce and that he was leaving, she'd let him go. She hadn't even really asked any questions. She hadn't been brave enough. She definitely hadn't fought to keep him. Didn't even know how to be that strong. But she said, "I thought we weren't going to start something while you lived here." Now, feeling very strong and very brave.
"Hey, you made steak and cake last night."
He chuckled and tugged her a little closer to his side.
"Chocolate cake."
She laughed and enjoyed the feel of it as it shook her chest and filled her with happiness. The warmth of his hand was the only welcome heat in this afternoon. "So chocolate is what it takes to win you over? I'll make a note of that."
"Maybe it was the steak,"
he said. She studied him for a moment, the glint in his eyes playful and bright. "Yeah, I don't think so. Come on, I'm baking." She started for the front door because at least the air conditioner worked in this house. Inside, she turned on the sink to wash her hands, and a spray of water hit her in the face. She yelped, and Dawson came to her side.
"You just have to—"
He jacked the faucet left and then right and back left again, and the spray lessened to a gurgle.
"There."
Charlotte shook her head and said, "I can't wait for the plumber to come." Dawson shook the water from his hands and agreed. Charlotte turned toward him, the air conditioning not doing a single thing to cool her attraction to him. Why did he have to be so good-looking, so hard-working? He clearly liked her, and his eyes dropped to her mouth. So he was thinking of kissing her the same way she was currently entertaining fantasies of kissing him. Kissing him? What in the world would that do? He lives here, her mind screamed. But he's moving out, her heart argued. We're not interested in a relationship, her brain shot back. Yes, we are. Especially if it was with Dawson Dane. He did not move, and Charlotte had the suspicion that he would not make the first move. He was being careful with her, and she really liked that about him. She put one hand tentatively on his chest as she twisted toward him. Dawson. He had frozen, and he didn't move when he vocalized. Instead of saying anything, Charlotte stretched up and touched her lips to his. A quick brush, but enough to make her want more. She opened her eyes and looked right into his. What are you doing? He whispered. Trying to drive me crazy. No. He swept both arms around her then, pulling her tight against his chest, and when his mouth touched hers, it was a real kiss. Charlotte hadn't been kissed with this level of heat and passion for a very long time, probably since the first year of her marriage to Hunter. I can't stay here tonight, he said, his voice ragged and husky. Before she could answer, he kissed her again. She clung to him, unsure if what she was doing was wise, but wanting to do it anyway. Maybe she'd lived too much of her life in the safety zone, and Dawson felt dangerous and like a refuge at the same time. I'll move out tonight, okay? She nodded and tucked herself into his chest. His heart thumped like he'd just shoveled another wheelbarrow full of rock, and hers matched his. She felt wildly out of control, and it felt good. Charlotte watched Dawson load up his SUV from the second-story windows. She wasn't embarrassed about what had happened in the kitchen. She simply didn't know what to do next. He turned and faced the house, tipping his head back and closing his eyes. He'd left her standing in the kitchen with the words, "I'll shower and go." She'd escaped upstairs to figure out what to do next, and nothing had come yet. But she couldn't let him leave without speaking to him. Could she? No, she told herself, and she headed downstairs. She pulled open the front door at the same time his Land Rover's engine started. "Dawson?" His window rolled down, but he did not get out of the truck. She walked over to him, slowing the closer she got. "I thought maybe you'd want to go to dinner tonight." Relief replaced the anxiety on his face. "Sure, I'm starving." I feel bad you have to leave." He got out of the SUV and took both of her hands in his. "I'm not. This isn't where I'm meant to be, and I'd rather— Yeah, it's fine." "Where are you going to go?" He'd mentioned an apartment, but he'd said he'd be moving out next weekend. "I don't know," he said, "but I'll figure it out." Another wave of guilt hit her. "You really can stay here." "No." He shook his head with determination. "Not if I want to do this." He leaned down and paused half a breath away from her. She closed the distance and kissed him, wishing she understood her insane feelings for this man. He pulled away and cleared his throat. "So, dinner?" "Yes, just tell me where." She stepped out of his arms and smiled at her car before training her attention back on him. "I can get myself there now." "How about I figure out where I'm sleeping tonight and I'll text you?" "Sure, yeah, of course." He climbed back in his truck and grinned at her. "Great, see you soon." She watched him back out and flip around, kicking up dust on the dirt road as he left her standing in the driveway. She pocketed her hands, a range of emotions storming through her. Regret that she had to stay here alone when he'd been here first, which made no sense, as she owned this house. An overwhelming sense that she had no idea what she was doing. In that moment, standing in her driveway and watching his truck disappear from the horizon, she really wished she had a girlfriend she could call and discuss things with. But she had no one on this island. No one but Dawson. "Are you sure?" she asked him for the third time. "I'm not working tomorrow." He pushed the hammock with his foot, sending it gently swaying again.
It's fine.
Charlotte swallowed her protests. The plumber had just called to say he'd be at the house between 9 and noon tomorrow, and it was her first day at Your Title Forever. So she'd asked Dawson if he'd come to the house and meet with the plumber. "I'll leave a check on the counter," she said.
Wow, I didn't know people still used checks.
He chuckled, and the vibrations of it migrated from his chest into her side while she snuggled against him. The past several days had been filled with magic for her. A new man, a new house, an upcoming new job, a brand new life. She gazed over the bay, watching the sun sink by degrees, comfortable within the circle of Dawson's arms. No, she didn't know everything about him, but they talked twice as much as they kissed, and she was learning.
"So, I've got a question for you,"
he said. "Go on, then."
"Did you grow up in South Carolina?"
"We moved a couple of times." "Why?" She shifted so she could see his face. He hadn't shaved for a couple of days, and the beard he had was impressive for such a short time. She'd traced his whiskers just before kissing him, but she didn't now.
"I knew a Wilma Madsen once," he said. "In Arizona. I asked her to a dance. Homecoming or a Christmas thing."
Charlotte's heart started pounding, and she could barely hear herself above the thumping it made in her chest. "Wilma is my older sister."
"I thought so."
"You thought so?" Charlotte pushed herself up and perched on the edge of the hammock. "When did you make this connection? And why did it matter to her so much?" Only because Wilma had always gotten the best dates in high school, always corrected Charlotte in how she applied her makeup and what she wore, and had not supported her when Hunter had left Carter's Cove and come back with a new bride. There were a lot of reasons Charlotte hadn't called her sister last week when she needed a friend to confide in.
"A few days ago. We're friends online. It said you guys were too, and I thought she looked like you a little. Saw her maiden name was Madsen."
He sounded entirely too nonchalant to Charlotte. She needed to think through this and why this pinched her the wrong way. "Did you tell her about us?"
"Why would I?"
He put his hand on her shoulder and gently turned her toward him.
"Why is this freaking you out?"
"I don't get along with my sister. And the fact that he'd once found her attractive, even if it was over 20 years ago." Charlotte didn't like that either.
"We went out once,"
he said.
"Maybe twice. I apparently didn't get along with her either."
"She has that effect on people." He touched her back and she calmed a little.
"Does she know you're here in Getaway Bay?"
Charlotte shook her head, this part of her life what she'd left behind when she'd left the mainland.
"Kind of funny we lived by each other growing up, don't you think?"
Whether his voice was deliberately light or he really found it amusing, Charlotte didn't know. She knew she liked lying in his arms, watching the sun sink into the water, the scent of her new flowers below the deck lilting through her nose. So she did that, determined not to let her thoughts about her sister and her once husband ruin her evening. Chapter 8. Dawson turned in a slow circle, taking in the entirety of his new place, a 300-square-foot trailer. Hey, it had beachfront property and a hammock in the tree it was parked under if he didn't feel like sleeping indoors. A tiny air conditioner had been plugged into the electrical outlet in this trailer park, and he stood right in front of it and barely felt any air at all. Didn't matter. He liked small spaces, and he felt comfortable here. Now, bringing Charlotte here, that would be a whole different ballgame. But she hadn't asked to see his new place, and he spent most of his free time up on the bluff helping in her yard or slathering paint colors like midnight moon or fresh daisies onto the walls. Now that she had a job, her home improvement projects had slowed down. But every time he saw her, she had something going on, from watering a dry patch of grass to tearing out the linoleum in the spare bathroom upstairs that no one ever used. The woman never just sat down for a minute. Well, unless he kissed her. Then she sort of melted into him, and he could get her to lie with him in the hammock for a while. The conversation about her sister had stuck in his head, and he wasn't sure why.
Probably because you liked her and were disappointed you hadn't gotten another date.
Which was true. Wilma had been beautiful, with great curves and a vivacious personality. Dawson had liked her a lot, and it wasn't until later that year that he'd realized Wilma was counting the number of boys she could get to take her out. He'd been number 4. He wasn't sure if he should be flattered by that or not. She had flirted with him in history class until he'd taken her to the drive-in. Grilled cheese, burgers, and a flick he couldn't remember. He did remember the blonde in the passenger seat, but not her little sister with more red in her hair. It had been a few days since that conversation, and Dawson was starting to wonder if Charlotte had more plaguing her from her past than he knew. He had been determined to take things slow with her, but she had kissed him first. So he wiped down the tiny counter in his trailer and stepped out onto the beach, firm in his resolve to keep his questions to himself and his phone securely in his pocket so he wouldn't text her. He walked to the edge of the shade and sat in the full sun, his heart pulsing double time when his phone rang. It settled when he saw his brother's name on the screen, but his adrenaline kept pumping through his bloodstream as if he'd just fought off a rabid dog.
"Hey, Rich."
Dawson listened to the sound of the waves coming into shore, beyond glad he'd chosen this place to start his second career.
"How's Allie?" "Pregnant again."
Dawson wasn't sure if he should congratulate his brother or not. Rich had a very dry sense of humor, and he spent long hours poring over briefs and helping others win cases.
"That's great,"
he ended up saying, because there was still a pause on the line.
4 kids. Wow. This one better be a boy,"
he said.
"Is that what you're doing? Going to keep going until you get a boy?"
Dawson almost started laughing, but he held it back just in time.
"No,"
he said.
"This is it. But it would be nice to have more testosterone around here." "I'll bet."
Dawson waited because he hadn't made this call.
"Mom wants to know if you might come home for Christmas."
"Rich," Dawson sighed.
"I just can't. Bronson broke up with Janet." "No, she broke up with him."
Dawson hated this conversation.
"And besides, it isn't about that."
Maybe it had been for a few years, maybe 5 or 6. But could anyone blame him for not wanting to spend time with his younger brother who had been engaged to Dawson's ex-girlfriend? That engagement had stretched on and on until Janet had finally ended things. Dawson still hadn't been home to see Bronson, or his parents, which he knew hurt his mother.
"What's it about, then?"
Rich asked.
"I don't fit there,"
he said.
"No one knows what to say to me, and I don't know what to say to any of them. We talk just fine. Because you don't think I should be married, or that I should have retired from the Air Force a decade ago, or that you get to dictate my life. Will you at least think about it?"
"Sure," Dawson said. It was only September. He had plenty of time to figure out a legitimate reason he couldn't fly across the ocean for the holidays.
"So,"
Rich exhaled heavily.
"Anything new going on in Getaway Bay?"
Dawson considered telling him about Charlotte, but said,
"There was this landslide a month or so ago, and a bunch of people got stuck on top of a mountain. That was pretty exciting." "You think people getting stranded is exciting?" "I got to fly up and help with the rescue efforts. They were in this radio tower. Didn't look all that dangerous to me, other than they couldn't get down." "So you still love the flying?" "I sure do."
And Dawson was so over defending himself for it. Just because his mother had loved Janet and couldn't understand why Dawson wouldn't give up everything he'd worked for to stay on the ground with the woman didn't mean she was right. His phone made a strange chiming sound, which meant someone had messaged him through one of his social media accounts. That usually spelled trouble, but today he seized onto it.
"I have another call coming in. I have to go, Rich."
"Think about it," his brother said, and Dawson hung up. He sighed out his frustration with his family before checking his phone again. A blonde woman sat in the little circle on the side of his screen. He tapped on her and Wilma's name came up. How do you know Charlotte?
Oh, he wasn't going to touch this.
Was he? He let his phone fall without typing anything. They didn't get along, and Wilma didn't know where Charlotte was. Dawson certainly wasn't going to tell her.
Charlotte who?
He typed out. She's my sister, Wilma said.
I see you're friends now.
Dawson had requested Charlotte's friendship the other day, and she must have finally accepted it. Instead of replying to her sister, Dawson broke his promise to himself and dialed Charlotte's number. She answered after 2 rings, and he said,
I think I have a problem.
Oh?
Yeah. And it has to do with your sister.
My sister?
Yeah. So, we're friends, and she saw that you accepted my friend request, too, and she wants to know how I know you.
He felt like he was about to lose Charlotte.
It's no secret I live in Getaway Bay, and your sister seems like the type to put 2 and 2 together.
She's nosy, you mean?
Hey, I didn't say it.
He chuckled, hoping a date from over 20 years ago wouldn't come between him and Charlotte now. What did you tell her?
I tried to pretend I didn't know you, but she saw we became friends.
I'll talk to her. She didn't sound happy about it.
I didn't mean to cause a problem.
You're not the problem.
Relief filled him, and he decided to take a chance. Does that mean you might want to go to dinner tonight?
Maybe, she said. Dawson's hopes fell.
All right.
I just got a new bride for the holidays, she said, and she can't come meet until 5:30. If you're willing to eat later, I can text you when I'm done. Dawson would eat at midnight if it meant he could see Charlotte. She was different than the other women he'd dated, starting with the fact that she didn't think he needed to be fixed. Of course, he no longer flew for the Air Force, and maybe things would have been different if he was asking her to live with him home only 50% of the time, or move every few years.
Text me when you're done,
he said.
I'm not working tomorrow either. Maybe you have a job for me at the house?
Are you offering free labor?
For her, he'd do almost anything, and he wasn't quite ready to reveal that yet.
So he said,
Depends on the job.
If I make it indoors, where there's air conditioning, does that change your mind?
Do I have to be down on my hands and knees? Because I have a bad knee, you know. I don't think I've told you that.
Which knee?
My left one. Blew it out in a training exercise.
And yet you run on the beach every day.
Oh, let's not exaggerate things. I maybe run 3 or 4 days a week.
She laughed, and the awkwardness between them evaporated. So maybe something easy like windows.
Washing them or tearing out the old ones and putting in new ones.
She laughed again, and he knew it was the latter.
I'll do it if you have some of those chocolate pops in the freezer.
Lucky for you, I was planning to go to the grocery store tonight. But I can't if we're going to go to dinner. Dawson heaved a sigh like no chocolate pops was the worst news ever.
Fine. I'll buy the chocolate pops and bring them out myself.
I like it when plans come together so easily. Oh, I have to go. She hung up before he could say anything else, and Dawson found himself smiling at the waves and wishing he had a chocolate pop right now. I didn't think you were going to make it. Charlotte stood as Dawson approached her.
I'm sorry,
he said.
I got your text and then I dropped my phone in the sink.
Well, it was the toilet, but he didn't really want to tell her that. He received her into his arms and gave her a quick kiss, a fast, furious spark shooting through him.
So I couldn't text you.
He sat across from her at the tiny table with a single orchid in the middle of it. She'd already ordered drinks, and he stared at his.
You ordered my soda?
Diet Coke, she said. With lemon. She looked anxious. Did I mess it up?
No.
He grabbed it and took a long drink, the carbonation burning as it slid down his throat.
It's great. Perfect.
He smiled at her.
It's just something Janet would have.
He cut off, pure horror snaking through him. Charlotte narrowed her eyes for a moment, and Dawson thought she might let the slip pass. Then she asked, "Who's Janet?" Chapter 9. Charlotte watched as the beautifully suntanned Dawson went utterly pale. Ah, so Janet wasn't a sister. Not his mother. Definitely a woman from his past, and he'd just made a mistake mentioning her. He hadn't sounded choked or like it was hard to say her name. She couldn't be that big of a deal. "An old girlfriend," he said, reaching for the Diet Coke again and sucking down half of it. "Yeah, I think she's more than that." She'd told him about Hunter. Well, kind of. She was. Dawson put his arms on the table and leaned into them. "I guess you want the whole story?" "Yeah, I guess I do." "Then you'll tell me more about your ex-husband." "Was Janet your wife?" He'd said he'd never been married. "No, but I loved her, and she loved me, and we were talking about marriage." A ghost of something passed through his eyes. "She didn't like my job. I didn't want to quit. We broke up." There was so much more behind that story, but Charlotte nodded. "She was your opportunity to get married." "Yes." "How long ago was this?" "Oh, I don't know. 7 years, something like that." He glanced up at the waiter and they put in their orders. Charlotte's mind spun around a few key details. Once the waiter moved away, she said, "So you haven't dated for 7 years." It wasn't a question, and extreme curiosity coursed through her. "I mean, here and there," he said dismissively. "Nothing serious." Charlotte gestured to him and then herself. "Is this nothing serious?" Dawson's eyes turned into lasers, and he leaned forward again as if someone at the nearby tables cared what they were talking about. "You're the one who said you didn't want a boyfriend." "I never said that." "You said you'd just gotten divorced and didn't want to start dating." Those eyes were sharp, and they would not let go of hers. "Then you kissed me. So honestly, Charlotte, I have no idea what this is." Charlotte reeled from the bluntness in his words, but she couldn't blame him. She had told him those things, and she had kissed him first. She still wanted to kiss him every chance she got. So Wilma being present in his past had been a little speed bump. Dawson obviously hadn't been that important in her sister's life, and he wasn't interested in her sister now. "You're right," she said. "So maybe we just keep seeing where this goes." She looked at him with hope lifting through her. He didn't seem like the type to want to settle down, and he nodded, which confirmed it. Charlotte relaxed and spread her napkin over her leg. "So, Janet didn't like your job in the Air Force. Why not?" "I was gone too much," he said. "Moved a lot. She had family in San Diego, same as me, and she wanted to put down roots." He swallowed and glanced at his soda, which was nearly gone. "Pilots don't have a lot of roots." "Was it hard?" she asked. "Breaking up with her?" "Yes." His voice was little more than a whisper amidst all the other chatter in the restaurant. And he hadn't dated seriously since. Charlotte took a deep breath and let him off the hook. For now. "So my husband's name was Hunter," she said. "He was, well, he still is a real estate agent on Carter's Cove." She watched him for any sign of recognition. "It's the #1 island destination in the continental United States. Lots of money to be made in timeshares, condos, stuff like that." "Is that why you left Carter's Cove?" Charlotte couldn't even sort through all the reasons she'd left. There were simply too many. She'd lost all her friends, as she'd done everything as part of a duo, and without Hunter she didn't fit. He was everywhere on the island, literally, as his face was on signs, his name on buildings. "I didn't belong there anymore," she said. "It might have been okay if he hadn't left town for a weekend and come back with a new wife. That had definitely been the tipping point. Or maybe she hadn't reached that until she saw pictures of the newlyweds with all of her friends. They'd looked so happy, toasting him like he was the god of the island. And where was Charlotte? In a back room at the hotel where she had one more job to finish.
I lost you.
Dawson's hand came down on hers, startling her out of that black hole in her life.
Look, we don't have to talk about it.
It's okay, Charlotte said. It's just easy to get bogged down with it. It was so recent. The waiter arrived with their food, and the mood lightened once she'd had a bite of her vegetable tempura. As soon as I finished my last job there, Charlotte said, I moved here. He swallowed, smiled, and said,
Like you were starting over.
Yeah, kind of. I just needed to get out of there, and Getaway Base sounded like a great place to get away.
I came for a fresh start, too,
he said, his dark eyes sparking with that desire she'd seen every time he kissed her. She lifted her glass of soda. To fresh starts. He clinked his against hers and took another bite of his sushi. Charlotte smiled, too. But something writhed way down deep inside her. Questions spiraled around her head. The biggest, loudest one was, is this a fling? Because if it wasn't, she needed a label for their relationship. September faded into October, and Charlotte expected the island to calm down a little. If anything, there were more tourists than ever. She took on 4 new clients for the custom wedding packages, a fact that had hope beaming from the doorway of her office. How were things coming with the Grays? She asked. Charlotte pulled a green folder toward her. Since the initial consultation, I've been working with the dress designer. She has 3 sketches for Claudia to look at. She's coming the day after tomorrow. She flipped a page. Once we have the dress, we'll be able to move on to the cake, dinner, and flowers. Claudia wanted it all to flow around the design of the dress. Charlotte had never had a bride who wanted the dress to dictate so much, but Ashley had been more than accommodating. For what Claudia was willing to pay, Ash would probably design 50 dresses and sew the one she picked herself. Keep her happy, Hope said. Her family owns the largest chain of casinos in Atlanta. Charlotte looked up from the folder. Do they live on the island? No, but they own a home here. They come a couple of times a year. Probably for a quick weekend getaway, the way some people went to the beach on a Saturday or up to their cabin for a few days. The Grays hopped on a jet and flew 6,000 miles to stay in their island home. Charlotte pushed away the thoughts, most of which were tinged with sarcasm and jealousy. I'm sure Claudia will be nothing but pleased with her wedding. She spoke with confidence, but she had been anxious about the meeting for a week now. Claudia was tall and powerful, with long limbs and a thin, wiry frame. She exuded an air of importance, and it was assumed that she'd get what she wanted when she wanted it. She had been pleasant during the initial consultation, and at least Charlotte hadn't had to guess at what she wanted. What about those last 2 brides? Did they come sign? Hope scanned Charlotte's desk as if the contracts would be there. Yes, yesterday, actually. I gave the paperwork to Sophia. Hope nodded and asked, Have you booked Aiden for the photos? I sent him the calendar appointment. Charlotte clicked a few times on her computer, bringing up her calendar. Claudia's wedding had been colored purple, and she found the first photography appointment, the engagements. He hasn't confirmed it, Charlotte said. I'll contact him. She pulled a notebook toward her to add the to-do item to her list. I'll talk to him. Hope pulled out her phone and started tapping. He'll respond faster to me. Charlotte hoped so, as Aiden was her husband and worked exclusively with the couples at Your Title Forever. He was also the best wedding photographer on any island in Hawaii, and some brides brought their business to Your Title Forever just to get him to take their pictures. He says he'll go confirm it now and that it should work. Great, Charlotte said. Would you like to sit in on the meeting with Claudia tomorrow? Hope looked up from her phone, her face alight with curiosity. No, I'm sure you'll handle it fine. Charlotte nodded and looked back at the proposal she'd been working on when Hope had come in. Another bride wanted an evening beach wedding, complete with tea lights lining her aisle and arch, and they needed permission from the city council to do that. Apparently, electricity and salt water had caused problems in the past, and they'd passed an ordinance that didn't allow extension cords or outlets within 200 feet of the shoreline. But Charlotte had found a trailer park on the other side of the bay that had electric and sewer services as close as 64 feet from the water. She was hoping to put in a proposal at the next meeting to get approval for the 2-hour event on their private beach. Her phone rang and Charlotte glanced at it. Her blood turned to ice for a moment and then superheated back to normal. The change left her feeling a bit woozy, especially when Hope asked, "Is that another bride?" The screen said Sammy, so it definitely wasn't a bride. And Charlotte didn't want to answer the call from her once best friend who still lived on a different island. "No," Charlotte said, silencing the call. "A personal call." She went back to work, desperately wishing Hope would get back to her own office and her own stack of work. Charlotte reminded herself to be grateful for this job. It paid well, and she enjoyed the work. She got her own office, which was surprising as most of the other bridal consultants, her official title, worked at cubicles in a big room in the corner of this building. But Hope had wanted Charlotte to have an appealing space to wine and dine the big bridal spenders. And with 5 clients booked in the first 3 weeks, Charlotte was glad Hope had the vision for such things. She finished reviewing the proposal and moved on to calendaring all the items for the 2 weddings they'd just put under contract the previous day. Hope got up and left at some point, and Charlotte focused on her work so she wouldn't dive for her phone and see if Sammy had left a message. When lunchtime came, Charlotte allowed herself to check her phone. Sammy had not left a message, but had opted to send a string of texts instead. She steeled herself to read them, reminding herself that she didn't owe anything to the friends who had so readily abandoned her and embraced Hunter's new wife. "Hey, just thinking about you and wondering where you ended up." Like Charlotte was going to tell her. Sammy and her husband owned 3 golf courses on Carter's Cove, and she could hop on a private plane and be teeing off here in Getaway Bay by nightfall. "Rosie's having a big anniversary party and wanted to invite you." Then why didn't she call me herself? Charlotte muttered, still reading. "Hunter is insufferable." Charlotte could have told Sammy that. In fact, she might have during one of their rare lunches when the 3 of them, Sammy, Charlotte, and Rosie, managed to get together. "And Wilma called me, asked me all kinds of questions about you. I don't need to tell you how she is. I'd call her if I were you. She sounded like she was going to go to the FBI if she didn't figure out where you were." Charlotte rolled her eyes. Wilma had never cared where Charlotte was or what she was doing. Never. Why did she care now? "Never should have accepted Dawson's friend request," she told herself. "Maybe just text me back?" Sammy had sent, and Charlotte's heart squeezed a little. Maybe her friends did care about her and miss her. "That way I'll know you're okay." Charlotte read the last sentence a few times and then typed out 2 words. "I'm okay." She feared giving out more information than that. She didn't want her old life colliding with this new one she was trying to build in Getaway Bay. She already had more to juggle than she could deal with, from this job to the house, which Dawson was currently working on, to Dawson himself. She didn't want to grapple with the ghosts of her past, too. As her phone screen lit up with yet another message from Sammy, Charlotte wondered if she'd ever be truly free from Carter's Cove. Chapter 10. Dawson knocked on the glass door of the Nuts About Dough shop, cupping his hand around his eyes so he could see inside. It was a few minutes before 5 a.m., so the doors were locked, but Wes should be getting ready to open any minute now. His wife, Nicole, would be loading the cases with their specialty donuts and then position herself behind the cash register. Another couple approached the store. "They not open yet?" Dawson glanced at them. "Not yet." They both wore backpacks as if they were planning a day of hiking around the island, which they probably were. "Have you eaten here before?" the woman asked. "We heard their donut breakfast sandwiches are the best." Dawson put on his salesman hat. "They are. I'd go for the Maui waterfall one. It's got sausage and bacon." He turned his attention back to the door as Wes started to unlock it. "Hey, Dawson, The bald man grinned at him.
"Come on in."
He looked at the couple.
"We're about 5 minutes away from opening, but you can come in and look at the menu if you'd like."
He held the door for everyone as they stepped inside. When he passed Dawson, he tapped him on the shoulder. Dawson followed him through the door behind the counter and into the kitchen. The scent of hot oil and sugar filled his nose, and Dawson's stomach grumbled.
"Your dozen are right there."
Wes pointed to the brown box on the counter next to the door.
"What's the special occasion?"
"No special occasion." Dawson felt the little white lie way down in his gut.
"Right,"
Wes said with more sarcasm than entirely necessary.
"He says there's no special occasion."
He tracked his wife as she carried a massive tray of maple bars toward the door.
"Do you believe him?"
"Of course not." Nicole hipped her way through the door and left him alone with Wes again.
"So, do you want to go out with Vicky?"
Wes asked, flipping on the burner for the flat top.
"No,"
Dawson said.
"Why not?"
Wes faced him.
"She's pretty, likes to play bridge in the evenings. She sounds like so much fun,"
Dawson said dryly.
"But I'm—"
He didn't know what to tell Wes. Thankfully, Nicole returned to the kitchen and said, "Our spy saw you at Bluefish with a woman a couple of nights ago. A pretty woman? Said you kissed her?" Dawson scoffed and opened the box of donuts he'd called in for yesterday.
"Who's your spy? Then I'll know if they're right or not."
"Stephen," Nicole said, folding her arms and cocking her hip. "He says you've been unusually cheerful at work, too."
"Stephen. Bah."
Dawson took a large bite of his cream-filled donut and moaned.
"This is so good,"
he said around the mouthful of fried dough and chocolate frosting. Nicole rolled her eyes as the bells on the front door chimed again, signaling more customers. "Be real, Dawson." She looked at Wes. "See what you can get out of him." She pushed through the door and said, "Good morning," in the fakest voice Dawson had ever heard. Wes left him alone while he went about cleaning up from their morning prep. An order came back for the Maui waterfall, and Dawson grinned.
"Oh, stop standing there with that goofy smile on your face. Come make yourself one of these with me."
He pulled down a glazed donut and sliced it in half with the speed and skill of someone who'd done it countless times before. Dawson copied everything he did, just slower and a few steps behind. In the end, he had his own Maui waterfall ready to chomp into, as well as the other 11 donuts.
"So, who was that woman?"
Wes asked, scraping down the grill.
"She bought the Fontaine's house, the one on the bluff?"
Dawson took a bite of his sandwich. He didn't want to tell Wes that he hadn't had a place to stay and had chosen the house as a temporary landing spot. He and Nicole had offered their top floor to him several times, and he'd stopped talking about his housing situation with them.
"So?"
Wes cut him a glance and looked at the next order as it popped up on the screen. Dawson swallowed.
"So, I was staying there for a while. We met, fell madly in love."
He laughed, though his heart beat faster just thinking about Charlotte. Wes scoffed.
"Come on. You won't even go on a second date with a woman."
"That's not true," Dawson said.
"Just not any of the ones you've set me up with." "Taylor was nice." "Taylor is so fake. She doesn't even know what color her hair really is."
Dawson glared at Wes as he scrambled an egg on the flat top.
"So this woman, you've been out with her more than once?"
"Yes," Dawson said, wondering how far Wes would push and what Dawson was ready to reveal.
"And you did kiss her at Bluefish?"
Dawson hesitated, but if there had been a reliable witness—
"Yes." "So you're dating her?"
"No." Wes assembled the PB&J, which was made on a jelly-filled donut with chunky peanut butter, a scrambled egg, and bacon, and set it on the counter for Nicole.
"Come on, be serious."
"I am being serious." Dawson polished off his donut breakfast sandwich and dusted his hands together.
"Even she doesn't want to define us as dating. We just talked about it at that dinner you spied on."
He retreated from the hot kitchen area and picked up his box of donuts.
"Thanks for these. You guys are the best."
He walked out into the front of the shop and paused long enough to give Nicole a quick kiss on the cheek. "Come to dinner soon," she said as she handed a customer back their change. The line stretched for 6 or 7 people, and Dawson wondered why this many people got up so early.
"Maybe,"
he called over his shoulder as he reached the exit. He reminded himself he'd gotten up this early for some of the Langley's donuts, and then that once they sold out, they were out for the day. They closed by 11, but earlier if their donuts were gone. In the peak tourist seasons, Dawson had seen them sell out before 8 o'clock in the morning. He drove along the coast, navigating both bays before retracing his tracks and turning down Cinder Road. Charlotte didn't go into work super early, but he'd probably find her working in the yard or putting down carpet tacks. He had ripped out the whole back wall of windows and installed new ones the day before, and she claimed they'd be more energy efficient. He parked beside the giant dumpster she'd rented where the windows still sat. Knocking on the door, he called,
"Charlotte? I brought breakfast."
"Come in," she called from somewhere inside the house. He entered, the place already so different in the month since she'd arrived. It felt like a real home, with running water that didn't splurt all over the place. It looked clean, too, with the absence of dust and the addition of the new paint. She'd moved on from the kitchen to tackle the bedrooms and bathroom on the main floor, and he found her in the room where he'd been sleeping. She smoothed down the corner of a new bedspread and smiled at him. Or maybe her grin was for the pastry box he held. Didn't matter. It lit up her whole face and hit him square in the chest. His heart fluttered around, and he knew something very important. This wasn't nothing for him. It was something. More than a fling, too. More than a couple of dates and some kissing while they swayed in the hammock. He liked this woman and wanted to spend a while getting to know everything about her.
"Morning,"
he said, his voice slightly froggy from the emotions infecting it.
"This room looks totally different."
He gazed at the light gray on the walls and the shiny wood floor.
"Did you put in a new floor?"
"This was what was under that carpet." She gazed down on it in admiration. "Isn't it beautiful? A little sanding and a little polishing up. All done." Dawson wanted to move right back in, but not for the same reasons as before.
"New curtains, too. How'd I do on the windows?"
She turned to them, the morning light bathing her in white sunshine, highlighting the reds and browns in her hair. He couldn't help himself as he moved toward her, set the donuts on the bedside table, and swept his arms around her. She leaned back into him, putting both her hands on his as they clasped around her waist. "The windows are great," she said. "I can already tell the air conditioner is running less."
"Feels great in here,"
he murmured against her neck, placing his lips there a moment later. She melted into him, and he enjoyed the moment for a few long breaths.
"Charlotte,"
he said softly,
"I wanted to talk to you about something."
She swayed in his arms, and Dawson focused on the sweet scent of her hair as it mingled with the slightly salty smell of her skin.
"This is real for me,"
he whispered. She tensed and turned in his arms, her eyes finding his and drawing his attention away from the glinting water outside the windows. "What?"
"This."
He dropped his gaze to her lips and kissed her. It ended much sooner than he would have liked, but he forced himself to pull back.
"Me and you. It's real to me. I know we didn't really define it the other day, and, honestly, I'd kind of like to."
She simply stared at him, and he cursed himself for saying something. Her heart wasn't anywhere near being whole enough to fall in love, and Dawson balked at the idea himself. "I don't do flings," she finally said.
"Great."
Dawson ran his hands up her back and down to her waist again.
"So would you say we're dating?"
She nodded, her expression holding just a trickle of fear.
"Are we serious?"
he asked.
"I feel kind of serious about you."
"What does that mean?"
It means I'd be upset if you went out with someone else, and I want to see you every day, and I don't know."
He shrugged, but it was kind of hard with her in his arms.
"I like you. I want to know more about you. See where this goes."
"We already decided on that."
"Yeah, but—" His voice trailed off. "If someone asked you out, what would you tell them?"
"I don't know. I work with mostly women. No one's asking me out."
"But what if they did?"
She stepped away from him, kept her back toward him as she wandered closer to the windows. "I don't know, Dawson."
"Well, my friends tried to set me up with someone this morning, and I had to tell them something."
"What did you tell them?" Dawson gathered his courage close and decided to be blunt, the way a couple of other women had accused him of being.
"I wanted to tell them you were my girlfriend, but I wasn't entirely sure. They already knew about us anyway. Someone they know saw me kiss you at the sushi place the other night."
He wished she'd turn and look at him. When she finally did, a perfect storm of emotion raged across her face. She approached him, reached up and ran her fingers along the side of his face, down his jaw, along his beard. "I can live with being your girlfriend." A shaky smile touched her lips. "So I get to call you my boyfriend?"
"I'd like that."
He leaned down and kissed her again, holding her face in both hands and enjoying the way she kissed him back. Just as he started to feel out of control, he broke their kiss.
"All right. I'm going to be late for work."
He fell back a couple of steps, needing to be in a bigger space when it came to being alone with Charlotte.
"I'll call you later. You'll tell me how it goes with Claudia Gray."
She nodded, waved at him, and turned back to the windows before he left the bedroom. Once in the safety of his truck, Dawson blew the breath all the way out of his lungs. When he inhaled again, a smile filled his whole face.
"You've got yourself a girlfriend,"
he said, a definite note of happiness in his voice. For the first time in years, since Janet, Dawson felt like he'd done something right. Chapter 11. Charlotte set the plate of donuts in the middle of the table. The green folder sat in front of her place, and Ash had just confirmed that she'd be arriving in 10 minutes. Claudia and her mother shouldn't be there for another 30, so there was time. She just wanted the meeting to be over. Then maybe her stomach would go back to normal instead of trying to flip itself inside out. Then maybe she could eat one of the donuts Dawson had brought and enjoy it. After moving to the doorway, she turned and surveyed her office. It smelled like flowers, mangoes, and sugar, perfect for a meeting. It looked warm and inviting from the sunshine coming through the windows. "Good morning." Charlotte spun at the sound of Hope's voice and lifted her hand to take the coffee the owner extended toward her. "Thanks. Good morning." She sipped from the to-go cup, but there wasn't enough sweetener to make the liquid palatable. She gave Hope a tight smile and said, "I think we're ready. Do you want me to sit in with you?" No, Charlotte did not want that. She was nervous enough already, but she said, "Sure, if you'd like." Hope's phone chimed and she looked at it. "Oh, I can't. I've got a meeting in 10 minutes. She glanced around Charlotte's office again. "Are those from Nuts About Dough?" Without waiting for an answer, she moved into the office and plucked a donut from the plate. "They are. I love these things." She grinned at Charlotte as she passed, and Charlotte grinned back like everything was right in the world. Then she stepped over to her desk and pulled out a few extra packets of sugar she kept in the top drawer. She doctored up her coffee and rearranged the donuts so it didn't look like someone had taken one already. "Morning." Ashley walked in, her silvery purple hair the healthiest Charlotte had ever seen. She carried an armful of fabrics, with something clenched in her fist underneath most of it. Relief rumbled through her. She wouldn't be alone in this meeting, and Ash exuded grace and charm. "Hey, Ash." Charlotte gave her a quick hug. "Do you need help with the samples? Give me something." Ash passed over the armful of white clothes and put her own coffee on the table. "Let's get those on your desk." I thought she'd picked the fabric. She changed her mind. Ash gave Charlotte a look and turned to lay out the samples. She wanted to see them in person before making a firm commitment. We need to make sure she knows once she decides she can't change her mind. She's Claudia Gray, Ash said, her cute little pencil skirt showing her narrow waist and shapely legs. She can do whatever she wants, and she will. She pressed her lips together and put on another layer of clear gloss. All right, ready? Miss Madsen, Claudia and Petra Gray are here. Thanks, Riley. Charlotte took a deep breath and met Ash's eye. Here we go. She walked out of her office and into the lobby where Claudia had just seated herself. I'm Charlotte Madsen. She extended her hand to the older woman. You must be Petra. She put a healthy smile on her face she hoped didn't look too plastic and shook the woman's hand. And Claudia, our bride-to-be. Claudia stood, elegant and long. Ash was right. She'd do whatever she wanted, and Charlotte would let her. She smiled and gave Charlotte a hug, which felt a bit awkward. Charlotte gestured to them. Come on back. We're in my office. She held the door for them like she was a valet and closed it behind them once they'd entered. Oh, I love these. Claudia took a donut and put it on one of the small plates beside the tray. Want to split one, Mom? We better, she said. You don't want to put on too much weight before the wedding. Charlotte almost stumbled over her feet, but she managed to keep clicking her way to her chair in front of the green folder. This is Ashley Fox, your dress designer. Oh. Claudia dropped the donut and embraced Ash, too. I'm so glad to meet you. And you. She shook Petra's hand and produced a plastic knife for them to cut their donut into two. While everyone got settled, Charlotte took in deep breaths through her nose and pushed them out. All right, she said. Shall we start with the sketches? Claudia had a mouthful of donut, but she nodded. Charlotte flipped open the green folder and spread out 3 pieces of paper. Ash started explaining the differences in the dresses, and she pointed to the corners where she'd listed the materials she thought would work best. Petra had so much to say, and most of it sounded like a complaint. The waist on that one would make Claudia look like an insect. The flare on the other one needed to be bigger. The bodice on the third will have to be adjusted because Claudia is so small-chested. Charlotte actually sucked in a breath at that comment and watched Claudia absorb the insult as if it were nothing. She polished off the donut, and Charlotte could have imagined the glance down to her small chest. She pointed at the second one. Tell me about the fabrics for this one. I like lacy stuff, but I want to be traditional, too. No, she doesn't want traditional, Petra said. Yes, Mother, I do, but I want modern, too. Ash stood and moved over to the desk. If you want to come over here, I'll show you some options for that design. She spoke about the empire waistline on it and what kind of fabrics worked best with that. Charlotte joined her, not quite sure how to help, but willing to do whatever it took. I don't see how you can be modern and elegant at the same time, Petra said, clearly in a huff. See how this one has a sheen? Ash picked up a silky piece of fabric and extended it to Claudia to feel. That will reflect sunlight on the beach. She handed the fabric to Charlotte, who held it out and tilted it until the sun caught it, making it almost a pearly pink. It's very popular right now, Ash said, because the color of the dress depends on the light. She wants white, Petra said, as if Claudia wasn't an adult or even in the room. Ash waited a beat for Claudia to say something, but she remained quiet. We can put this lace over the top of it, and that tones down the colors and how modern it makes the dress feel. So this will make it more elegant, a little classier. The waist is too high. Petra stepped back over to the table and shifted the pages of sketches. Are you sure this is the one you like? Claudia held the lace over the shiny fabric. What about dress number 1? Ash went through that one, too, and Petra continued to make little jabs, ask endless questions that her daughter ignored, and turned surlier and surlier. With Charlotte's patience near the end of its life, and Ash finished showing and explaining everything, it was time to make a decision. Charlotte nudged the donuts closer to Claudia again, her own stomach growling as this meeting had taken 2 hours already. "All right, ladies, time to decide. What did you think?" Claudia nibbled on a donut and said nothing. "Mother, say what you think." "I don't think any of these are the one." She sat back and crossed her arms, disappointment in the set of her mouth. "And you shouldn't be eating that donut. You'll never fit into a wedding dress." Claudia couldn't be bigger than a size 6, and Charlotte wanted to rage at Petra. "Well, I think if you don't pick today, you might have to postpone the wedding a bit. Ash will need time to do more designs, and we'll have to meet again, and—" "We're not postponing," Claudia said, finishing her bite of pastry and leaning forward. "I want this one." She pointed to the third sketch. "And I want it in charmeuse with the chantilly lace on the bodice as you suggested." Ash made a few notes on her tablet and smiled at Claudia. "It's going to be perfect. Will you need a veil?" "She's doing a flower crown," Charlotte said. Claudia smiled and sat back, her gray eyes sparkling as she took another bite of her donut. Petra still had not touched her half. "Charmeuse?" she asked. No one answered her. "Let's get the measurements," Ash said, "and you guys will be done. I'll get this made and call you for a fitting." She pulled out a measuring tape and instructed Claudia how to stand. Ash worked with quick movements, clearly a professional tailor. Once finished, Charlotte walked Petra and Claudia out and returned to her office. She once again closed the door before she sank into her chair again and picked up a donut. "Oh, my word," she said. "That mother!" "Charmeuse," Ash said in a distasteful tone, and then she laughed. "Honestly, she wasn't as bad as some I've worked with." "Really?" That didn't bode well for Charlotte. She'd been thinking the brides would be more of the monsters she had to deal with. Ash gathered up her samples as Charlotte made a few notes herself, put the sketches back in the folder, and took a huge bite of the cream-filled donut. A moan started in her throat she had zero control over. "Oh, this is good," she said around a mouth of food. Ash laughed, said, "I'll call you later," and ducked out of the office. Charlotte sat there and enjoyed her whole donut, thinking her meeting had gone well enough and that she couldn't wait to tell her boyfriend all about it. Chapter 12. Dawson pulled himself from the waves and trotted over to where his surfboard floated in the shallow water. He picked it up and decided he'd had enough of the waves pounding him for one day. Maybe if he surfed more often than once or twice a month, he'd be able to stay on his feet for longer than 3 seconds. He didn't have to work today, at least not in the cockpit of his helicopter. He had agreed to help Charlotte install a sprinkling system in the backyard today, so he was a bit surprised to see her standing in the shade of the tree behind his house. "Dawson?" she called, shading her eyes with one hand. "Hey, babe." He jogged over to her and brought her close, despite her protests that he was soaking wet. "What are you doing here?" He ran his hand through his hair, pushing it back and off his forehead. She stared up at him, a dazed look in her eye, for a few seconds before shaking herself back to normal. "Do you live here?" Yeah." He indicated the trailer with his chin. "That's me." "You have electricity inside that trailer, right?" "Yes, ma'am." He released her and stepped back. "I like babe better than ma'am." He laughed and stepped around her. "So what are you doing here?" She didn't follow him but kept looking toward the water's edge. "How far would you say the water is?" "I don't know. 50 yards?" "Less than 200 feet. "I guess." He unzipped his wetsuit and peeled it off his arms, shoulders, and chest. He sank into the hammock and watched Charlotte. She was clearly working through something, and she'd tell him eventually. Sure enough, a few minutes later she turned back to him. "I'm working on a proposal for the city council." She paused, her mouth falling open. Dawson gazed back at her.
What?
One of our brides wants lights at her wedding. She swallowed and tucked her tablet back into her shoulder bag. But there's an ordinance that doesn't allow for electricity within 200 feet of the shore. Dawson glanced back toward the water.
Well, I think I have that.
Exactly.
So you came down here to this trailer park at 7:30 a.m. for work?
He asked.
And here I thought you'd come to see me.
He grinned at her and patted the hammock. Charlotte shook her head, but a small smile touched her lips. You're soaking wet.
I already hugged you. So are you.
Plus, you don't have a shirt on. She swallowed again, and her eyes raked down his body. Dawson suddenly knew why she'd stopped so far away and stared mutely.
You want the tour?
He asked, pushing himself out of the hammock.
It's not much, but hey, I don't need much.
He walked to the door of the trailer and went up the 3 steps, squeezing to the side when she followed him.
This here's the dining room.
He indicated the table his thigh was touching.
Kitchen straight ahead. Bathroom up there 3 steps on the right. Bedroom at the end.
His nerves kicked him, and he waited for her to say something. It's nice. She turned to him. You should come back to the house.
What? No, I'm fine here.
Dawson actually liked the trailer.
Great. I like this place.
And he liked her. He wasn't going to live with his girlfriend after only a few days. After all, they'd only defined themselves as dating earlier this week. You don't spend any time in this place, she said.
Sure I do.
He nodded down the hall.
I sleep right there.
Well, most of the time. He had fallen asleep in the hammock one night, but Charlotte didn't need to know that. His life felt very simple to him, and a sudden rush of humiliation hit him.
Let's go back outside.
He practically herded her back outside, the air suddenly breathable again. The door slammed behind him, and he cringed.
Do you want to hang out here while I get showered?
He asked.
We can grab breakfast on the way back to your place.
A beat of silence passed, and then she nodded. Sure, but no donuts. I gained 5 pounds from those things. Dawson laughed, his head tipping back as he did.
I don't believe that.
He swept one arm around her waist, still as trim as ever.
You look great to me.
She put one hand on his bare chest and looked at it before sliding her eyes up to his. He found heat and desire in hers, and she tipped up on her toes to kiss him. Dawson let her set the pace and simply followed her lead. By the time she broke their connection, Dawson's head swam, and he realized he'd pushed his hand up and into her hair, his fingers firmly along the back of her neck. He dropped his hand and stepped back, clearing his throat.
All right, I'll go shower. You do your investigative thing.
He waved his hand around the beach.
The manager's office is at the end of the road where you came in.
I'll find it. He walked away from her, locking himself in his trailer so there wouldn't be any mishaps with the shower. As he soaped up, he wondered what in the world he was doing. Charlotte was a complex woman with major baggage from South Carolina and nowhere near ready to be kissing him like she just had. She had no idea what she did to him, and he had a feeling this wasn't going to end the way he wanted it to. Because he wanted her in a white dress, a private wedding ceremony, preferably in the backyard she'd been working on, and then in his bed. And she didn't even want to label them as dating. She did, he told himself. She agreed to it. But he wondered if she would have ever gotten there if he hadn't pressed the issue, said something. He liked his simple life, in simple housing and a work schedule that took enough mental energy to keep him engaged. A beautiful setting running on the beach. He had everything he needed. Dawson dressed, acknowledging the lies as he pulled on a pair of gym shorts and a pale pink t-shirt. He may not have known it 5 weeks ago, but he definitely did not have everything he needed in his life, not now that he'd met Charlotte and started to fall for her.
You're killing me,
he said when Charlotte said, Now all we have to do is a concrete curb. What? She asked, scraping her sweaty bangs off her forehead. He'd never met anyone who worked as hard as her on something that few people would ever see. He found it inspiring, a bit intimidating, and sexy, sexy, sexy. I'm not doing a concrete curb today. He raked his fingers through his own sweaty hair. I need another shower and something to eat, and... He silenced when she started laughing. Not today, babe. She leaned into him, a big smile on her face. And I'll call someone to come do it. You think I can sculpt a curb by myself? He took her into his arms, not a bit bothered by the extra heat, not when it was her. Honey, I think you can do whatever you set your mind to. She beamed up at him, and Dawson wondered if her ex had ever complimented her. She seemed to bask in everything he said, and his heart pinched for her. Do you like Getaway Bay? He asked. Yeah. She sighed, stepped away from him, and wandered to the edge of the lawn. She gazed out over the bays, the breeze playing with the ends of her hair that barely reached her collarbone. He joined her, thankful for the cooling breeze. I really love it here. Feels like the first place I can call home. Yeah? She glanced at him. That surprises me. Does it? You seem like the kind of guy who'd fit in anywhere with anyone. I mean, I have friends in the Air Force, friends on the island. You don't talk about your family much. Dawson took a deep breath. Hello, Kettle. Meet Pot. She blinked at him, shock coloring her beautiful eyes. Laughter bubbled out of her mouth in the cutest sound. I guess I deserve that. But she didn't offer any further details. So Dawson decided he would. I don't really get along with my brothers. Well, one of them is fine. The other one got engaged to my ex-girlfriend 13 days after we broke up. He tried to shrug, but the action simply wouldn't move through his shoulders. I'm sorry, Dawson. Yeah, me too. I do miss San Diego from time to time. Not enough to go back, at least not yet. His guilt tugged at him, though, and he added, My mom wants me to come for Christmas. And his mother would want to know soon. Once Halloween hit, he'd have to give her an answer. When's the last time you went back? She asked. Years, Dawson said, turning away from the glorious view of the water. Are you going to go this year? I don't know. He surveyed the tools they'd used to dig the trenches for the sprinkling system. They had all the pipes in now, and they'd tested it. So can we finish this up tomorrow? My back is killing me. Yeah. She walked past him and all the shovels and other tools strewn on the ground. Guess that's what happens when you get old. She added a giggle, and Dawson froze, staring after her. Oh, you're gonna get it. He made a dash for the water main, twisting it while she said, Don't you dare! A squeal immediately followed as the sprinkler heads popped up and began spraying her where she stood in the middle of the lawn. Their eyes met, and something pulled him toward her. Something strong and magnetic, but he didn't allow his feet to move. A chuckle vibrated in his chest, and a smile stretched his face. She lunged toward him, grabbing onto the collar of his shirt and tugging him into the spray, too. He let her. Had he wanted to resist, he could have, laughing as they let the cold spray soak them. And Dawson knew he'd seriously put his heart on the line. Problem was, he wanted to see what Charlotte would do with it, and all he could do was hope she didn't break it, take it, or make it ache. Chapter 13. Charlotte worked toward her first wedding. She worked on the house. She worked at not thinking about her family during the upcoming holidays. She worked on sharing more with Dawson. He hadn't pushed her for more information, and she hadn't volunteered it. She just wasn't ready to tell him more than she already had. She had not called her sister or even texted her. She'd ignored Sammy after sending that 2-word text. Work kept her busy, with a few new brides now scheduled that were much less chill than Claudia, who had come in without her mother, and they'd had a great meeting, with chocolate sea salt truffles and a little bit of laughing. With Claudia's wedding first, Charlotte really needed it to go well. Miss Madsen, you have someone here to see you. Charlotte glanced up from her desk, her fork paused halfway to her mouth. Who is it? She didn't have an appointment that afternoon, or she wouldn't have walked over to the salad bar and filled a plate worthy of a family feast. Riley giggled and stepped into the office a little further. A really cute man. Dark hair, some gray in the sideburns. Dawson had come to her office? Why? Yes. Riley sighed and pressed both hands to her heart. Should I send him in? Is he one of the grooms? Maybe he's here to book something for his girlfriend. Charlotte coughed, choking on the very idea of getting married again. She pushed the salad away, embarrassed at the size of it, but unable to do anything about it. Sure, send him in. Riley grinned as wide as the Pacific Ocean and stepped out of the office. Charlotte yanked open the bottom drawer in her desk and shoved the salad on top of the pile of folders there. She had no idea what they even were, but the drawer closed. Barely, but it did. And she could deal with unknown files later. She moved a pen around the surface of her desk and turned toward her computer like she was so busy as Dawson came in. Hey, he said easily, just like he did everything. She knew his life wasn't picture perfect, but he somehow didn't let his past or his crumbled relationships with his family bother him. She marveled at that, wondered where he put the guilt. What's going on? She asked, rising and glancing toward the door where Riley and a bridal coordinator stood staring. We're not alone. Don't kiss me. She smiled like they were old friends, that she hadn't kissed him that very morning after seeing him running along the beach, that she didn't secretly fantasize about him. Dawson paused, his jovial face turning serious. I thought you were my girlfriend. They don't know that. He turned and looked at the two women standing there, and they scattered like pigeons. After retracing his steps and closing the door, he yanked on the blinds to close them too. When he faced her, Charlotte didn't like the concern and confusion in his eyes. I thought we were dating, he said, maintaining his position near the door. We are. But you don't want anyone to know. It's not that. Plenty of people knew. His friends had known, and while he'd tried to take her to their donut shop, she hadn't wanted to go. She'd suggested an omelet place for breakfast last week instead, and he hadn't known why she wanted to save the pastries for another time. She realized, standing there in her office, that she didn't mind being his girlfriend when no one knew about it. But she didn't want anyone to know. Charlotte looked away, her classic move for avoiding hard things. Why did you come by? She asked. If people knew she was dating Dawson, it would be real. And she really liked that it felt a bit like pretend to her. She wasn't ready for real. She wasn't ready to introduce him as her boyfriend. She wasn't ready to be part of a pair. I wondered if you had time for lunch and you weren't answering your phone. Dawson looked like he could punch the next person he saw. But I can see you're too busy. He spun and opened the door, stepping through it before she could say wait or I'm sorry. By the time she realized what she'd not said, he was gone. She darted out from behind the desk. Dawson, wait! Falling from her lips. She ignored Riley and Patrice and headed for the door as she caught sight of him in his dark wash jeans and mint green polo heading north down the sidewalk. She burst out of Your Title Forever, the beach stretching in front of her. Whenever she left the office, she took a few moments to enjoy the surf and sand, but today she barely glanced at them. Dawson! She called. To his credit, he paused. His hulking black SUV waited in the parking lot, and he had almost reached it. Charlotte hurried after him as fast as her sandaled feet would let her. With basically a piece of flat cardboard as a sole, the shoes weren't comfortable and hurt her high arch. He turned around, practically a scowl on his face. She reached him and wanted to touch him, draw him into her as she had previously, but she was very aware of where they stood and that while this stretch of sand wasn't nearly as populated as the tops of the bays, there were still plenty of people walking, biking, or running past. I'd like to go to lunch, she said, nowhere near what she needed to say. People will see us, he said. She hesitated, unsure of what to say. I know, she said at the same time he scoffed and looked over her shoulder. I knew you weren't ready for this. He clicked his keys and the doors unlocked on his SUV. He put that power in his strides and reached it in only a couple of steps. She scrambled after him, thinking he wouldn't drive off with her halfway outside of the vehicle. Would he? He didn't, and she buckled her seatbelt as the backs of her legs burned against the black leather. They drove in silence, and she didn't ask where he was taking her. He knew all kinds of hidden gems around the island, and while she'd only sampled a few with him, he'd told her about plenty of places they needed to go. This drive took them out of East Bay and through Getaway Bay, too. They left behind the hustle and bustle of the tourists, the locals, the beaches, and headed around the curve in the island. Fear gripped Charlotte for a moment. "I'm sorry," she said. She couldn't find adequate words to sum up how she felt inside. They hadn't existed in South Carolina either, and she suddenly knew why she'd left. Runaway, she thought. She'd gotten away to Getaway Bay. "My ex-husband sat me down about 6 months ago and told me he'd met someone else." She watched the trees go by, wishing she could climb one and float away. "We'd been married for 11 years, and while things weren't perfect, I hadn't realized how unhappy he was, how unhappy I was, how we didn't love each other anymore." She stopped talking, not sure any of this was relevant. Dawson reached over and took her hand in his, but didn't vocalize anything. "So I'm sorting through things. I'm not sure I trust myself to make decisions, especially relationship decisions. And I really like you. I don't want to hurt you." She whispered the last few words, her emotions teeming too close to the surface to speak properly. He lifted her hand to his lips. "I really like you, too." A few more minutes of driving, and he pulled under a wooden arch that had the words "Cattleman's Last Stop" carved into it. The road was dirt but not bumpy, and she spied a huge building up ahead with several cars parked in front of it. "Doesn't look too busy," he said. "It's usually their evening crowd that's huge." "Where are we?" "Best steakhouse on the island," he said. "Angus burgers. And this is a real working ranch with real cowboys." He pulled up beside a blue pickup and parked. He didn't turn off the engine, but looked at the entrance to the restaurant like he expected zombies to come pouring out of it at any moment. Just when the tension between them had made her pulse start to race, he said, "I know you're not ready for this. I can drive you back to work and leave you alone." Charlotte didn't want that. But was it fair to keep him hanging on? "I don't want that," she said. "But I can't give you as serious as you want. I'm sorry. I understand if you'd rather just be done." Her heart wailed at the idea, though. The hammock on her back deck would be huge without him there to snuggle into. And the idea of not being able to call someone and tell them about her highs and lows brought tears to her eyes. And not just someone. Him. She knew she wanted to call him. Share with him. She told him that, and he finally looked at her. "I'm okay with what we have going right now," he said. "I really am. But I do have one more question." Charlotte kept her gaze steady on his, unwilling to look away and show her anxiety. "All right. I'll do my best to answer it." "Do you think you'll ever be ready?" She wanted to blurt, "Of course," just so he wouldn't break up with her. Instead, she thought for a moment and said, "I'm going to try. But Dawson, I don't know if I even recognize love anymore." She'd thought she'd been in love with Hunter. His declaration had been the biggest shock of her life, and the waves were still rolling through the different parts of her life, her friends, her family, her job, her home, her very thought processes, her heart, her soul. "I just needed to know you were going to try." He unbuckled his seatbelt and turned off the car. "Let's go eat. I'm starving." Charlotte went inside with him, the craziest decor she'd ever seen looking down on her from the walls. A bona fide cowboy swaggered over to them and said, "Howdy, what can I get you to drink?" They ordered drinks, and Dawson lightened the mood by telling her about a couple of clients yesterday that had more questions about the volcanoes and human sacrifice than was normal, and everything seemed perfectly fine on the outside. But inside Charlotte, a war waged, and she had no idea which part of her would come out the victor, her mind or her heart. She could only hope she didn't hurt the handsome, kind, hard-working man across the table from her. Chapter 14. Dawson backed off over the next couple of weeks. Wes and Nicole invited him for Thanksgiving Day dinner, and Wes's text said, "Bring your girlfriend. We're starting to think you're hiding her from us on purpose." Dawson had almost thrown his phone into the ocean that day. If Wes only knew that the reason Dawson hadn't brought Charlotte around was because Charlotte didn't want to claim him, he wouldn't be sending texts like that. Thanksgiving was in 4 days, and he still hadn't mentioned anything to Charlotte. He hadn't noticed her planning a big meal or anything, though he knew she liked to cook. She'd finished the transformation on the ground floor of the house, and the yard was ready for the colder, rainier season. She'd been working on the second floor, but she no longer asked him to help on projects or lend his muscles to her. He knew when she got approval from the city council for her electricity to be closer to the water than 200 feet. He knew when she had a great meeting at work with one of her brides. He knew when her boss complimented her. She shared things with him, but only things from her time on the island. Most of her life before coming to Getaway Bay she kept close to the vest. Finally, when Nicole texted, demanding to know how many guests she should prepare for, he had to talk to Charlotte about it. He stopped by the fruit stand and bought a big bag of the sugared mango she liked so much, and claimed it added another 5 pounds to her frame. Dawson didn't care. She was beautiful and lovely, just the way she was, but no matter how many times he told her, she didn't seem to believe him. As he made the drive down Cinder Road, he wondered if he was wasting his time, putting his heart on the chopping block willingly and practically begging her to raise the knife. He pulled behind her Mini Cooper and grabbed the bag of mango from the passenger seat. "Just ask her," he muttered to himself as he went toward the front door. He knocked but went right in, just like he'd been doing for weeks now. "Charlotte?" he called, glancing up the stairs as if he'd see her standing at the top. He didn't, and he took the mango into the kitchen. She stood on the deck, her phone held to her ear. Dawson moved through the dining room and opened the door to the back deck. He lifted the mango, but Charlotte obviously didn't hear him and didn't turn toward him. The breeze carried her voice back to him, though, and he heard, "Of course not, Wilma." Dawson did not want to hear this. He turned and went back inside quickly, hearing Charlotte say something else, but he was unable to make out the words. With the doors sealed, he went down the hall and into the living room, holding up the mango when she caught sight of him through the huge windows. She didn't even smile. In fact, it looked like she was about to cry. Dawson's heart couldn't handle the pain he saw in her face. He wanted to make everything better for her. In fact, he'd do anything to help her. Charlotte's mouth moved, and she held up one finger in a silent way of telling him she'd be another minute. He wanted to leap through the glass and swat the phone over the railing. Whatever her sister was saying, Charlotte didn't need to hear it. She finished several minutes later and came into the living room, her fingers white as they clutched the phone in fury. "My sister is a piece of work." She tossed the phone on the coffee table with a clatter and sat down beside him on the couch. She didn't lean back into him, didn't take his comfort, but perched right on the edge and ran both hands through her hair. A sniffle followed, and Dawson hastened to wrap her up tight so she wouldn't fall apart. Crying, she gripped his shirt, and he held her against his chest, whispering, "It's okay, babe. It's okay." But he didn't even know what it was, and he had no idea how to make it okay. Charlotte didn't cry for long, and she wiped her face and let her little bit of hair fall between them. "What happened?" he asked. "Wilma says I'm being selfish for not coming home for Thanksgiving or Christmas." Charlotte lifted her chin, and Dawson thought her watery eyes were the most beautiful things he'd ever seen. "I came to ask about Thanksgiving dinner, too," he admitted, grabbing the sugared mango from the floor and handing it to her.
but I brought treats."
She took the mango and smiled at it like it was the most wonderful gift in the world. "What about Thanksgiving?" She took a piece of dried fruit from the bag and bit into it.
"Wes and Nicole really want us to come to their place for dinner. I was supposed to ask you a while ago, but—"
He let his voice trail off, not quite sure how to finish anyway. She finished the mango, a classic Charlotte move, as she needed time to think through things, even small things. Threading her fingers through his, she said, "Okay, I can go to Thanksgiving dinner with your friends."
"Yeah?"
Dawson put his fingers gently under her chin and nudged her to look at him.
"I honestly don't care if we just sit in the hammock all day and then go eat sushi."
"I don't like sushi." Dawson smiled at her, realizing that it was love that stretched his lips, and said,
"Whatever you want, babe. Honest."
"Let's go to dinner with your friends. It will be fun to see how things are done here on the island for a traditional holiday."
"Well, Nicole's from Texas, so you'll probably be getting something more Southern than Hawaiian."
"As long as I don't have to make it, I don't care." Charlotte tucked herself into his side again, her bag rustling as she fished for another piece of mango. "What did you like about my sister in high school?"
Dawson's muscles seized and released, and he pushed out his breath. "She was pretty, and she flirted with me. That was about all I needed in high school to go out with someone."
He didn't tell Charlotte that her sister was cruel, that she'd had quite the reputation. What good would it do?
Might make her feel better, actually, he thought,
but he still kept his mouth shut. "And now?" she asked, playing with a button in his shirt. It sat in the middle of his chest, and he could barely think with the way her fingers swirled around and around it.
"Now?"
he echoed.
"What does it take for me to ask a woman out?"
"Yeah."
"Apparently I like sassy strawberry blondes with commitment issues."
He wasn't sure if he should have said that, but Charlotte laughed in the next moment, a sound which quickly turned choked as she started to weep again.
"I'm sorry, sweetheart,"
he whispered into her hair.
"Sometimes siblings suck."
And while he'd been putting off his mother and brother about the holidays, he knew he wouldn't be going home for Christmas. "Yeah, they do," she agreed, her voice only a little pinched now. "Mine just told me I should be in South Carolina, fighting for my ex-husband who's already remarried. I mean, honestly, Wilma lives in Denver. What does she know?"
"Your husband is already remarried?"
Dawson knew she'd run from something, but it just kept getting worse and worse. "He married her 10 days after our divorce was final."
"And you came here?"
"Took me a few months," she said, "because I had a couple of jobs to finish and a house to sell and a life to leave behind." Dawson stared through the window, his mind churning.
No wonder she wasn't ready to commit to anything. No wonder she questioned her ability to make decisions about them. No wonder she wasn't sure if she believed in love. But Dawson did, and he was pretty sure he was on the slippery slope toward falling in love with her. And one wrong step could cost him everything.
"What can I bring to Thanksgiving dinner?" she asked, composed now.
"I'll text Nicole."
Charlotte had obviously spent some time socializing in the past. When Dawson showed up to get her for Thanksgiving dinner, she wore a fun, flirty sundress that had clearly come from one of the boutique racks on the island. Her hair had been braided back into a knot at the nape of her neck, with a couple of pieces hanging down on either side of her face. She'd curled those, added mascara, blush, and lip gloss, and Dawson could only stare at her as she stepped into a pair of yellow heels.
"Holy cow,"
he said when she finally looked at him.
"I think I'm at the wrong house."
He glanced over his shoulder as if there would be another one just down the street. He grinned at her when their eyes met again. "Stop it."
"You look fantastic."
He stepped into her, glad the heels brought her closer to his height. He kissed her, a slow, passionate kiss right there in her open doorway. There wasn't anyone out here to see, he supposed, because she kissed him back in the same sensual way. "I made oatmeal carmelitas."
"I think you just spoke another language,"
he teased. "They're kind of like oatmeal cookies, but about 1,000 times better. They're a big hit at parties." He followed her into the kitchen where she collected a square plastic container with a lid.
"Can I try one?"
Now that he thought about it, he detected a bit of cinnamon on his lips already.
"Did you eat one?"
"I've eaten about 5. The look she gave him screamed of her nerves.
"Wes and Nicole are great,"
he said. He'd already told her all about them and how they'd met in college, got married, finished pastry school together, and moved to Getaway Bay to open their donut shop. According to Wes, they'd been on the island for 8 years, but Nicole insisted it was only 7. Dawson didn't really care how long they'd been here. He'd found them soon after he'd made the move across the ocean, and as long as they stayed open, he was happy. She popped the lid on the container and he found neat rows of crumbly oatmeal squares inside.
"Oh, I was expecting a cookie."
"They're better than cookies." She shook the container and he took one out of the corner. It looked like a cookie base, with an ooey layer of caramel and the crumbly oatmeal topping. 1 bite and he was sold. He finished the bar in another 2 bites and said,
"You're right. These are way better than cookies."
"They're sort of autumnal," she said. "I mean, not pumpkin or anything."
"Nicole dislikes pumpkin anyway."
Dawson wiped his lips.
"Should we go?"
"Yes." She headed for the front door, and he liked the way her skirt swayed in time with her hips. He pulled back on the reins of his fantasies because Charlotte was a nervous mess just going to meet his friends. He got in and buckled his seatbelt, started the SUV, and said,
"So you used to take these to a lot of parties back in South Carolina?"
"Yeah, a few." Dawson thought more than a few, and he cut a look at her out of the side of his eye. He wanted everything from her, and a sting of annoyance sang through him that she still wasn't sharing.
"How many parties, would you say?"
She turned toward him, the oatmeal carmelitas dormant in her lap, and a sexy pair of sunglasses concealing her eyes. "We used to go to something every weekend, it seemed."
"What about your friends there?"
he asked.
"Do they know you're in Hawaii?"
"No."
"Tell me about that,"
he said as he turned around and aimed the vehicle down Cinder Road. He hoped his request wouldn't push her away, but his craving to learn about her life didn't allow him to let things slide. Not anymore. Chapter 15. Charlotte took her time starting the story, mostly because she needed a few minutes to work herself up to it. "He doesn't judge you," she told herself. "He's just interested." And she was glad he was interested. She didn't want to lose Dawson because she was embarrassed about her past. She had nothing to be embarrassed about, but the facts didn't always influence her emotions the way she wished they would. "My friends chose Hunter's side in the split," she said. "One of them even asked me what I'd done to drive him away." Dawson turned onto the highway, heading back toward the busiest part of the island.
"Did you drive him away?"
"I don't think so. He worked constantly, and I had a job, too. We went out every weekend. I thought we were happy enough." Dawson said nothing, which prompted Charlotte to keep speaking. It's hard being part of a couple and doing everything with other couples and then losing that. And he had another woman already, so she simply took my spot.
"I'm sure that's not true."
The pictures on social media didn't lie, and Charlotte said as much.
"What about your girlfriends?"
Dawson asked, slowing to take a left turn into a neighborhood. "Half of a couple," she said. "I didn't expect to be treated the way I was. It was eye-opening and heart-wrenching at the same time." Dawson took her hand and squeezed her fingers.
"I'm sorry, Charlotte."
A weight lifted from her chest, and she said, "At first, I thought my life was over. And you know what? It was. But the world didn't end, and I made a new life for myself."
"Yes, you seem to be doing great at that."
She wasn't sure if he was happy about that or not. He seemed unusually quiet, and when he pulled into the driveway of a beautiful brick house, he parked and waited.
"I'm glad you have this new life here,"
he said, turning to look at her. She saw untold possibilities in his eyes, along with a level of adoration that made her blood heat. "Me too," she whispered.
"My friends really are great," he said as equally as soft. And Nicole is standing at the door waiting. Should we give her a show or just go in? A devilish glint entered those eyes that Charlotte loved, and she laughed. The show is private, Dawson. Geez. She rolled her eyes, removed her hand from his, and reached for the door handle. A private show? He asked under his breath as he met her at the front of the SUV. Really? When? He slipped his arm around her waist and pulled her close to him. She enjoyed the steadiness of him, the scent of his cologne, the soft desire she heard in his voice. Later, she said, just before Nicole said, "You guys made it." Dawson led her up the steps, his hand slipping to take hers and hold it tight. "We made it." He leaned in and gave Nicole a kiss on the cheek. "Nicole, this is my girlfriend, Charlotte Madsen." He turned to face her, beaming for all he was worth. "Nice to meet you." She accepted a quick hug from Nicole, and they went inside, where the air was perfumed with turkey, butter, and salt. "Smells great," Charlotte said, easily moving into her social persona. Heaven knew she'd had enough practice over the years. "Wes is the chef in the family," Nicole said, leading the way through the well-decorated space with comfy-looking couches, art on the walls, and rugs over the wood floors. Charlotte took a moment to enjoy the vibe of this house, as it felt very much like the place she was trying to create for herself up on the bluff. At least Thanksgiving dinner wasn't going to be awkward. She followed Nicole and then Dawson into the kitchen, where a tall man stood with his back to them at the stove. "Wes, they're here." Nicole moved to the side as her husband turned. "This is Charlotte Madsen, Dawson's girlfriend." The way Nicole enunciated girlfriend wasn't lost on Charlotte. But her thoughts were spinning because Wes stood before her practically a copy of Hunter. Same bald head, same dark eyes full of light and mischief and welcoming. He had the same broad shoulders, too, and when he came around the island and shook her hand, Charlotte felt like she'd just been touched by her ex-husband. She tried not to yank her hand away as he said, "Nice to finally meet you," with a pointed look in Dawson's direction. But it wasn't Dawson's fault they hadn't met yet, and Charlotte wished she'd waited a little longer. "You too," she managed to say, and Dawson swooped to her side. "Leave her alone," he said. "Making a commitment is a big deal for me, so just shut it already. You're embarrassing me." He sounded good-natured, but Charlotte felt the tension in his body as he tugged her close to his side. "I told her you guys were cool." "We are cool," Wes said, wiping his hands on his apron and backtracking into the kitchen. "So, Charlotte, Dawson has told us precious little about you." "Not true," Dawson said, taking a seat at the counter and tugging on Charlotte's hand so she would too. "We know she's new to the island," Nicole said. "Bought that big house up on Cinder Road and is fixing it up, and she works at your title forever." Charlotte thought they'd definitely nailed everything she would have told them. She stared at the back of Wes's head, telling herself over and over that it wasn't Hunter. Their voices weren't quite the same, and Hunter didn't even know how to boil water. Still, her voice felt stuck in her throat, and her skin felt like she'd been pricked hundreds of times. "How is it working for Hope Sorensen?" Nicole asked. Charlotte swung her attention to Nicole, trying to figure out how to answer the question. "It's okay." "She's intense." Nicole shivered as if Hope was an evil queen from a childhood fairy tale. "She is, but she's fine to work for." Charlotte didn't need to make any enemies on the island. "I guess she started your title forever only a few years ago, and now it's the biggest wedding planning operation in the whole state." Nicole's blue eyes studied Charlotte. "The whole state? I hadn't heard that. Even over the stuff over on Oahu?" "It's Maui you've got to watch out for," Dawson said. "So much going on over there these days." "They can keep it," Wes said. "We have enough tourists over here." "Getaway Bay was just named the most romantic spot to get married," Charlotte said, reciting what she'd read in a magazine earlier that week. "Even over Cancun, which has held the top spot for a decade."
And do you think that's because of Hope? Nicole asked.
No, Charlotte said, but we're going to use it to get as many clients as we can. She glanced at Dawson and then back to Nicole. Do you not like Hope or something?
Oh, she had a little spat with her a few months ago.
Wes turned from the stove and started laying out silverware, plates, and serving platforms.
It wasn't a spat, Nicole said. She ordered 4 dozen donuts for a company retreat on the beach. We made them as specified, and she tried to tell me she'd ordered a different kind, but I had the order slip with her signature on it.
Charlotte could totally see Hope doing something like that. She did have a great eye for details, but her attention was drawn in at least a dozen directions at any given time.
So she didn't want to pay even though I showed her the slip and delivered on time.
I remember that. What ended up happening?
Dawson asked.
She paid, but then she tried to leave a bad review.
Nicole shook her head.
She'd go ballistic if someone did that to her.
Reviews were important to a business like Hope's and Nicole's. Charlotte said, I can see her doing that, actually.
Time to eat,
Wes said, stopping the conversation as he placed a platter full of carved turkey among the other dishes already on the counter. Creamed corn, mashed potatoes, gravy, green beans, fresh rolls, yams, and sparkling cider. Charlotte felt a rush of gratitude move through her, and she grinned at her guests. So Wes looked like Hunter. She could still enjoy the food and the company, especially Dawson. She let him pamper her by pouring her drink and jumping up to get her a napkin when she said she'd forgotten one. She noticed the way his friends watched him, tiny smiles on their faces, and she decided to ask him what that was about once they were alone. But there was pie, and then coffee, and then a sunset to be watched from the deck. Charlotte enjoyed all of it, and as Dawson spoke with Wes about something, she let herself contemplate what she had to be grateful for that year. So much had changed, and in that moment, sitting with Dawson's hand in hers as the sun sank lower and lower, Charlotte realized that they'd changed for the better. What she'd said earlier about her life being over but the world not stopping was true. She had a new life, a better life, a life she really enjoyed, with a man who seemed to adore her. Snuggling closer to him, she counted him as one of her blessings. This island, her house, her job, and Dawson Dane.
So the altar will go here.
Charlotte pointed to a bare patch of sand while Claudia and her mother came to a stop. The sun was hot today for mid-December, but Charlotte acted as though she were immune to heat. The chairs will be from here to the boardwalk. They'll have the teal bows tied on them, and there will be the draping overhead to conceal the misters.
Or the heaters, Petra said. It could be cold.
The wedding was 17 days away, right outside the 2-week forecast Charlotte could look up. Right, she said, pasting her fake smile on her face. She'd gotten very good at using it with certain people, Petra one of them. Or the heaters. We'll make sure everyone is comfortable. This final walk-through before Claudia's wedding had Charlotte's stomach in knots. She had very little time to make sure every piece was in place. She told herself she'd already ensured that nothing would go wrong with all the months of planning she'd put into it. She'd already called and confirmed the cake, the flowers, the dress, the photography, the DJ. This wedding was going to make the front pages of the biggest society magazines, and she couldn't wait to see her designs and ideas manifest in real life. Claudia couldn't either, and she asked dozens of questions. They went back to Charlotte's office to go over sketches and pictures of things in various stages of completion. It's going to be amazing, Charlotte said. Everything is on schedule and looking great.
It does seem that way, Petra said, and Charlotte thought that was as close to a compliment as she was going to get.
She smiled at the woman. Thank you, Petra. Yeah, Mom, you almost sounded nice. Claudia grinned at her mom and exchanged a glance with Charlotte. Come on, David is waiting. Charlotte waved at them and watched as they walked out. She breathed a sigh of relief that this tour had gone well,
Petra had called the night before and said they were on the island for the weekend and could Charlotte possibly show them how things would go. So she'd put on her skirt and blouse on a Sunday and come down to the office. At least all the pieces were in place, and all she'd had to do was take 30 minutes to review them before Petra and Claudia showed up. She locked up her office and headed outside, the bay breeze quite cool against her skin. She decided to reward herself for working on the weekend by buying a ham and bacon sandwich from a shop just down the sidewalk. She found a bench and unwrapped her food, the sight before her so beautiful and serene she could hardly believe it. What a great new life, she thought to herself. People walked in front of her as they moved down the sidewalk, and she'd just finished her food when someone very familiar strolled past her. He held hands with a curvy brunette, and it could have been Nicole and Wes. But Charlotte knew it wasn't Nicole and Wes. It was Hunter and his new wife. Chapter 16. Dawson looked out over the water, his tour today only half full. He drew in a deep breath and appreciated the clear blue sky, the darker blue slash of water at the bottom of his window. A puff of white came up and he said, "We have whales out the left side, 10 o'clock. He slowed to a hover so the family of 3 inside could watch. "Those are pilot whales," he said, their massive bodies a slightly darker color than the water, which made them easy to spot. "I could see 5, maybe 6. Increased splashing commenced out the front windshield, and he turned the helicopter slightly. "Those are spotted dolphins," he said. "Looks like a big pod, maybe 50 or 100. They found a school of herring, one of their favorite foods." He often saw whales, Hawaiian monk seals, and dolphins on his tours. He loved them, but he'd recited the same facts so many times he sounded like a flight attendant telling passengers how to put on their oxygen masks in the event of an emergency. The whales probably heard them splashing around and came to feast. At that moment, a big whale bolted straight up out of the water and the family went wild. Even Dawson said, "Oh, wow, that's called a lunge feed." He watched the water settle again. The pod scared the herring into one tight pod. Then that whale dove down deep and came shooting up out of the water, his mouth open to catch as many fish as possible. A smile touched his mouth and stayed. Even he didn't get to see a lunge feed very often. They stayed a while longer, watching the whales skim the surface and occasionally showed their flukes as they dove. He said, "Are we ready to move on?" "Yes," the dad said, and they settled back into their seats to continue. Their daughter, a girl probably close to 13 or 14, couldn't stop talking about the whales and dolphins. Her animation and joy was infectious, and Dawson finished his tour with real happiness coursing through him. He landed on the pad with barely a bump and helped everyone out of the helicopter. He got a great tip and turned toward the building with his stomach roaring at him to eat something. Stephen hurried toward him, anxiety all over his face. "What's wrong?" Dawson asked, forgetting about food and striding forward. "A woman named Charlotte called." Stephen looked at him with wide eyes and turned to walk with Dawson inside. "She said she tried your cell, but I told her you were out on a flight. She sounded quite upset, like she was crying." Dawson's heart raced and he fumbled with the zipper on the side of his thigh, where he kept his phone in a safe pocket. Sure enough, Charlotte had called 4 times, all within 10 minutes of each other. "How long ago did she call?" he asked, trying to figure out if he could leave right now, in the middle of the afternoon on a Sunday, and where she would be if he did. "About a half an hour." Stephen opened the door and Dawson walked in. "I told her when you'd be back." "Thank you, Stephen." Dawson gave him the best smile he could muster and tapped the button to call Charlotte back. "Hey," he said when she answered, her voice tinny and miles away. "What's going on? Where are you?" Only sniffling came through the line, which meant she wasn't somewhere public. Desperation dove through him with the speed and power of that pilot whale lunging out of the ocean to eat. "Charlotte, baby, tell me what's going on. Are you okay? Are you hurt?" He was surprised by the tenderness in his own voice, but he wasn't embarrassed. With the swiftness of a lightning bolt, he realized he was in love with her. Shaken, and with his heart now catapulting around inside his chest, he paced in front of the windows overlooking the bay as he waited for her to answer. "Hunter's here," she said, her voice catching. "On the island. My island." He froze. "You talked to him?" "No, he didn't see me." She wasn't giving him the whole picture, and he wasn't sure why she was so upset if she hadn't interacted with her ex-husband at all. "Okay, where are you?" "In my car." Dawson's frustration grew at the same rate his concern had. He wasn't sure why she was so upset if nothing had really happened, if there'd been no words said, and if she was safe. "Okay," he started, but she interrupted with, "I don't think I can keep seeing you." That punched the air right out of his lungs. He grappled with how to breathe, wanting to speak at the same time and finding himself unable. "I'm sorry," she said in a rush. "I thought I was okay and that maybe I'd be able to figure things out, but seeing Hunter and his girlfriend, wife, whatever, I'm not ready. I'm a mess, and I'm just not ready." Not ready for what? Dawson wanted to ask, but he couldn't get the words out. "I'm sorry," she said again and hung up. Dawson's hand fell from holding the phone at his ear, and he stared out the window unseeing. Had she really just broken up with him over the phone because she'd seen her ex-husband? "Everything okay?" Stephen asked, and Dawson swung his head toward his boss in slow motion. He shook his head, and Stephen said, "I can move your next tour to Javier. He only has 3 and you have 6. It'll be a tight fit, but we could do it if you need to go." But Dawson didn't have anywhere to go, no one to see. Numbness spread through him, and he shook his head again. "I don't have to go." He needed someplace quiet to think for a minute. He turned away from the windows, and Stephen, "Oh, and there's a pod of pilot whales and dolphins out there. We saw a lunge feed. I'll send you the coordinates." He walked away because he didn't know what else to do. In the break room, he found boxes of pizza, but he went right past them, his appetite completely gone. What was he going to do without Charlotte in his life? Before her, he hadn't even realized how empty his days were. How boring it was to get up and run in the morning, fly a helicopter around the island all day, and go home to a leaking kitchen sink in a house that wasn't even his. He stepped into a darker, quieter place and lay down on one of the cots. No one would bother him here, and he could spend the 20 minutes before his next tour alone. Always alone. Dawson finished his tours for the day and the next one. He only spoke to Stephen, JJ, and the tourists, going home to his trailer on the beach to heat up something in the microwave. Wes had texted and then called to find out about Christmas and what Dawson's plans were. He hadn't answered, but he was seriously considering leaving Getaway Bay, at least for a little while. Maybe a week while he went to San Diego to visit his family. He'd already told his brother he wasn't coming, but what would they do? Slam the door in his face? He didn't put such an action past his father, but his mom would probably be glad to see him. Rich, too. Bronson would probably tuck his tail and hide until he was sure Dawson wasn't going to clock him in the mouth, and then that would be okay, too. Problem was, Dawson wanted to hit everything, and going home in such an emotional state wouldn't be good for anyone. He just wanted to talk to Charlotte. He'd sent her a dozen texts that had all gone unanswered. He'd called twice and gotten her voicemail. It was like she'd completely disappeared, the way he wanted to. Feeling brave, he dialed the number to Your Title Forever and got a chirpy woman who answered with, "How can I help you find your title forever?" "Can you transfer me to Charlotte Madsen, please?" He pressed his eyes closed, hoping she wouldn't ask who he was or why he was calling. "I'm sorry, but Charlotte's out for the week." "Out?" he asked. "Yes, sir. She's taken vacation." "Which wedding is this referring to? I'll make sure she knows to make it a priority when she returns." Dawson hung up. "She's taken vacation." He swiped his keys from the counter and headed outside. The drive up to her house usually took 10 minutes from his spot on the beach, but today he got there in 5. Her car wasn't there, but he parked and walked to the front door anyway. He knocked and called her name, but of course she didn't come. She also didn't lock her house, so he went inside feeling very much like a stalker or an intruder. He couldn't decide which was worse. The place felt abandoned, like she'd packed in a hurry and rushed out. Though everything sat in its place and was clean, it didn't hold her spirit anymore. He turned and left, angry and frustrated and disappointed at the same time. He needed to just see her, talk to her face to face. She couldn't just break up with him over the phone and be done. She just couldn't. His next thought was to track down Hunter and get him off the island as fast as possible. But he didn't even know the man's last name, as Charlotte had gone back to using her maiden name after the divorce. Just another thing she hadn't told him. Climbing behind the wheel of his SUV, Dawson had to acknowledge that Charlotte really wasn't ready to be in a serious relationship. She hadn't even told him some of the most basic things, like what her married name had been. And yet, he'd gone and fallen in love with her. A sigh leaked from his body, and he knew he didn't want to be on the island if she wasn't. He swiped and tapped on his phone, finally getting to the right place. "Stephen," he said. "Sorry it's so last minute, but how hard would it be for me to have a few days off around Christmas? I want to go see my family in San Diego." Chapter 17. Charlotte woke to the chirping of birds and the rushing sound of water. She wasn't in her house on Cinder Road, that was for sure. No, this place was much more tropical and remote. Exactly what she wanted to try to get herself put back together. After her phone call with Dawson, where she'd blurted out a breakup, she'd packed a bag as quickly as she could and got on the first flight leaving Getaway Bay. It happened to be going to Oahu, and she'd landed and found a tropical getaway where she could have her own bungalow in the forests near the Manoa waterfalls. It was beautiful here, and Charlotte had been able to find a way to breathe, but she felt unsettled, and nothing about the rainfall showerhead was going to change that. "That's because you've run away again," she said into the hot spray of the shower. And she had. "It's only for a week," she tried to rationalize. After all, Claudia's wedding was next week, and Charlotte couldn't just up and leave Getaway Bay completely. She didn't even want to do that. The possibility of running into Dawson was slim. If he hadn't been squatting in her house, she never would have met him in the first place. Around and around her mind went. Maybe it was fate he'd been under her kitchen sink at the exact moment she'd arrived at the house. Maybe she should answer his texts and calls. Maybe she shouldn't let Hunter dictate what she did in her life. Not anymore. Never again. She washed her hair twice because she wasn't entirely sure she'd done it the first time. By the time she had a cup of coffee and took a seat on the deck that overlooked the jungle, she felt a bit more settled. Not enough to call Dawson, but enough to think through their relationship. I do want a relationship with him. That was the bottom line, and though Charlotte knew she'd spoken true, she wasn't ready. She wanted to get ready. She picked up her phone and opened her messaging app. She'd been deleting texts she didn't want to deal with, running from them. Time to stop running, she told herself and the chattering birds around her. She closed the app and opened her phone book. She'd start easy. Call her mother and tell her where she was and that she'd started to fall for a gorgeous helicopter pilot who was as sweet as he was strong. Tears pricked her eyes at the truthfulness in that thought, too. She had started to fall for Dawson, and she didn't want to lose him because Hunter had stirred up all her old emotions and insecurities, her frustrations, pains, and beliefs that all love was false, fake, pretend, the way theirs had been. "Charlotte?" Her mom sounded shocked. "Hey, Mom." Her voice broke, and while Charlotte was really tired of crying, she also allowed herself the opportunity to express her emotions. After all, keeping everything bottled up had never worked particularly well for her. "Chris?" her mom shouted. "Chris, it's Charlotte!" The joy and wonder in her mom's voice awakened Charlotte to the pain and worry she'd caused them. "Honey, are you all right? Where are you?" She took a deep breath, ready to take this first step toward healing herself, healing those she'd hurt, albeit unintentionally. "I'm on Oahu right now," she said, "but I found this great house in Getaway Bay, and I've been fixing it up."
"Charlotte?"
Her dad came on the line. "I'm looking up Getaway Bay," her mom said, her voice getting a little more distant. "We'll come visit." Charlotte didn't immediately recoil from the idea, and she smiled as tears ran down her face. "Hey, Dad. How's the golf in Miami?" Her parents had retired there after her dad's long career in business administration.
"It's so good to hear your voice, sweetheart,"
he said, which only made Charlotte cry harder. "Oh, Getaway Bay looks nice, honey," her mom said, and Charlotte got a little whiplashed by having both of them on the phone. "Big island of Hawaii, lots to do there. What are you doing there?" "I'm working for a wedding planning company," she said. "I do their custom weddings." "When's a good time to come? Maybe for Christmas?"
"The airfare will be outrageous,"
her father said. "We'll use our miles," her mom countered. "I know it's only a couple of weeks away, but we're not doing anything here." "No?" Charlotte asked, basking in their back-and-forth conversation. Her parents loved each other with a real love, a strong commitment. Maybe it was possible. "Wilma's not coming? Harold?"
"Harold's in-laws gave them a cruise. Wilma was going to come, but if we tell her now, she can do something else."
Charlotte couldn't imagine that would fly very well for Wilma. She'd only spoken to her the one time since coming to Getaway Bay, and it had been a disaster. "I don't want to cause problems," Charlotte said, "but I'd love to see you guys. I can't come to Miami. I have weddings and work to do. You could come any time, really. Doesn't have to be for Christmas."
"We haven't heard from you for 5 months,"
her dad said with a rough edge in his voice.
"Your mother is looking at airfare right now."
"I have a wedding on the 20th, she said. "A big one. After that would be best."
"After the 20th, Nina. The 20th!"
He shouted the last word, and Charlotte grinned into the foliage. "I love you, Dad," she whispered, realizing that she still knew and believed in familial love.
"We love you too, Charlotte. Tell us everything you've been doing."
The next morning, Charlotte faced her to-do list. Call Wilma. It was literally the only thing she'd put down, and she could not make herself do it. By now, her sister would have been notified that their parents were canceling Christmas in Miami and going to see Charlotte. She'd asked them not to tell Wilma where she was, but that she'd call her herself to do that. And yet, she couldn't dial the number. She didn't even have to dial it. All she had to do was press a button. Instead, she pulled up Sammy's name and number and called her. She didn't understand why that call was easier than her own sister, but it was. "Charlotte, aunts," Sammy said with so much glee in her voice that Charlotte could picture the smile on her friend's face. "How are you?" Charlotte hadn't been using her married name, but she didn't correct her friend. "Is this a good time? You have a few minutes?" "Of course, of course." Sammy didn't do much during the day, but surely she'd be planning a huge holiday shindig for all the posh residents of Carter's Cove. She did every year, with huge prize packages she and her husband gave away. "I just wanted to talk for a minute," she said. She wasn't exactly sure what she needed to say to Sammy, so she just took a leap of faith and opened her mouth. "You guys really hurt me when you sided with Hunter, and when Vivian posted those pictures of all of you with him and his new girlfriend. That was devastating." Her chest felt like someone had scrubbed it out with steel wool and then poured bleach in it. "Char? I mean, I'd already lost him, and then I had to lose everyone else too." She wouldn't cry. Her eyes were completely dry, but she'd carried around this weight for too long. "So I left. Surely you can understand that. And you guys, all my friends, Rosie, Vivi, and Tanya, contributed to that. I just wanted you to know that, whether you care or not." She exhaled, her hand shaking as she held her phone to her ear. As she stared at the tropical fish in the tank in the kitchen of the bungalow she'd rented, she realized she had real friends in Getaway Bay. Ash had texted 3 times that week, and only one of them had been about work. The other 2 messages wanted to know if Charlotte was okay and if she needed anything. Hope had readily given her the week off, the week right before the biggest wedding the island would ever see.
"Charlotte," Sammy said, "of course I care."
Not enough to tell Hunter that he's a despicable human being. When Sammy didn't deny it, Charlotte's heart sank. "It's fine," she said. "I understand the politics in Carter's Cove, but it's a horrible game you're playing, and you might find yourself on the outside one day. It's not a nice or fun place to be. Maybe then you'll understand."
"I understand more than you know."
Sammy's voice wasn't anywhere near her usual cheery tone. Charlotte cocked her head, trying to hear something more between the words.
"I hope you can forgive me one day," Sammy said. "I can't speak for the other girls, but I really am sorry, and I miss you."
Charlotte didn't know what to do with sentences like that. She'd half expected Sammy to act as aloof and smug as she had when the divorce proceedings first began and Hunter moved out. But this compassion and apology wasn't the Sammy Charlotte knew. Because she didn't truly know Sammy at all. They'd been playing a high society game of dodgeball, and Charlotte had been the first one out. "Anyway," Charlotte said, "I hope you have a Merry Christmas."
"You too."
The call ended, and her shoulders lifted. She breathed in, and it was 10 times easier than before. She didn't need to call anyone else. Sammy would get the message out, and Charlotte plugged in her phone, that to-do item still not crossed out. Tomorrow, she told herself as she bent to put on the hiking boots she'd bought upon her arrival on Oahu. Today she was going to hike to the waterfalls and enjoy the December sun in Hawaii. Even Wilma couldn't ruin that. Turned out Dawson could, as every step up the trail was laden with his name, his face, the way he'd come into her life and changed it. "What do I do about Dawson, Dane?" she asked the water as it tumbled over the cliffs. It just roared back at her, almost syllables in the sound somewhere, but Charlotte couldn't grasp onto them. She didn't call Wilma before her week ended. Simply couldn't do it, especially after her sister sent her a nasty text about how she'd ruined her family's Christmas plans. Charlotte returned to her house on Cinder Road and then to work at Your Title Forever. With Claudia's wedding in only 2 days, she had a lot to get done. Phone calls to make, details to arrange, flowers to staple to trellises, and bows to tie around chairs. Through it all, Dawson stayed close to her heart, and on the morning of the wedding she found herself standing at the door to Nuts About Dough at 5 a.m. When Wes unlocked the door, she looked right into his eyes, so much like Hunter's.
"Charlotte,"
he asked,
"what are you doing here?"
Like it was unusual to have customers lined up outside the door. But it wasn't, as at least 8 people streamed past her into the shop. She couldn't say anything as she let every negative emotion stream through her. She finally croaked, "You look just like my ex-husband." Wes clearly wasn't expecting that, if the surprise on his face were any indication. His wife called his name from somewhere inside, and Charlotte's guilt hit her. "I'm just wondering if you've talked to Dawson."
"Not since he left for San Diego,"
Wes said, waving to his wife that he'd be right there. "San Diego?" Charlotte couldn't keep the shock out of her voice. Everything he'd told her about his family had led her to believe he'd never go visit them.
"Yeah, he left yesterday."
Wes took a couple of steps away and then turned back.
"I'm sorry about you guys. I know he really liked you."
Charlotte stood on the sidewalk in the pre-dawn light, an incredibly busy day ahead of her. Dawson had gone to San Diego. No wonder the entire island felt differently. He wasn't here. She turned away, wondering if she was different now too, and if Dawson would pick up the phone if she called. Chapter 18. Dawson navigated the Southern California traffic, a curse halfway out of his mouth at every turn and lane change. He'd been spoiled in his Air Force assignments and on Getaway Bay because he hadn't driven in a mess of cars this big in a long time. His nerves rattled around in his skull like ice cubes in a glass. He couldn't believe coming to see his family was preferable to staying on the island, but without Charlotte, he didn't want to be in Getaway Bay. Wes and Nicole had been supportive, but he didn't like the way they looked at him with sad eyes and thoughtful expressions, like they were calculating who they could next set him up with. He was done with the setups anyway, done with dating. He didn't want anyone but Charlotte, and he'd never felt like that before, not even with Janet. Navigating off the freeway, he contemplated telling his family about Charlotte. Surely his mother would ask if he was seeing anyone, as she always did. She'd been hounding him for a decade to settle down and get married. She simply didn't understand that he had long wings and loved to fly. The piloting career should have been a dead giveaway. His phone's navigation app told him where to turn and which roads to take. He eventually pulled into a driveway of a modest home with white shutters and 3 other cars already parked there. He sat in the car, undecided if he'd go inside the house or not. Tan and pink rocks decorated the outside of the house, and a pine wreath hung on the door. A milk can of poinsettias sat on a small table on the porch, around which 2 chairs sat. The sun shone brightly over San Diego, and Dawson hoped the next few days wouldn't be all bad. "You've got the hotel," he said to himself, eyeing the door like a criminal might try to flee at any moment. His heart was definitely trying to beat free of his chest, and he honestly didn't know if he could go inside or not. There were so many demons to face, and some of them were a striking resemblance to his own features. As far as Dawson knew, Bronson had not dated anyone since Janet. The thought of the 2 of them together didn't sting as much as it usually did, even all these years later. As the seconds ticked by, Dawson realized they didn't sting at all. So he got out of the rental car, his long legs protesting at being folded inside for so long. He stretched, faced the sun with his eyes closed, and focused on the front door. It seemed to take dozens of steps to reach it, and then he was knocking. Commotion sounded behind the wood, and he heard his mother say, "I get to answer it, Rich." Seconds later she did, and Dawson looked down into his mother's eyes for the first time in almost 10 years. "Hey, Mom." She burst into tears and threw herself at him. Dawson caught her in a tight hug and held on, his own emotions boiling near the surface. His dad grabbed onto them both, and Dawson was eternally glad he'd decided to make this trip. "Sorry," he whispered to them, knowing he'd caused them some amount of pain by drifting away for so long. They held on to him like if they let go he might disappear again, and he hated that he'd contributed to their heartache. He caught sight of Rich standing with his wife Allie, who was definitely pregnant. He released his parents and grinned at them both. "It's good to see you guys." He stepped over to Rich, trying hard not to scan the living room for signs of Bronson. He grabbed on to his younger brother and hugged him tight, too. "Glad you made it," Rich said. "Come on, girls. Come meet your Uncle Dawson." Dawson got lost in a flurry of activity as 3 girls came over, ranging in age from 7 to 2. They all wore identical jumpers made of festive red and green plaid, and Dawson hugged them all, feeling a family connection he hadn't for a long, long time. It was a warm feeling, one of rightness, and he wanted to grow and maintain these relationships. He stood and gave Allie a quick hug. "So, is it a boy?" "Rich doesn't want to find out." She glanced at her husband. "He doesn't want to be disappointed if it's not." "I won't love the baby less," he said. "I just don't want to have to dwell on it forever." "I'm due in 6 weeks," Allie said. "It's not forever. Plus, I think it would be good for him to have some time to deal with his feelings if it is another girl." She looked at Dawson as if he should have an opinion. "Hey, you guys do what you think is right." He glanced around, unable to put off looking for Bronson any longer. "Is he here?" he half-whispered as his mother still stood nearby. He didn't want to make the holidays harder for her. "His new puppy had to go to the bathroom," Rich said, his tone dry as a bone. "He has a new puppy?" His mom sidled up beside him. "He thinks it's a substitution for a woman." Dawson said nothing. He'd never been able to get a dog because he flew so much and couldn't take care of it. but he'd thought about substituting a dog for a woman plenty of times. "So, what about you, dear?" his mom asked. "Are you seeing anyone?"
7 minutes, Mom,
Rich said.
Couldn't you have given him at least 10?
He shook his head, disgust evident on his face in a rare showing of emotion. "What?" she asked innocently. "Can I help it if I want him to be happy?"
"What makes you think being in a relationship would make me happy?"
Dawson asked. Before his mom could answer, the back door slid open and Bronson said,
"Come on, Bowser, let's go."
Dawson turned that way, his eyes drawn to his youngest brother, the one he hadn't spoken to in years, who'd caused such upheaval in Dawson's life. His fingers curled and uncurled as his brother lifted his eyes from the puppy on the floor to Dawson's. Silence stretched, and finally Dawson took a step toward him.
"Hey,"
he said. He wasn't sure if he was going to punch him or hug him as he walked toward Bronson, but he hugged him and said,
"You got a dog?" "Yeah, well, I'm going to try training it."
"He doesn't have a job," their mother said, plenty of displeasure in her voice. All at once, Dawson realized he wasn't the most disappointing son, and that made him smile bigger than the sky itself.
"No job, huh?"
he said.
"What happened?"
He lost it because he was flirting with the manager's daughter. His mom moved into the kitchen as a timer went off. "Come on, pizza's ready. Stu, will you get out the plates?" Dawson looked at Bronson for another moment, whatever animosity that had been between them for so long evaporating. He clapped his brother on the shoulder and said,
"You heard her. Pizza's ready."
He managed to avoid talking about his love life whenever his mother brought it up. On this, his last full day in town, he did so by grabbing a frisbee and saying,
"Come on, girls, let's toss this around,"
when his mother asked. Leaving everyone else behind on the sand, he and Rich's 2 older daughters positioned themselves several feet apart and began to throw the frisbee. Lisa was actually the best at it, and she was only 5. Lauren, the 7-year-old, didn't seem to have an ounce of hand-eye coordination to save her life, and the frisbee hit her square in the chest before her hands came down on either side of it.
"You okay?"
he asked, taking a few steps and reaching her side. "Yeah, I'm fine." She smiled up at him and said, "My mom knows what the baby is." Dawson paused, searching the little girl's face.
"Is that right?"
The blue-eyed child nodded solemnly. "She won't tell Daddy."
"Well, your daddy doesn't want to know."
He took the frisbee from her and said,
"Should we go swimming?"
"It's too cold," Lisa said as she joined them. "And Lauren won't tell me what the baby is." Dawson looked back and forth between the girls, thinking Wilma and Charlotte had to be close in age like these two, and they were fighting already. "Do you know too?" Lauren nodded and shrugged. "Mom told me I couldn't tell anyone. And you're not great at keeping secrets," she told her little sister with an air of importance. Dawson wanted to tell her that she wasn't either, or Lisa wouldn't even know Lauren knew, but he didn't say anything. Rich had some cute, polite girls, and Dawson had gotten along great with them. "Is Daddy going to be happy?" Lisa asked, and Dawson thought he'd very much like to know that too. He watched Lauren, who had a killer straight poker face. "What are you 3 huddled up about?" Allie approached, her steps a bit on the lumbering side as she navigated the shifting sand. "Nothing," Lauren said, but Lisa said, "She knows if you're having a boy or a girl and she won't tell us." She positioned herself next to Dawson, as if they were a united front, demanding to know the sex of the baby immediately. Allie froze, her eyes widening behind her sunglasses. "Lauren, you weren't supposed to say anything." "I didn't. I haven't."
"She's lording it over us," Dawson said, "but she hasn't told us. She's right about that."
"I want to know too, Mommy," Lisa said. Allie looked like she had a tough decision to make. She glanced over her shoulder to where Rich lay flat on his back, his hat over his eyes. Dawson's mom watched Bronson and Bowser as they ran on the beach in front of them, and Allie turned back to them. "Fine," she said. "It's a boy." A grin broke out on her face. "But don't tell Rich. He doesn't want to know, and I want to respect that." Lisa started to giggle, and Allie gave her a stern look. I mean it, Lisa. You have to be a big girl about this. It's a big secret. I can do it, Mommy. She laced her hand through her mom's, and Lauren did the same. Allie took them with her, something about ice cream and churros from the stand down the beach a bit. Dawson stood there for a few more moments, the frisbee clutched in his hand. He belonged with his family, and he loved them. Even Bronson, who he'd considered never seeing again. He was glad his brother would get his son, and Dawson had a strange urge to be a father himself, a completely new feeling for him. He'd not once asked Charlotte about having kids, if she wanted them or why she hadn't had any with her first husband. Dawson wanted a family, a house full of little girls with Charlotte's strawberry blonde hair and beautiful sea-green eyes. He went back to the towels and scrounged around in the backpack he'd brought with him until he found his phone. Stepping away from his parents and brother, he considered calling Charlotte. She hadn't answered any of his previous calls or texts, but maybe she would this time. An insane amount of hope delved through him, and he strongly disliked it. He couldn't afford to get his hopes up, because dashed hopes could shatter hearts. It was December 20th, and her big wedding was today. She probably wouldn't answer simply because of that. Maybe he should wait. He'd be flying back to Getaway Bay tomorrow, and he wanted the first face he saw when he disembarked on the island to be Charlotte's. It was 11 o'clock in the morning in Hawaii, so he knew Charlotte wouldn't be in bed. She'd be running around completing last-minute details and then behind her desk at Your Title Forever, planning the best way to make one of her demanding brides happy. Planning and attending weddings when she didn't believe in love or marriage. He pressed his eyes closed and decided to take one more leap of faith. He dialed her number and listened to the line ring, his heart wailing louder and louder with each moment where she didn't pick up. "Hey," he said to her voicemail, pure disappointment, bitter and acidic in the back of his throat. "I'm flying back to the Bay tomorrow, and I'm wondering if you'd like to go to dinner. Or just meet me at the airport. Or something." He wanted to turn back time and start over. Erase this message and say something cool and perfect and that used the words, "I love you." "Call me back. If you want." He hung up before he could make a bigger fool out of himself and turned around to find his mother only 2 feet behind him. Chapter 19. "Grab that silver ribbon," Charlotte said, her arms already full of glue guns, flowers, and crystal vases. She'd also already trekked out to the beach 5 times, setting up the altar and the trellis. All the structural pieces were in place, and now she and Hope just needed to finish with all the details. Claudia shouldn't be arriving for another hour, and that was plenty of time to get flowers in place and tie ribbons around the chairs the crew had aligned in neat rows. The sun moved behind a cloud as Charlotte went outside, and a blip of anxiety stole through her. It absolutely couldn't rain today, and Mother Nature had been playing with her emotions for the past 48 hours. Or maybe that was her own fault as she tried to figure out what she should do about Dawson. Either way, she'd slept little and felt seconds away from crying. But the sky was mostly clear, and the visible clouds were hardly more than white wisps. She worked on the trellis and altar while Hope turned plain white chairs into wedding seats fit for royalty. She finished before Charlotte and went back to get a stand for the wedding book, the pen covered in the same lace as the wedding dress and made by Claudia herself. "Afternoon," Petra said as Charlotte stood back to survey her work. She turned to Claudia's mother. "Good afternoon." She smiled at the woman genuinely. "Is she ready?" "I think so. She's checking in at Palm House." Hope had managed to secure the perfect partnership between Your Title Forever and a dancing hall and reception center about 6 months ago. They had bride and groom rooms as well as a large space inside in case of bad weather. Hope had told Charlotte they'd only had to move one wedding indoors in the 2 years Your Title Forever had been open, and only because of wind. After all, people came to them for a beach wedding, not an indoor ballroom wedding, even if it was beautiful. "Dennis is waiting for her," Petra said. "I just wanted to see this." She looked at Charlotte, who worked very hard not to squirm. It's very beautiful. She's going to love it." She patted Charlotte's arm and turned away. Palm House sat on the opposite side of the street from Your Title Forever, its back doors facing the bay, and Charlotte watched as Petra picked her way across the sand to the building. "This is going to be great," she whispered to herself. She'd worked on several high-stress projects in Carter's Cove, but somehow this one felt bigger. This one would define her career and future here in Getaway Bay. She took a deep breath and took a few photos on her phone before she returned to her office for anything last minute she needed to do. Her list sat on her desk, and she consulted it, crossing off a few things she'd just completed. And then there was nothing left to cross off. She'd check on everything at Palm House and watch the wedding from afar, the same as she'd done on other jobs. No one wanted to see the wedding planner in the details. Everything just had to work. Across the street, things at Palm House were humming along. Claudia's mother and grandmother were helping her into the dress, and Aiden was busy snapping pictures, just as he should be. He'd get 30 minutes with Claudia and David before Hope would whisk David outside to the altar, which should coincide with the last of the guests arriving. Charlotte enjoyed the air conditioning, though it wasn't that hot today, and peeked out the window to see Hope standing on the beach and gesturing people toward the book as they arrived. She wore a pale blue dress that looked like it was made from something luxurious. She smiled. Not a hair was out of place. She definitely knew how to put on a performance, as Charlotte knew she wasn't feeling particularly well that day. Charlotte wasn't either, and she coached herself that in a few hours everything would be over and she'd feel better. Before she knew it, Aiden went outside to take pictures of the guests, the altar, the trellis, the stand with the book. Everything. Hope came to get David and anyone else who needed to get down to the sand, leaving Claudia, her father, and Charlotte alone in the building. Charlotte stepped into the bride's room and said, "You look beautiful. Your father is right outside." Claudia didn't seem to wear an ounce of nervousness with her flawless dress. The evidence of whatever donut she'd consumed over the past few months had obviously been worked off because she was trim and tall and terribly beautiful. "Thank you, Charlotte." Claudia grinned at her, extending both hands toward Charlotte. She took them and said, "I can't believe this day is finally here." The love Claudia exuded moved through the air and into Charlotte as if by osmosis. Charlotte wanted to bask in it for as long as possible, but Claudia's father knocked, the indication that everything was set on the beach and all they needed was the bride. So Charlotte opened the door and passed Claudia to her father with a whispered, "Good luck," before the door closed. She should go watch the wedding from the wings, but before she could move, the door opened again and Claudia poked her veiled head in. "I don't know what happened with you and your boyfriend," she said, "but it was obvious he made you happy." She added a smile to it, a small shrug, and ducked back out. Charlotte stood in the room for another few moments, absorbing the last echoes of love she'd felt from Claudia. As she went downstairs and outside, the first strains of the wedding march lifted into the perfect afternoon air. Claudia was radiant as her father stepped her down the aisle at a slow pace, and when he passed her to her soon-to-be husband, tears gathered in Charlotte's eyes. She had been happier with Dawson, and in that moment she wasn't sure why she'd broken up with him. "I love him," she whispered, recognizing the feeling flowing through her. And while she wanted to leave immediately, she couldn't. She had to stay for the wedding, the dinner, and the party. She had to clean up. Yes, she definitely had several hours of work ahead of her still. But as she accepted she couldn't call him or jump on a plane and fly to San Diego right now, she also vowed to get in touch with him at the first available moment. By the time Charlotte made it down Cinder Road in her sporty car and inside the house, her headache pounded behind both eyes. She kicked her heels off immediately inside the door and pressed her back against it. Something hissed and clicked inside, and her heart leapt around inside her chest. Was there someone in her house? Again? Edging into the kitchen, she reached into her purse for her small bottle of pepper spray. But the room was empty, as was the deck, and the living room, and every other room in the house. Charlotte got her pulse to settle down, and she tucked her spray back in her bag. As she did, her fingers touched the hard plastic of her phone case. She pulled it out, remembering her promise to herself. But the device had died at some point during the afternoon and evening festivities. A sigh passed through her lips, and she wasn't sure she could climb the steps to plug in her phone and then come back down to get painkillers and food. So she set the phone on the kitchen counter and took care of her most pressing needs, her pain and her hunger. By the time she dragged herself up the stairs to bed, she didn't even notice she'd left her phone on the corner of the counter. She remembered the next morning when she woke up to streaming sunlight and the panic that she'd be late for work. Several seconds passed before she realized she wasn't going into work today. But she didn't know what time it was without her docking station holding her phone, and she padded downstairs in her tiny pajama shorts and tank. Since she'd eaten late last night, she bypassed the fridge in favor of her phone and went back upstairs to charge it. The battery icon came up, and she pressed the power button until the sing-songy chime sounded. She needed a shower, and she knew her phone would take its sweet time powering up, so she went into the bathroom. When she came out 20 minutes later, her muscles had forgotten about all the work they'd done yesterday. She saw a blue flashing light on her phone, which meant she had missed texts. She collapsed on the bed, toweling her short hair with one hand as she picked up her phone with the other. "Oh, a call," she said, her heart seizing when she saw Dawson's name on her screen. She was going to call him last night. How had she forgotten her vow? A phone icon sat in the top bar, and she hoped he'd left a message. Her mom had texted, but she opted to call her voicemail first. Her mouth felt dry, and her heart beat somewhere in the back of her throat as she waited for the electronic voice to lead her toward her messages. Finally, Dawson said, "Hey, I'm flying back to the Bay tomorrow, and I'm wondering if you'd like to go to dinner, or just meet me at the airport, or something." A long pause filled the line, and Charlotte was about to hang up when he added, "Call me back, if you want." The female robot came back on, but Charlotte was already stabbing at the 8 to get the call's date and time. December 20th, 11:04 a.m. "Yesterday," Charlotte said, pure wonder in her voice. She hung up with the voicemail woman still giving her options and hurried to dial Dawson back. He didn't answer, and she wondered if his flight really had been so early in the morning. It was then that she noticed it was just afternoon. With the time difference, he could easily already be on an airplane and unable to take a call. Disappointment cut through her with all the sharpness of a knife, and she ended the call without leaving a message. She gripped the phone a bit too tightly, her mind racing. Could she find out which flights were coming from San Diego? She stood as if she'd fly down the stairs and into her car wearing only a bath towel. Her phone beeped in her hand, and she looked down at another text from her mother. No, she couldn't rush right off to the airport. She'd see what her mom needed, then she'd get dressed and go see what she could do to find Dawson. At the very least, she could park outside his trailer until he showed up. She opened her texts, her eyes scanning as she realized she'd received more messages than she'd thought. Sure, her mom had been texting, but so had Hope, and so had Dawson. She could see the first 5 words of all of her messages, and his said, "In case you wanted to." Her breath stuck somewhere in her lungs, and she tapped to open his message so she could read it fully. "In case you wanted to meet me at the airport, here's my flight information. Delta 4287 arriving at 1:36. His second message read, "I know it was your big wedding day yesterday, and I'm hoping that's why you haven't responded." Nothing more. He was so patient and kind, and a sob worked its way up Charlotte's throat. She didn't let it out because she didn't have time. His flight landed in just over an hour, and she was going to be there no matter what. She rushed to get dressed, dry her hair, and throw on some mascara. Her mother's and Hope's texts could wait. Charlotte had to make things right with Dawson first. Chapter 20. Dawson had never had to go to the bathroom quite so badly, and the plane had been on the ground for 15 minutes already, but another one was still loading at their gate and the pilot couldn't pull in.
His leg bounced, and he felt sure he should get up and head to the back of the aircraft, despite the several warnings that had been given. We can't move if someone is out of their seat. Blah, blah, blah. His bladder was going to explode. 1 more minute, he coached himself. You can wait 1 more minute. The plane's going to move any minute now. Thankfully it did, and they arrived at their gate several minutes later. His heart pumped out an extra beat at the thought of seeing Charlotte as he came out of the airport. But he tamped down the excitement as she still hadn't responded to any of his messages. The seatbelt light went off and people moved. Bins opened and the aisle filled. Dawson held very still for 2 reasons. 1, the bathroom issue was serious and he'd be moving very little and quite slow until that was taken care of. And 2nd, his phone had just lit up and notified him of a missed call. A missed call from Charlotte. Emotion choked in the back of his throat as he stared at her name. No voicemail, and the timestamp on the call was that moment, but he knew she hadn't just called. Or had she? A flurry of texts came in, too, and Dawson paused in his movement toward calling her back. She texted, too, he said under his breath, ignoring the activity around him. Got your message this morning. Busy day yesterday. On my way. A smile pulled across his face, widening until he felt he must look like a clown. On my way. In that moment, he didn't know of any other 3-word phrases he loved more. He got to his feet when it was his row's turn, collected his bag from the overhead bin, and edged down the aisle, his hopes soaring somewhere at 10,000 feet above the Pacific Ocean. He wanted to run straight out of the airport and wrap his arms around the woman he loved, but he really did need to use the restroom first. With all his needs met, he started toward the exit, much slower than he'd originally thought he would. What if she wasn't there? He had no way of knowing when she'd sent those messages, and she could be on her way still. The crowd in front of him constantly shifted and moved as people went different directions. He scanned the area just beyond security, where families and loved ones waited for those coming off flights. Charlotte couldn't be found. His heart sank, and he steeled himself for disappointment. But it was more than disappointment. The emotion filling him felt soul-crushing, full of lead and dark. Then someone lifted a sign above their heads, and it had a helicopter drawn on it in black marker. He paused, his name clearly spelled out behind it. The woman holding the sign pushed forward against the ropes that had been set up, and there was Dawson's beautiful Charlotte. Their eyes locked, and she bounced on the balls of her feet, a smile on her face and tears running down her cheeks. She waved the sign a little, as if he hadn't seen it, and that somehow got Dawson's legs to move faster. He rushed toward her, laughter bubbling out of his mouth. At some point he abandoned his carry-on because he needed both hands to grab onto Charlotte. She giggled too as he swept her up, holding her tight against him. "I'm so glad you came," he said into her hair before taking a deep breath of it. He set her on her feet and moved his hands to her face, wanting to feel her, make sure she was real and not a figment of his imagination. "You came. I didn't think you'd come." "I didn't think I'd make it." She smiled and he wiped her tears with his thumbs. "I love you," he said, unsure of what else to say to help her understand. "And I know you're not ready to hear it, but I have to say it. You have to give me another chance. I can't. I miss you too much." She shook her head, and Dawson's hope plummeted. "You don't get another chance. I'm the one who needs another chance. I'm the one who messed up." "Babe, you can have as many chances as you need." He searched her eyes, trying to figure out what was happening, where this was going. "I've decided something," she said, her arms around him so wonderful and so right. "Oh, yeah?" "Yeah, this year sucked for me." He found that raw vulnerability in her eyes, but she blinked and determination replaced it. "I want next year to be better. I want to start the year off right and finish it with a bang." Dawson had no idea where she was going with this. "All right," he said anyway. "And I want you in it," she said,
Every day, all year long. I want to learn something new about you every day, and kiss you every day, and hear you say I love you every day." She peered up into his eyes. "Do you think you can do that?" Dawson took a moment to register everything she'd said. "I think I can manage," he finally said. A smile touched her lips, drawing his attention there. "Good," she said, "because I love you too, Dawson Dane." He felt as if someone had shocked him right behind the ribs, and he barely had time to process the electricity flowing through him before she tipped up and kissed him. He was vaguely aware of the people around them cheering and clapping. From far away, someone told him he couldn't leave his bag in the middle of the hall. Finally, a stern voice said, "Folks, you're gonna have to take this outside." Only then did Dawson pull away from the best kiss of his life and look the security guard in the face. "Yeah." He cleared his throat. Yes, sir." The guard indicated Dawson's bag, and he took it, finding a twinkle in the man's eye and a smile on his face just before he tucked Charlotte into his side and headed for the sunshine beyond the automatic doors. They took Charlotte's car to the beach, which was fine with Dawson. He'd lived 27 hours today, and if she wanted to navigate the lunchtime traffic to her office parking lot, he didn't care. "What are we doing here?" he asked, peering out the windshield. Because the wedding planner building was farther down the beach, only a sandwich shop and a convenience store sat anywhere close as viable options to eat. "I just want to walk along the beach for a few minutes," she said. "Are you starving?" He could eat, but the need to talk with Charlotte teemed just beneath his tongue, so he said, "Let's walk. If we see something along the way, we'll stop." She met him at the front of the car, and he took her hand in his, a little tentatively. Charlotte didn't say anything, as per her usual and past behavior. Dawson waited, hoping he wouldn't blurt out something that would prevent her from saying what she needed to. "My parents are coming for Christmas," she finally said when her sandaled feet first touched the wetter sand near the shore. Dawson paused, so many things firing inside him at once. "They are? You spoke to them?" And would he have to meet them? He hadn't met a woman's parents in such a long time he wasn't even sure how to do it. "Yeah," she nodded. "I went to Oahu after I called you and broke up with you. I'm sorry, Dawson." She turned toward him, a storm of feelings flitting around her face. "I was wrong about a lot of things, but you deserved better than a phone breakup." "It's fine," Dawson heard himself say, though he hadn't appreciated her behavior. I was pretty, I don't know." He hadn't really been angry, definitely desperate. "You went to see your family," she said. "Why?" "Honestly?" Dawson tugged on her hand to get her moving again. They strolled slowly, the steps barely moving them down the beach. "Because you weren't here, and I didn't want to be in Getaway Bay if you were gone." There. He'd said it. He'd already told her he loved her, but she had to know he needed her too. Wanted her. "I'm back because Stephen needs me for tours." She nodded, the wind coming off the bay this winter day grabbing onto her hair and pulling. "In Oahu, I did a bunch of hiking and soul-searching. I called my friends and my parents. I got some things out of my system that had been poisoning me. I worked through some feelings I'd been harboring since the divorce. Well, before that, but yeah." Dawson squeezed her fingers. "Those must have been hard conversations." "They were," she said. "And I still haven't talked to Wilma." "Ah." So she wasn't 100% whole. He didn't care, because she'd healed enough to see him, at least, standing right there and offering her something real. Offering her his heart. His love. "Anyway, I realized I didn't want to lose you the way I'd lost my parents, but when I got back, you were gone." "You could have called," he said gently, hoping it didn't sound like an accusation. "Yeah." She glanced up at him and tucked her hair behind her ear with her free hand. "But I was scared." Dawson released her hand and swept it around her waist, pulling her against him.
I get it, Charlotte, I do. But we have to be able to talk to each other. No fear, no judgment. Okay?
She sniffed, nodded, and said, "Okay." Dawson's heart swelled with love for this woman. True, she might still need more time. Sure, she might not be all the way whole. But he believed she was his, and he wanted nothing more than to be by her side while she worked through everything. "Then the wedding came," she said, "and I wanted to call you because I could see that love was real. Claudia and David, they loved each other. My parents, they love each other. And I wanted to tell you I loved you." A grin spread across Dawson's face.
I love you too, babe.
"My phone died. The wedding took forever. Whatever." Charlotte drew in a deep breath. "I slept in, and by the time I got your messages, I had 45 minutes to get to the airport, but I made it."
"Yes,"
he said.
"You made it, and with a sign, too."
He chuckled, seeing that black helicopter in his mind's eye. "The guy next to me helped me make it," she said. "I explained everything to him real quick, and he drew the helicopter while I wrote your name. I think we finished about a minute before you came out." Dawson wanted to stay in this moment for a long time. The sunshine on his face, the breeze coming off the bay, Charlotte at his side talking to him again. They walked for several minutes in silence, and then he asked,
"So, will I get to meet your parents?"
Chapter 21. Charlotte dashed into the kitchen as the oven timer went off. "Dawson!" she called as she saw the smoke rising from the vents at the back of the stovetop. That wasn't good. She'd cooked in the oven several times and she had no idea what she'd done wrong. He came in from the deck, too, just as she opened the oven, and a superheated blast of smoke got released. She jumped back, coughing and waving the oven mitts in front of her face. So this turkey was not going to be edible.
"What happened?"
he asked, as if she could see through all the smoke. "I don't know." But they wouldn't be eating dinner at the house that night. "My parents will be here in 15 minutes. She'd made mashed potatoes, creamed corn, and bought rolls and Hawaiian fruit jam to go with them.
"Maybe it's okay."
Dawson entered the kitchen with her just as the smoke alarm started screeching. He took the oven mitts and reached into the oven to pull out the turkey. After sliding it onto the stovetop and poking at the bag, he said,
"It looks okay. I think something maybe just spilled onto the hot elements."
"Are you sure?" She stepped over to him and the turkey after he closed the oven door. The bird looked brown on top, with the little red pop-out indicator popped out. He reached for a knife and sliced open the bag. Another puff of steam escaped, but so did the delicious scent of roasted turkey, sage, and butter.
"I really think it's fine."
He turned off the oven and twisted toward her. She gazed up at him, the smoke alarm still wailing for all it was worth. "So here we are."
"Back in the kitchen again,"
he said.
"At least we're not drenched like last time."
Charlotte tipped her head back and laughed, realizing the smoke had lifted all the way to the ceiling. There was no one she'd rather experience plumbing problems, smoky ovens, or life with than Dawson.
"Let's get this place aired out," he said, "and you finish up with the gift."
He walked out of the kitchen and toward the front door while she surveyed the table settings and the rest of the food still warming in the pots and bowls. Then she hurried back out to the deck to finish the painting she'd been working on for her parents. Just a few more strokes of white, and the sky over the bay she'd painted would be perfect. Her brush went flick, 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 and when she heard Dawson's voice say, "Oh, hello," much too loudly, she dropped the brush in the cup of water and turned back to the house. Her parents had arrived. She tried to make her heart beat normally, but it was not listening. It thumped and pumped and bumped around in her chest almost painfully as she moved to stand in the doorway leading into the dining room, halfway in, halfway out. How she'd been living for almost a year, but not anymore. She let the air conditioning wash over her while she got her first glimpse of her mom and dad. Then her mother's eyes locked on hers and Charlotte squealed, She darted over to her, navigating around the table and chairs, and hugged her tight, tight, tight. Her dad wrapped them both in a hug, and Charlotte couldn't speak through her emotion and tears. Finally, with her chest so tight because she wasn't breathing, she drew in a deep drag of oxygen and stepped back from the embrace. "You guys made it."
"Of course we did,"
her dad said, smiling down at her. "And you've met Dawson." Charlotte moved over to him, glad when he put his arm around her easily. Her parents didn't hesitate for even a moment. Her dad shook his hand, though Dawson said they'd met at the front door, and her mother hugged him. "And he's—" she asked. "My boyfriend," Charlotte said, looking up at him with a smile. "Oh, is it serious?" Her mom set her purse out of the way on the corner of the counter. Charlotte studied Dawson, but he was clearly waiting for her to define their relationship. She wanted it to be serious. She felt like it was serious for her. So she said, "Yeah, it's pretty serious." Dawson's face exploded into a smile, and he pressed his lips against her temple, leaving them there too long to be a casual kiss. Oh, no. That chaste kiss on her forehead was an indication of what was to come once they were alone, and Charlotte couldn't wait. But her parents were here, and joy radiated through her in spirals. "Okay, so dinner is ready. Are you guys hungry?"
"Yes,"
her dad growled.
"They don't even give peanuts on the plane anymore. Did you know that? I had to have some snack mix, and the pretzels were soft."
Charlotte laughed as she got down a platter for the turkey. Dawson picked up the carving knife without her saying anything, and she loved this dance they'd perfected, loved her parents for coming, loved her life again. "The helicopter has landed," the intercom on the phone in her office chirped. Charlotte made a grab for a stack of folders and had just dropped them over the planner where she'd been working as Dawson entered. He paused, clearly aware that he'd interrupted something.
"I thought we were going to lunch,"
he said slowly, glancing around. But he wouldn't find anything out of the ordinary, certainly nothing about the wedding plans Charlotte had been working on for the past 6 months. No evidence of the dress she'd ordered, or the flowers she'd arranged, or the catering company she'd hired. Now, if Dawson would ask her to marry him already, she wouldn't have to have a secret code with Riley and the front desk, or pretend like she was planning weddings for other brides. But he hadn't popped the question yet, and in fact, they'd barely talked about getting married. "We are," she said lightly, wondering if she should just ask him. She wasn't getting any younger, and living in that huge house by herself was starting to suffocate her. She grabbed her purse and slipped her arm through Dawson's when she met him near the door. She gave Riley a "thank you" look as she passed, and Riley acknowledged it with a small smile. Once free of the building, Charlotte said, "I wanted to talk to you about something."
"Shoot."
Dawson clicked his key fob to unlock the doors on his SUV. Charlotte didn't move around to the passenger side. "This is serious, isn't it?" she asked, meeting his gaze head-on.
"Of course."
He looked a bit baffled, like she'd just splashed ice water in his face. "So we're going to get married?" He blinked.
"Yeah,"
he said slowly.
"I'd like to get married."
"Are you sure?" she asked. "Because we haven't talked about it much, and you wouldn't marry that other woman, and it's been 6 months, Dawson." She wasn't able to keep her frustration tamed, and it leaked into her voice. The brutal July sun beat down on them as if to enunciate her point.
I guess I wasn't sure if you wanted to get married."
He looked genuinely confused.
"And I'd like to know something else, too."
Charlotte hadn't had any problems communicating with him since Christmas. "All right."
"Can we get in the car?"
he asked.
"I'm melting out here."
He opened his door, and she went around to get in beside him. His air conditioner did bring some relief to the conversation, and she twisted toward him, straightening her skirt. "All right," she said. "What did you want to know?" He searched her face as if the answer would be there and he wouldn't have to ask.
"Kids,"
he finally blurted.
"I want to know if you want kids."
His words punched her in the lungs and she gasped. She searched her memory, but she couldn't remember any conversations about this. I guess. I thought it was obvious.
"What was?"
he asked. I can't have kids, she said simply.
"You can't?
Why not? He reached over and took her hand.
I'm sorry. That was probably insensitive."
She shook her head. No, it's just Hunter and I never could get pregnant. For a year or two, I was pretty devastated, but... She let her voice trail off, realizing she'd never wanted Hunter's child. But Dawson? The thought of having a son or daughter with him made her insides clench, and she realized that was something she really, desperately wanted.
"Did you ever find out why?"
he asked. No.
"Maybe it's something that can be helped,"
he said, clearing his throat.
"I'd kind of like to have kids."
She cocked her head at him, absorbing everything he'd said. You don't kind of want kids, Dawson.
"Fine,"
he said, his eyes sparking with heat.
"I really want kids. Your kids."
He leaned over and kissed her. One of those slow, sensual kisses that raised her core body temperature and made her heart flutter. She broke the connection and said, I've been planning our wedding for 3 months. All I need is a ring and a date. Dawson handled the news well because all he did was chuckle.
"Well, I think you probably already have a date in mind, but I guess I can help with the ring."
He reached over and opened the glove compartment, rooting around for a moment before withdrawing a black box. How long has that been in there? She demanded, simultaneously wanting to rip it out of his hands or flee from the vehicle. Her heart thrashed around inside her chest, and her mouth felt so dry.
"A few months,"
he said nonchalantly. He cracked the box to reveal a gorgeous, round diamond atop a silver ring with a twisted vine design going down both sides.
"It's white gold,"
he said.
"If you hate it, we can go pick something out together."
Hate it? Charlotte wasn't sure if he'd just proposed or not. Tears filled her eyes as she lifted them to look into his. I don't hate it. I love it. He smiled and removed the ring from the box.
"Charlotte, I'm madly in love with you. And while I didn't plan to propose to you in my truck, you sort of gave me no other choice."
A half sob, half laugh came out of her mouth, and she wiped her tears quickly.
"Will you marry me?"
he asked. She nodded, needing an extra moment before she could say, Yes, I'll marry you. He slid the diamond onto her left ring finger and kissed her. When they broke apart, she leaned her forehead against his, cherishing the moment even if it hadn't gone according to plan. Dawson. I want kids. He opened his eyes and pulled back.
"Yeah?"
She nodded. Your kids. Chapter 22. Dawson waited in the reception area, his nerves firing around his body like cannons. Charlotte had been with the doctor for at least a half an hour, and he was dying to know what she'd learned. Their wedding was only 2 weeks away, and while he'd assured her she could wait to go to the doctor about a possible fertility issue, she'd wanted to go before they got married. She'd been in a few times over the past couple of months since their engagement, but this was the first time she'd invited him to come with her. Even then, right at the last moment, she'd squeezed his hand and said, I want to go in by myself.
"You're sure?"
he'd asked.
"I'm happy to be here."
I know. The nurse had then called her name and she'd stood all by herself, marched through the door alone. And so Dawson sat and waited. The door in front of him opened, like it had several times already, and a nurse stood there. Dawson? He rose, unsure of what else to do. Come on back. She waved him forward, and once he stepped through the door and it was closed, she said, Charlotte sent me to get you.
"All right."
He slicked his palms down the front of his shorts, nervous and apprehensive as she indicated room 2 and told him to go in. He knocked before twisting the knob, and Charlotte said, "Come in." He stepped through and found her seemingly ready to go. Evidence of tears sat right on her face, and he said,
"Hey, what did she say?"
Before Charlotte could answer, the door opened again. He moved to get out of the way, his stomach coiling and uncoiling every other second. "Oh, hello, Mr. Dane. I understand you're to be congratulated." The doctor extended her hand for him to shake, her smile bright.
"I am?"
He glanced at Charlotte and back to the doctor before shaking her hand.
"For what?"
"You two are engaged, right?"
"Oh, right."
Dawson felt like he was being pranked, and he wanted to get out of this tiny room as soon as possible. "Well, I'm Dr. Vane, and I have some great news for you."
"Great news."
His muscles released a little, and he exchanged a glance with Charlotte before saying,
"All right,"
again. "Charlotte, as you know, has been in a few times, and we've been running some tests." Dawson nodded, his hand in Charlotte so tight he was surprised she didn't shake him away. "And while I can't tell you everything, as it isn't ethical to do so, I can tell you that Charlotte doesn't have any signs or symptoms of infertility." Dawson looked back and forth between the two women.
"Meaning?"
"There's no reason that I can see right now why she wouldn't be able to get pregnant and carry a baby to full term." Dr. Vane smiled, her white teeth giving Dawson something to focus on while he absorbed her statement.
"You mean she can get pregnant?"
Hope and joy filtered through Dawson, but he didn't release them fully yet. "That's what I'm saying." Dawson smiled too and turned to Charlotte. She wore a smile as well, and he hugged her.
"That's great news, babe."
He couldn't quite figure out why she hadn't just bounced out of the office to tell him herself, so he turned back to the doctor, but she didn't have anything else to say. He walked out with Charlotte, knowing deep down in his gut that something was wrong. He waited until they'd gotten in his truck before he said,
"So tell me what really happened in there."
Charlotte turned away from him, her focus out the passenger window. "The reason I couldn't get pregnant when I was with Hunter is because he'd had a vasectomy." Dawson opened his mouth to respond, but nothing came out.
"What?"
Finally did, full of air and disbelief and rage. She turned toward him, a single tear tracking down her face. "He got it a year after we got married. He never told me, even when I wondered why we couldn't get pregnant." Her face crumpled. "He didn't want to have a baby with me." Dawson drew her into his chest quickly, holding her close to his heart.
"But I do, sweetheart. I do."
He held her at arm's length and wiped her tears.
"He doesn't get to be part of this year, remember? This is your year. Our life."
Anger at the idiot she'd been married to simmered within him, but Dawson pushed it away. She nodded. My year with you."
"I love you,"
he said, in case she'd forgotten from that morning when he'd picked her up at her house and told her.
"And really, this is great news in a lot of ways."
"Yeah, I know." She smiled, and he caught sight of the first sign of happiness in her. "I can have a baby."
"My baby."
Just the thought of being with her the way a husband was with his wife made Dawson's head swim. 2 more weeks, and they couldn't pass quickly enough.
"And,"
he added as he backed out of the parking space,
"your ex-husband did the world a favor by not allowing himself to procreate."
For a beat of silence, Dawson thought maybe he'd gone too far. Then Charlotte's laughter filled the car, and Dawson chuckled with her.
"Sorry, that was mean,"
he said. "Sometimes the truth hurts," Charlotte said with a shrug. "And I feel like some of those spam rolls today. Doable?" He swung the SUV in the direction of the restaurant she wanted.
"Completely doable."
"Stop fiddling with the tie."
Rich swatted Dawson's hand away from his neck, which only increased Dawson's annoyance.
"It looks fine."
His older brother brushed something off Dawson's chest.
You ready to get married?"
Dawson had been ready for a long time, and he felt that Charlotte was finally ready too. She'd planned everything right down to the last detail, and all Dawson had to do was show up at the right time, and that was fast approaching. If only his tie would lie right. He didn't dare reach for it again, though, and he nodded at his brother.
"I'm ready." "Good."
He nodded toward the door.
"Because Dad's here, and that's our cue."
Dawson took one last look at himself in the mirror and one last deep breath. He'd never seen himself getting married, and ever since he'd met Charlotte, he couldn't imagine staying single. He walked out of the bedroom he'd once squatted in and through Charlotte's dining room to the deck. She'd wanted a small, intimate affair, right there on the property she'd bought and claimed had changed her life, given her a fresh start. Over the past year, her lawn and bushes and trees had flourished. But Dawson walked past all of it on his way toward the steps that led down to the beach. He felt eyes on him, but he didn't turn and look up to the second-story windows where he suspected Charlotte was watching him. His brother and father followed him, and Dawson found they were the last to arrive at the elaborate setup he'd built with Charlotte over the past few days. He'd hauled 24 chairs over from Your Title Forever and set them up under a couple of white party tents. The streamers were new, as Charlotte had attached them this morning, along with the pink, yellow, and teal ribbons woven through the back of the chairs and along the altar. Dawson paused beside his mother and squeezed her hand, while his brother and Dad took their seats. Along with JJ and his wife, their baby, Stephen and his wife, and Wes and Nicole, Dawson's family completed his guest list. 11 adults, 2 toddlers, and 3 of the most beautiful little girls he'd ever seen. "Uncle Dawson, your tie is crooked," Lauren said, her hands folded properly in her lap. Rich growled, but Dawson began tugging at it again. His tuxedo suddenly felt too confining, too, as did having his family stay in his house for the next 7 days while he and Charlotte went on their honeymoon to Europe. When they got back, they'd just have time to trim the Christmas tree together before Christmas arrived. He turned away from Rich, still trying to get the bow tie to lay flat, and came face to face with Charlotte's family. "You look so handsome, Dawson." Her mother stood and gave him a hug. "I think you've met Wilma?" He had, yes. Once, many years ago. And once yesterday, when he'd picked her up from the airport. Charlotte had hugged her, a smile on her face, but Wilma had seemed a bit stiff to him.
"Yes, of course."
He shook her hand again.
"And her husband, Gary."
They hadn't brought their children, as if a wedding in Hawaii for Charlotte's 2 nieces wasn't necessary.
"Hey, Harold."
Charlotte's brother was a good man, and he'd brought his whole family, wife and 2 boys. They gave Dawson high fives, and then her mom said, "Oh, I see Chris, Dawson. You better get in position." Yes, he better. He knew Charlotte would want him standing right where he'd promised he would be when she came down those steps. So he acknowledged her friends from work as he went toward the altar. Hope and Aiden Sorensen, though Aiden got up and moved through the sand with his camera so he could take pictures, sat with a few more girls from the wedding planning place. He joined the preacher who also stood at the altar and watched as his beautiful Charlotte came down the last few steps in her wedding dress and veil. Aiden's camera went click, 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 and Dawson took those mental pictures too. The glow on her face, the smile radiating to their family and friends, and then as her eyes locked onto his. Her dress curved along her body, flaring slightly at the waist and falling in sleek, smooth lines toward the sand. She didn't wear shoes, and her nearly transparent veil was pinned in her hair with a jeweled comb. She was absolutely gorgeous, inside and out, and Dawson almost thought there'd been a mistake, that she would be meeting a different groom. A few more steps, and her father leaned down, whispered something in her ear, and passed Charlotte to Dawson. He secured her hand against his side and whispered, "Wow, babe, you're stunning." She emitted a tiny giggle and faced the pastor. He began the ceremony but didn't wax poetic before saying,
The couple has written their own vows.
And taking a step back. The spotlight fell on Dawson as he and Charlotte faced each other, both of her hands in his. He wanted to reach up and loosen that blasted tie. He couldn't seem to find his voice, and he simply looked back at Charlotte. "You're first," she said, almost under her breath. "You did write your vows, didn't you?" Her eyes shone with anxiety, and he really didn't like it.
"Of course I did," he said. "I memorized them."
It wasn't like the speech would be very long. When she'd brought up the subject of them writing their own vows, he'd gone along with it, willing to do whatever she wanted to make her wedding day perfect.
"Charlotte,"
he said, his voice cracking a teensy bit.
"I love you. You're my best friend, and the only person I've actually wanted to spend more than a few weeks with."
His friends twittered, but they didn't realize how true he'd spoken.
"Today, I give myself to you in marriage. I hope to encourage you, inspire you, laugh with you, and comfort you in times of sorrow. I'll love you from here to the end of time, and I promise to put your needs ahead of my own. I really can't wait to be your husband."
He hadn't exactly put the words in that order before, but they seemed good enough, especially when Charlotte sniffed and dabbed at the corner of her eye.
"Your turn,"
he said in an overly dramatic whisper, and she rolled her eyes. "Dawson Dane," she started. "You came into my life when I didn't want you there. You sprayed me with water, were living in my house, and stole my heart when it wasn't even whole yet." She gave him a wobbly smile, and Dawson squeezed her hands. "You gave me time when I needed it, love when it was hard to give, comfort when I pushed you away. I love you for all of that and for being the man that you are. I promise to love, cherish, and honor you forever." She glanced out at the small crowd and back at him. "And I really can't wait to be your wife." Dawson chuckled, and they looked back at the pastor, who just needed to say the words so they could get the rest of this party started. He went through the speech, finally ending with,
"I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your bride."
Dawson grinned wickedly at Charlotte, who said, "Dawson," before he dipped her back in that decadent dress and pressed his mouth over whatever she was going to say next. He kept it chaste, as per her instructions, and lifted her back up again. She raised her pink roses above her head while he lifted their joined hands between them. A cheer went up from their family and friends, and Dawson experienced more joy in that moment than any other of his life. An adrenaline rush surged through him, and he looked at Charlotte, now his wife, and said, "I love you," before leading her down the aisle and back up the stairs to their house. At the top of the steps they paused, the camera and the crowd below them, and Dawson kissed his true love again. This has been The Island House, Getaway Bay Romance Book 1, written by Elana Johnson, narrated by Terry Clark Linden, member SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2018 to present by Elana Johnson. Production copyright by Elana Johnson. Chapter 1. Burke Lawson parked his truck outside the main building at Petals and Lays, his family's flower farm in the hills. After getting out, he drew in a deep breath of the fresh, perfumed morning air, glad he'd beaten the sun to work this morning, as usual. Burke rarely slept past 4, and he didn't care if his early bedtime contradicted the persona he had to maintain. Somehow the knowledge that he hadn't been on a second date, or even a real first date, in years got around to the right people, and that was how he liked it. His father pulled into the lot a few minutes later, dressed for business like normal. He'd taught Burke everything he knew about the fields, the land, the flowers, not to mention the fertilizers, the harvesting, the reseeding. And that was just the growing side of things. Burke had to know about sales, too, and management, and hiring. He spent time in the shipping department to learn how to keep flowers fresh, how the deliveries worked, all of it. After all, when his dad was ready to retire, Burke wanted to be ready to take over the business, keep it in the family, preserve what generations of Lawsons had built.
"Morning, Dad,"
he said, drawing his father's attention to the bench Burke liked to sit on in the morning as the sun rose over Hawaii and painted Getaway Bay in gorgeous golden light. His father took a few moments to find him among the foliage, and Burke lifted his hand and grinned.
"What are you doing hiding there?" "Dad, I sit here every morning while I wait for you to show up."
Burke stood and stretched as if he'd been out partying all night. His dad wore an expression that expressed his disappointment at such a prospect and dug in his pocket for the keys to the building. Burke had a set too, but he liked to wait for his dad. This morning ritual of theirs something he didn't want to give up yet.
"How's Mom?"
he asked.
"Doing a bit better."
His dad unlocked the door and stood back so Burke could enter first. He took a long look at his dad as he passed, finding that his blonde hair had started to turn white. When had that happened? Burke ran his hands through his own flop of light sandy-colored hair and threw a smile at his dad.
"You look tired,"
he said.
"You getting enough sleep?"
"Yeah, Dad, when I can." Burke didn't tell him that the insomnia plagued him every night, no matter how much melatonin he took or how long he meditated.
"Stay out too late?"
Burke inhaled to deny it, but instead he let the comment slide. That way he didn't have to admit that he spent every night with Dolly, his golden retriever who had a slobbering problem. He walked side by side with his dad into the office space, but Burke bypassed his and settled in the chair across from his dad's desk. He'd put his keys in the top drawer and wake up his computer. He'd read a few things, and they'd be out in the fields and orchards in 30 minutes or less. Burke let his father go through the motions, somehow finding peace in them. Something had been seething inside him for a while now, and he hadn't been able to name it. But it wasn't peaceful or soothing. He felt unsettled, but he had no idea how to cure himself.
"Ready?"
His dad stood and reached for the sun hat hanging on the hook beside his desk. Burke stood too, glad the routine this morning had taken less than 15 minutes. He yearned to be outside, away from walls where he wouldn't feel so caged. He collected a baseball cap from the top of the bookcase in his office and followed his father outside.
"Let's go out to the plumeria orchards."
His father grabbed a set of keys from the drawer in the desk by the back door, and Burke braced himself for a hard conversation. His dad only went out to the plumeria orchards to say something that had been bothering him for a while. Burke supposed he should be grateful for his dad's predictability, but his heart felt like a hunk of lead in his chest. He really didn't want to have to defend himself today. It was almost comical that his dad couldn't see through Burke's carefully constructed reputation. But not many could. Ash can, he thought as he climbed into the passenger seat of the side-by-side recreation vehicle they used to get around the huge flower farm. With over a dozen varieties of flowers being grown on the property, Petals and Lays employed over 60 people year-round and required 7 days a week attention. Today, as they maneuvered along the dirt road between two fields, Burke caught sight of at least half a dozen people already at work among a field of bright pink carnations. As the engine kept him and his father flying toward the trees on the far edge of the property, Burke considered coming clean about what his life was really like. But then he'd have to delve into why, and he didn't think he was ready to open that door quite yet. Once again, the thought of his best friend, Ashley Fox, popped into his mind. She'd recently come out of a relationship with a guy she'd thought would propose. 6 months later, and Burke could still see the heartbreak on her face whenever he asked her about it. His failed relationship was 6 years old, but he thought he'd done a decent job of hiding his feelings from everyone. After all, everyone loved a good sense of humor, and he could keep the party alive with a few well-told jokes and a single well-placed smile. Even Ash had never questioned him much about Bridget. His father parked the ATV and got out, a sigh leaking from his lips as the gray sky started to lighten with shades of yellow and gold. Burke pushed his hand through his hair, thinking it was probably time to get it cut, and positioned the hat low over his eyes. If his father wanted to talk, Burke needed some sort of barrier. His dad wouldn't say much for the first few minutes anyway. If he did, it would be about the trees, the flowers, or their business. Sure enough, as he moved into the trees, pushing toward the larger, more mature grove at the back, he said,
"Petals and Lays has been very lucky to stay in the family for so long."
Burke said noncommittally. He'd heard this before.
6 generations of the family-owned business was no joke among the Lawsons. "It's almost your turn,"
his dad said.
"Yeah," Burke agreed. "I want the farm, Dad. You know that, right?"
"Of course."
His father trailed his fingers along the trunk of a plumeria tree that stood about 15 feet tall. In midsummer, the trees were practically dripping with blooms, but Burke somehow knew he and his father weren't there to harvest. In fact, he thought he remembered seeing the plumeria harvest on the schedule for next Monday.
"The plumeria are my favorite flowers," his dad said. "So beautiful, so serene."
Burke loved them too, only because on the many hikes he'd taken around Getaway Bay and the other Hawaiian islands, every time he looked up he only saw greenery. But here, looking up through the trees brought an explosion of colors that made his soul sing with happiness.
"Burke, I'm almost ready to retire,"
his dad said, turning back to him.
"I want to pass the farm to you."
Burke sensed a but, and he paused too. His muscles cinched like someone had pulled a drawstring on them. Tight. Tighter.
"You need a haircut,"
his dad said, a frown in the words that was mirrored on his face.
"I can get a haircut," Burke said.
"You need to settle down,"
his father said next, his gaze even and the frown gone.
"Your mother and I love you, but we want this farm to stay in the Lawson family for 6 more generations."
Burke blinked at his father, unsure of the meaning of the words.
"I want that too, Dad."
His father's head cocked to the side.
"Do you?"
"Of course I do."
"So, who do you think you'll pass the farm to?"
Burke's voice died, sudden understanding stealing the life from the words and the air from his lungs. He wasn't married, wasn't even dating anyone, didn't want to date anyone, or get married.
"The twins like working here."
His dad turned and started walking again, more of a stroll than anything else. They certainly weren't working this morning.
"But neither Kayla nor Krista wants to run the place."
"I want to run the place,"
Burke said, the thought of not having his morning ritual of coming to this land choking him.
"I've lived for this place for 25 years, Dad. I love this land and these flowers, and I want to take over when you retire."
He caught up to his father, strength and bravery coursing through him now. He put his hand on his father's arm and got him to stop.
"Dad, what are you saying? That I can't have Petals and Lays because I don't have a wife? A kid?"
Desperation raced across his father's face. There, then gone. He squared his shoulders and said,
"We'd like to see you settle down before I retire. We'd feel more comfortable if you had even a girlfriend, someone you were even remotely serious with."
Burke felt like someone had punched him in the throat and then the stomach. So many things churned inside, and he had no idea how to respond. Sadness passed over his father's weathered face now, and he shrugged.
"I'm not saying you can't have Petals and—"
"I have a girlfriend,"
Burke blurted, silencing his father and causing his eyebrows to fly sky high.
"You do?"
"Sure," Burke said, turning away so the little fib couldn't be discovered so easily.
"Who is it?" "Ash,"
Burke said, the first person that came into his mind.
"Ashley Fox?"
The level of disbelief in his father's voice soared toward the heavens, and it would be a miracle if Ash didn't hear it all the way down the hill at her cute little beach cottage.
"Yeah,"
Burke said. "We've been friends for a long time, and I don't know."
He shrugged.
"Started seeing each other a few months ago."
He pressed his eyes closed, needing to talk to Ash, stat. They were scheduled to run in another hour, and he'd have to figure out how to get her to play along with this ruse.
"Well, great," his dad said. "You should bring her to the company barbecue in a couple of weeks." "Yeah, sure."
He felt like he'd swallowed a whole bag of jumping beans, and now they were pinging around inside his stomach, screaming things like, "This is a bad idea. You need to call her right now. There's no way you can pull this off. Ash will never agree to this." He tried to silence them, but they stuck with him for the rest of the hour, and when he showed up at the beach to meet Ash, he barely knew his own name. Burke managed to stretch, his calves protesting at the long hold until he finally stood. Ash was late, and that only increased Burke's anxiety. Dolly barked from near the shoreline, and Burke turned toward the golden retriever. The sun glinting off the bay blinded him, but he thought he saw a woman jogging toward him. Finally, he could talk to Ash and they could make a plan. He couldn't lose Petals and Lays, not over something like this. He'd buy himself some time with Ash, and then he'd figure out how to move past Bridget and find a real girlfriend. He had to. "Ash," he called as he started toward her. But Dolly whimpered and darted right at him, bashing into his shins before Burke could avoid the canine. He grunted and found himself sprawling toward the sand. A moment later, the grittiness of sand filled his mouth and stung his eyes and squished between his fingers. Pain flared in his legs and back, and his whole face felt aflame with embarrassment. "Burke?" Ash arrived with a mouthful of giggles and bent over him. "Really graceful," she said, offering him her hand to help him stand. He gazed up at her, realizing in that moment how pretty she was haloed by the early morning light. Since her breakup just before Christmas last year, she'd let her hair grow out, and only the bottom few inches were still bleached and silvery. She sobered the longer he stared at her. "You okay?" She sat back on her heels. "What's with Dolly?" She glanced over her shoulder toward the water while Burke got control of his emotions and his hormones. This was Ash, Ashley Fox, a girl he'd known since he was 15 years old and she was 13, his running partner for the last decade. Not his girlfriend, no matter what he'd told his father only an hour ago. Burke pushed himself up and started brushing the sand off his body. "I don't know, but I have something to ask you."